Some say that violence turns men into beasts. But those who have been in battle know that the only way to victory is through cunning, through valor, through overcoming the odds. And if by winning you tame the beast inside, you become a champion. PGL Quake Champions Open, October 5th through the 7th, 2018.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is finally time. It is the first major duel tournament of the year, and it's going to be here live in Bucharest, Romania for the PGL Quake Champions Open. I'm Jason Kopp, going to be hosting the first little segment here as we kick things off, and I'm joined by two lovely gentlemen, and for the first time, one of them as well. I've got Jahar here, and I've got Flea. Flea, first of all, this is your first event. This is your first major tournament.
Yep.
How's it feel to be here?
It's amazing. I've really been looking forward to it. I was exceptionally surprised when they asked me, but I'm honored to be here, joined by you two and all of the others. So it's going to be an amazing weekend. I don't doubt it at all.
And Jahar as well. I mean, we finally get to have the dual action kick off. For me, this is like the core of Quake. How does it feel coming into this tournament with a star-studded lineup that we have?
It's been a really crazy couple of years for Quake. We're starting to really feel like we're getting back into like big LAN parties where you have a lot of people. You have your favorites. You have the people that you're kind of looking forward to at the end of the tournament. But we've got so many potential names kind of sprinkled in now, and it's just a massive pile of bodies out there. And we're going to get whittled down to not so many after the end of the day.
Yeah, hopefully, actually. And I'm really curious to see how people actually do get through the entire tournament. But guys, like we have to talk about, first of all, Quake is a game. We've had a lot of major patches come in. We've had a lot of changes, minute changes come in as well. And we've had Raph already say multiple times that this is probably the most balanced that Quake has been in its entire existence in Quake Champions. Jahar, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, especially being a North American player, I think he's got a lot going there. We generally see North American players do a little bit more with like champion picks than European players, and I'm expecting to see a lot of that today. Hoping to see like some of the creativity of North American players kind of go up against the consistency of European players.
The plus forward of European players. and then Flea, of course, I actually think I rate you as probably one of the best players here in terms of the caster pool that we have. How do you feel about the game so far in your experience?
I'm going to have to go with what Rafa said. It really is the best it has ever been. The champions are as balanced as they've ever been. There's no major outliers to the top or to the bottom. I think almost all of them will be viable at duel, and I think we're going to see a very diverse champion pool.
Yeah, and speaking of that in particular, do you guys have predictions about how many of the champions we're actually going to be seeing played? Because I would assume, and what we've seen out of the players, we've had a plethora of them.
I think all of them, honestly. The fact that we've got champion bans has kind of been a thing lately. It forces players to be a little bit more flexible with their champion picks. You know, we can't just have somebody who's going to be clutching all the time. They've got to broaden their horizons just a little bit. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of really kind of creative plays and creative comps.
And on that note, Flea, do you think we're going to see a new champion rise to the top of the pool like we did see back at DreamHack with Clutch come around when DeHang picked him up?
Well, Clutch was really a surprise. I think that at this point it's going to be a lot more level. We're going to see a lot of Visors, Rangers, BJ, Death Knight. I think those are still going to be dominating the bracket, but we're definitely going to see a lot of them picked.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's see actually what everyone here is playing for. The $50,000 prize pool, and winner taking home 25 grand. That's a lot of bucks in the pockets. And actually, I mean, you look across the board, that's a lot of money. And every stage you get further in the tournament, you basically double what you do get.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've got a lot of people coming in from pretty locally means that the stakes aren't quite so high for them. If they can get in the money, cool. If not, you know, it's not like it was a huge trip. But for other players, they've come, you know, across the planet to be here. And of course, every Quake tournament gets a little bit tighter and tighter as far as competition goes. So the stakes are raised. We saw a lot of people who were showing up at QuakeCon for the first time in terms of a LAN competition. And that first one is always a little bit tough. You know, there are so many things that you just don't know about playing on a LAN that nobody can warn you. I mean, you can hear it from other people, but you don't really internalize that until you get to a LAN, get one under your belt, and figure that out. So we've got players like Sib here, who I'm really looking forward to seeing how he performs today.
Yeah, and he's actually been grinding out in EU for the past like month and a half or 2 months, trying to
a ridiculous
really,
amount of time, really.
Yeah, and we want to see obviously if that's kind of paid off for him in the grand scheme of things. But let's take a look. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Take a look at the format of this entire tournament, because it is a 3-day event, 3 days of non-stop action. It starts off with day 1 being a pretty much open bracket, and we get to see the top 16 players from this double elimination bracket get through into tomorrow.
Yeah, right back into getting into like old school LAN party formats. The best thing about LAN parties is that there are no breaks. You just grind game after game after game, and maybe you get to take a little bit of a breather if you get knocked out early. But we're going to be doing double elim today, groups tomorrow, and then playoffs on the third day.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy.
And the best part about that, Flea, is that at the end of the day today, you and I, and you actually, all three of us, we're starting the day and ending the day together, get to not choose, but randomly play the lotto game or play bingo, you know, at a senior's house.
Random. Totally random.
Of a pot of winners and a pot of losers. And we pick out 2 from each to determine what the groups are going to be. So that means we potentially could have like an all North American group happen.
Oh yeah, it's completely random.
Yeah,
I don't say. I mean, that's kind of the curse of these LAN parties, especially the international ones, where you have players from similar countries and similar regions knocking each other out potentially earlier than you would like. I still remember a QuakeCon, what year was that? Jeez, I'm getting too old. 2011, I think it was, where you just realize, like, into like round of 16, like, oh my God, all the North American players are knocked out. So hoping that doesn't happen this time. I'm hoping to see a good mix of everybody getting into playoffs.
Honestly, when we get to the point of actually drawing out the groups, I'm really nervous for a lot of the players out there. The ones we expect to get through, obviously, into the top 16, but to see like potentially like an all Maestro group could be like really interesting as well.
That's always
right?
a danger, yeah.
It's going to be very scary, and I think their owner's going to be a little bit like, oh, come on, why did this have to happen? But you can see some players that we actually are looking to have to watch over the course of this tournament. Some you might not actually expect. Wenger and Garpy, I say that, but Garpy's terms has actually always stood out when it comes to duel. But Wenger, the guy we saw come in very young, 19 years of age, but he has a lot of fight in him, and he has a lot of experience that's starting to stack up as every event goes by.
Yeah, he's getting better and better every time. If you look at the online tournaments, he's been second in the Quake Open League for how many times?
Yeah,
3, 4
that
times
feels
almost.
bad for him.
Yeah.
Always a prize made, yeah.
Yeah, and then any other players out there that you're seeing, maybe not even the ones that are players to watch, that you expect to keep your eye on, Jahar?
I mean, this is a pretty good list. I've got my favorites, and anybody watching, I think, will know who some of those are. Toxic is always so much fun to watch at a LAN, like no matter what else is going on. He always just performs just absolutely insane. And speaking of Sib, they've actually got to go up against each other fairly early on. So that's going to be interesting for sure. But yeah, we've got a great mix here of old blood, new blood, and I don't know what Cypher is anymore. He's somewhere in between.
Yeah, he's getting up there in age.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that, yet I'm 30, so that kind of makes no sense. But this is going to be interesting. And I think this is the whole purpose in my head, and the greatest part about this tournament is the fact we're going to try to see consistency. Because we've had so many different winners across the course of Quake Champions. We haven't had that like person that's been dominating time in and time out. And the last winner we have had in duel was Claus back at QuakeCon winning the 1v1 against a Hank. So is Claus going to have a redemption, not even a redemption story, is he going to keep the consistency and win again?
I mean, he won both QuakeCons so far, so he's on a roll.
Yeah, yeah. I want to put an asterisk on that a little bit, just because QuakeCon was different. You know, we got duel kind of as a special treat at QuakeCon. The main event was definitely 2v2, and he did well there as well. So we're not going to see him and Toxic playing with each other, maybe against each other a little bit later. That would be a fun match for the ages. But yeah, I hope he's not too complacent after QuakeCon. Like, there's a lot to play for now because, again, this is endurance all the way. You know, double limb, groups, which is essentially double limb, and then playoffs. It's going to be nuts.
And what's kind of crazy about this whole thing, Flea, is that looking at the entirety of what we had in Quake Champions, right? This is one of the first times, if not the first time, that we've had like no team tournaments around this event. So people have been able to focus solely on this dual tournament.
Yeah.
And that's where like the skill ceiling gets pushed. That's where you see new players come into the light maybe, or you see some old blood maybe like Garpy if he has the time to grind it out to really push through. I think for me, that makes this whole event even more exciting.
Oh yeah, because in the past, players always really had to balance the team mode, whether it be sacrifice or 2v2, as well as duel. But this time around, they've really just been able to focus on nothing but that 1v1 game mode, so...
Yeah, and that has an impact on online tournaments as well. You know, you kind of have like these staple LAN events, and you know, say you want to run a team online tournament, you're gonna have people saying, "Can't right now, sorry." Focusing on duel, like people are really grinding and really working towards this.
But I like that actually. I like how we have these kind of like seasons within Quake, where you have like you know, the first part of the year into team modes and the second part of the year into duel. Obviously, DreamHack Winter around the corner gonna have both, if I'm not mistaken. So it's gonna be interesting to see how that one works out. But a player we haven't even mentioned when I think of team modes and I think of what happened at QuakeCon, Cooler. He's going to be here playing. Yeah. He had a really rough go when it came to QuakeCon with his partner Trino, unfortunately not getting, I think, his visa sorted out in time. Had to bring in CNZ to come in last second. I have high hopes for him, but he also hasn't necessarily had like the big tournament victories that we would kind of expect. He's had a couple here or there, but he's always been like that top 4 kind of position, maybe even top 2.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see him go far. He's always one of those players who's kind of perennial. You're always excited to see him at a LAN, and then somewhere about maybe 2/3 of the way, and you're like, where did Cooler go? So I'm hoping that doesn't happen here this time. But it is a little bit of a different environment here. You have to take your shoes off at the door. So I know Cooler gets so much of his power from his shoes. I hope that doesn't affect him too much.
Or his tracksuit that he wears.
Shout out to Vu's shoes, though. Vu has these amazing big, like, bear claw.
No,
slippers.
he does.
Well,
he does.
they're slippers, so we can wear them.
Slippers.
He looks like a Yeti, just like a bald, hairy foot Yeti. But speaking of him, speaking of him in particular, though, we haven't seen him since the Italian Open back in November of last year, where he did come second to Kilson. So I'm actually really curious to see, like, how has he kind of been practicing? Are we going to see him put out Anarchy and Starlight that we saw so many times? And I know he's not necessarily feeling as confident as he would like to come into this event, but I think that also shows the time that people have had to practice, particularly for this tournament.
Right. I'm really hoping to see some backwards strafing across the map with those air control champions by Vu. That's always just, it's a highlight every time.
And then what about Rafa, folks? We look back at his history in Quake Champions when it comes to duel. He hasn't performed that well. I think he's had 1 top 4 finish back, and I have this written down, at DreamHack Winter. Yeah. We haven't seen him shine in duel when it's come to Quake Champions. You think this is his tournament, Jahar?
I think he has been kind of shifting focus back and forth between teams and duel. And again, we're seeing a lot of players coming back in from the shadows who have kind of had a little bit of a hiatus, and a lot of players like Rafa who have consistently been at these LAN events. So, you know, we had a lot of discussion last night about who we thought was going to be going far, and it was a much longer conversation than usual because, everybody's here at the same time.
Yeah. And on the topic of Rafa, I don't know personally what I think, but the community does seem to have made up its mind, because there was a big straw poll on Reddit just a few days ago. And I believe that there were 600 people or so voted, and 28% put Rafa as a first place winner. So Klaus came in second, and I think it was Tox and
I just imagine if you're Klaus here, like, how many tournaments do I have to win before you guys vote me as one of like the favorites of the whole tournament? Yeah. I think maybe this one will be it.
Maybe this will be the one.
I want to talk about him.
Yeah.
We got to talk about North America. We're talking about a lot of European players.
I feel responsible for Dewey because anybody I start like appreciating and start rooting for usually gets cursed. I'm sorry. It's just the way it goes. That was the Hang for a long time. And as soon as
you're coming off the Hang now.
No.
Okay.
He's still my top list here. So he could actually do well if I stop rooting for him. But Dewey, he was doing so strong a couple of years ago, and he's been at every single LAN just about. Team games, duel, everything. He's been working incredibly hard. But because I'm rooting for him, the results haven't quite been there. So there's like this threshold point where I kind of give up, and then he's going to come back in full force. And
he's got those orbs, though. He
does.
That's his
He was doing some crazy orbs in practice as well. I hope to see more of that in LAN. Well, again, the bans thing, like, do you ban Clutch against Dewey, or do you ban Ranger?
Can only ban one. So.
But then he goes ahead and bans Clutch anyway, so...
Well, the thing is, you know, if we compare his style and like North America in general to Europe, I was really watching Cypher play against Dewey, and he was definitely getting very tilted against him as a player. Do you think that's something that Europe in general is not really going to be used to, going up against a player of Dewey's style that's going to be drastically different than what most Europeans expect?
I mean, he definitely has a unique style. I saw yesterday there was one game, a practice match, where he got 3 insta-frags with the orb. I mean, that's just, that
I think I
tilts
heard
him,
that
man.
from here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that hurts you to your core if you're on the receiving end of that. So I think it can definitely be interesting. I don't know how people will adapt to that.
And not to call Cypher out on this one, but he did get, well, orb killed 4 times in one map against Dewey.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to see something like that happen, because it's always exciting and it's always great to see people tilt. But another player, the last one I kind of want to talk about here, we have some time, Sirius. We're actually going to be looking at him versus Ron as our first match. He's been a player that's been very prolific online. He had really good results, to be fair to him, at DreamHack Tours. But I think this is his first real opportunity to show up and show what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, good online results, great team results. And it's only been fairly recently that he's been putting more and more time into duel. So again, like, the spotlight's on you and you alone. You don't have anybody else there. So going up against Zran, I think, first, it's going to be intense. They haven't played each other for quite some time, a bit earlier this year, and some QOL stuff. But other than that, you know, unless they've been like practicing with each other, there hasn't been a whole lot of interaction between the two.
Well, luckily for us, we actually get time to take a look at the brackets and see where everyone is situated in the upper bracket. We obviously have had some matches going on today, since we have so many of them across the board. But gentlemen, I want you to pick out to me some potential upsets across the entirety of the bracket, because there are quite a few. A lot of the matches are not necessarily as clear-cut as we expect, you know, in the long term of things. But let's start off with you, Flea. Is there any matches that you're looking at that potentially could upset?
I mean, I think Buckster's been looking in pretty good shape. I think he's going up against Dewey next. I've been watching some of his games over his shoulder earlier, and he was performing very well. So I think that we might have a potential upset on our hands there. That's one of the ones that I've been looking at.
And for me as well, Jahar, you probably saw a lot of these as well. Agent, he's going to be playing against Vu, but I'm talking about Agent in general. He's been putting up some really good results.
It's been fantastic, and I think it's a lot of those players who kind of find themselves, you know, not in the top 8, but maybe in still the top third or so, who have maybe a tougher bracket than some other players. You know, some of these players like Rafa have some buys. Some players like Dramis, I don't think he got his passport in time, so he's going to be out there. So way to go, Sib. Good job. So I think some of these players actually have more work to do than others, and you know that goes to players like Sib. It goes to players like Tox. I think Agent's in there too.
And one player we haven't even mentioned yet, normally a team player. We saw him back with 2Z back at QuakeCon 2017. Silent Step.
Yeah.
Kind of switched over to the dual role here, trying to show what he's got with this one, and he's had some good results. He's had some not as good results, but in general, I feel like it's been favoring the good side, and most people have been really pleased and surprised with with what he's been able to show.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Silence Up is really one of those players that I personally think of as a team player more so than anything else. Not just Quake Champions, but also the previous titles as well. So it's really good to see him make the switch to duel as well. And he's been performing well. I mean, he's an amazing player all around, so expecting great things of him.
Yeah, and we're really lucky right now just because I think this LAN event by itself is going to be like the keystone of how we kind of rank players across the board for quite some time in the future, because again, it's not just, you know, 2 quick days of a dual bracket. We've got 3 days, we've got double elimination, we've got groups. You are going to have a fair shake at where you're going to end up at the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited to actually see how this entire bracket does play out. Razy as well in there, who's just, I think he's been probably the most dedicated player in general in 2018. If we had an award for it, I would 100% give it to him, because he's been constantly grinding, whether it's online, offline, any tournament you can possibly play in, he's always there.
Yeah, absolutely. I often cast some of the online tournaments, and Razy is just one of those people that's always there. Every single tournament, you can count on him just being there.
Yeah, and he's just a still lake, too. He's just one of the most placid people in the scene. And
yeah, absolutely.
It's admirable, really. Like, he's just always calm, always cool-headed. And then we have players who are not.
Well, I love to watch a stream, and you see someone donate like 1,000, obviously it hasn't happened, but donate 1,000 euros to him. He's like, oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate the donation. It's like, come on, man.
When Tox hit his donation goal, I don't know if anyone saw the clip, Tox hit his $1,000 donation goal to go to PGL, and his reaction was really just like, ah, thank you. And then he just kept playing.
Well, they call him the machine for a reason.
Yeah,
you know, no emotions at all. But guys, let's take a look at our schedule now. Let's see what matches we'll be covering today in the total. We have 7 for you. but we have the potential for more to happen in there if we have some games end quickly. As we mentioned before, Sirius versus Zron going to be our first match, but then we're going to be covering 3 more upper bracket matches after that, and then switching over to the lower bracket part of this one to see where our elimination matches are, and obviously who gets through into the big and final game. I'm excited, though, for what happens at 1800. The post-show. I want to do this group drawing because I guarantee everyone on Reddit or everyone on Esports Reality or whatever platform you're using is going to be sitting there saying rigged, especially if we get like Dehang and Raph in the same group.
Yeah, I mean, we don't usually get to do anything physical up here, so this will be a bit of a
sweaty.
change of pace. Yeah, like, oh, we actually have to do things with our hands? Oh, my God.
Well, let's take a look now. As you can see in our lovely studio, we do have our 2 players set up. It is Zron, it is Sirius, and fellas, let's dive into this matchup in particular. If we were to outright say who the favorite in this matchup should be, I want to say we're all in agreement in saying Zron, but Sirius has, well, no pun intended, some serious potential.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good stuff. I think you're right. I don't think many people would argue about Zron being the favorite. But again, it's exciting knowing that you've got some work to do, and if you can do well, then you're going to get noticed for it. So, you know, good luck to Sirius. I like this table a lot, too. I feel like some candles should be up there. Some nice violin
very
music.
intimate,
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you're seeing the player right across from you, and if you're Cypher, you might actually,
No,
yell
you
at
don't
him.
see anything if you're Claus, because you just have your face smashed up against the
It's
screen.
also not tall enough to really see on the monitor anyways. So, but let's take a look at the maps. We do have Runes of Sarnath being chosen by Sirius and Awoken being chosen by Zron, with Molten Falls being our 3rd and final map.
Interesting.
If we're to look at the series in general when it comes to these maps, let's start off with Runes of Sarnath here. How do you think each player is going to play around this one, and how do you think it's going to favor one or the other, Flea?
I mean, I think Sirius is a player who's really big on his LG. He's just like, he's had games where he hits 60% LG, and people have been saying, like, this is just online, but I've been watching him, and he's been doing the same right here, right now. So I think that he's really going to favor that weapon, try and play around that as much as he can.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jahar, a lot of players have been saying it is the tournament of the LG as well. Everyone, you're going to see them using this. So you would assume people like Sirius, people like Zron, to be fair, Claus, should all be putting up some good results.
Yeah, especially with maps like Awoken in the pool. It's just such a strong map for LG. You're going to be getting into those fights all the time. Same thing for Corrupted Keep. And that also brings in some of the other hit scan weapons like your machine guns. I think Ruins could be interesting because, yeah, you can actually do a lot to avoid the LG just by, playing the distance a little bit, playing room control. But as we get into picks and bans, yeah, I think this is going to have a huge effect.
Yeah, so we got Zron banning away Visor, which we expect to see Visor played or banned the entire time, and Sirius banning away Nyx. Do you have any quick thoughts about that one? I think the Nyx is justifiable against Zron.
Yeah, Nyx just gives you those opportunities to just slow the game down a little bit. We can see Nyx as like a 3rd champion pick to kind of turn things totally around. Sometimes you can go totally AWOL with the Ghost Walk and go for the telefrag, but if you keep your head on straight, you can control a lot of those situations.
Okay, well, Jahar and Flea, take this one away. Bring us into our first game. Flea, have a great first caster at the event.
Thank you.
Expecting some great things out of you, and I'm expecting a great match, guys.
No
Absolutely.
pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. All right.
All right, it's going to be good stuff, guys. As we get into it, it's going to be Ruins of Sarnath up first, and I'm looking for great rails and some fantastic area control. Flea,
Yep.
I think we're going to be getting into... Oh, my.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
wait,
starting
it's actually
this one off.
Awoken. Yeah.
On Zron on Awoken, yeah, that's going to be the first map. Zron starting off on the heavy side, going for those rockets right away. Sirius delaying Mega a bit. That might leave him the opportunity to collect both of those items in a bit. And now Zron is just, well, both are under Galena.
Yeah, the great thing about Awoken is just how many ways there are to play out these opening, 30 seconds. And I like that Zron's been able to get into top T. It's going to give him the most information, allow him to make some decisions. But also, with Galena v Galena, that totem play is also going to be a big deal. Here comes some rockets up at the top. No real damage dealt out just yet.
Yeah, Zron already set up on Mega, and this is exactly what you see when Sirius delays the Mega help. Zron doesn't really know when it's up. This finally pick it up and moves into Sirius, but no real confrontation just yet.
That would have been a fantastic rail to connect with, so Zron's going to be heading back, looking for just a little bit of recovery again. Fairly even on the stacks. A lot of respect being given between these two guys at the moment. Usually the first round can just turn into just smashing against each other, but at the moment, Sirius is going to be taking over top T and just looking to control this Mega, and Zron might just let him have it and go take armor instead.
Yeah, it's really a byproduct of Galena versus Galena. It is a champion that does slow the game down, because there's always that totem that you might be running into, as Zron just does. And he takes the rail as well. This could be an opening for Sirius. He's pushing in, trying to deny Heavy. Does end up with full control right now. Zron has to back away.
still doesn't want the fight. He wants to just lay down a little bit of a trap, and it's a little bit of damage each way. Zron a little bit worse for the wear, but getting back in towards the LG room, he can connect through Banana and get a little bit more control. But here, if he wants to stick around for Mega, it's going to be a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zron actually has the better positioning. Sirius coming up the bounce pad, very sneaky, but he's taking a lot of damage. Mega is there to help him, though. He picks it up a little bit late. Zron could actually go for heavy this time around. He's got good positioning to deny it. He's not going to push in.
It's going to be difficult. I like the fact that he's stuck out some distance and just done a little bit of damage. It keeps Sirius from being too much of a threat, but Zron still needs to recover on some basic items. And every time we see Sirius tightening the noose a little bit more on this LG room.
He's doing a good job at evading it, though, but there it might go wrong right here. Zron has to back away, run away through that bottom area. Sirius not going to commit to a full chase just yet.
Yeah, I think Zron is still on the run here. Sirius is just more than happy to take everything on the board.
Yeah, oh, this is the end.
Oh, no!
Yeah, direct rocket under damage. That's going to be it. First frag for Sirius. Full control, Mega and Heavy. And he even finds the opening rail through the little gap next to Teleporter.
And that is immediately going to set the tone here. You know, all the respect and all the calm control that we saw between these two guys has got to change. Zron absolutely needs to start making some damage happen here very quickly.
Yeah, he's on the Ranger as well, so he's probably going to help him out a lot. He's got a lot of mobility, and he's got that insta-kill ability if he needs it. But Sirius is just so consistent right now, taking every single of the major items, just cycling in between them. Oh, he might find Zron again. He's got to be careful with those rocket jumps, though, because that could expose you to a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think you're right to mention the Dire Orb. It's going to be Zron looking for an opportunity to, you know, get in, shut down a lot of the stack. I mean, he's done enough rocket damage here to keep Sirius from having too much of a stack, but hopefully he can start putting some pressure on.
Yeah, at this point, Sirius should know that Zron just used his ability. He used that orb, so this might be a good opportunity for him to push in, getting an LG fight over Mega. Sirius showing that LG.
But here comes a clutch from Zron, so Sirius doesn't have a great stack. Oh, but he's caught immediately out of the teleporter. It's going to be a fight much sooner than Sirius maybe wanted, but he can take a dive back for heavy armor, wrap around towards Mega, and again, as Zron wants to get up close and personal, he's already used his shield, so he's going to be stuck in the corner
here. This is going to be it. Nicely done by Sirius, pressuring him at just the right time.
Wow.
Yeah, Zron really, he used that shield. I mean, he wanted to just take Sirius by surprise, get into on that really quickly, do the damage, have that shield up, but then if you can't get the kill, you're a big, slow robot with no way of defending himself, and you're a magnet for that LG.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for Sirius to just show up and you know, make an impression, he's certainly done it with this first round. So getting into round two, it's going to be a bit of an LG spawn for Sirius, taking away Mega and Rail. Again, not confronting each other right off the beginning, and sometimes in Awoken, even when you try to avoid each other, you kind of route in and things get messy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty small map. Oh, this immediately a fight. Sirius. All he's got is that rail. He's got the LG as well, but Zron pushing in, and Sirius has the wrong weapon now.
Yeah, great rail coming out of Zron.
Nice combo, but now Zron's pretty weak. Sirius might just charge in here, try and take control. Zron's getting that heavy, though, and there comes Sirius.
I mean, that's exactly what a Blazkowicz is there for, being able to spawn quickly, find your opponent, and shut them down. But right now, you need a little bit more than just starting Machine Gun to do that. So he's going to be looking for this LG. Zron knows it. He's going to be collapsing in on him in just a little bit. Here comes the fight. Sirius has got the LG, but he doesn't have the time or the health to switch back over. And this is going to be Sirius going down again.
Yeah, that LG at the end, though. Zron left on just 3 points of health. I mean, that just shows how good Sirius can be with the weapon. And Sirius is now setting a trap. He's waiting around the corner. He knows that Zron wants that heavy. He's got that orb ready. He's going for it, and he actually does a whole lot of damage. Yeah, finishing off Zron right away. He can go for Mega. I don't know if he knows the timing. It's still up.
It's a nice little bit of retribution, but it's not going to give Sirius any major momentum. He's still got to fight for all these items, and I like that he's routing for this armor earlier rather than later. Yep. It's putting a lot of pressure on Zron to find a weapon and maybe find a fight here. But Sirius coming back through the teleporter and getting the shove off. So Clutch just got shut down.
Yeah, and now he might fight Zron right away. And another rail. Sirius, great aim. Yeah, I mean, the shield, Clutch's shield, it doesn't block that orb. It just goes straight through it. And since he's such a big target, I think that the orb is one of the best ways of countering a really good Clutch player.
And again, if you're Clutch, you're thinking, okay, if I can get a weapon, I can get up close, I can make this a quick fight. And that's generally the trap of Awoken. It's such a small map. If you think, okay, I can just win the next fight, like stack or no stack, I can just win it. I can just shoot the guy better. No big deal. Yeah. But that's the great thing about the map. It doesn't always go that way.
Enormous delay on the Mega right here. 12 seconds in total. That's gonna throw Zron off majorly. Sirius taking the fight. Excellent play. It's so easy when someone jumps into you to hit that LG. It stops your momentum, it freezes you dead in midair, and that's almost always guaranteed to frag. Zron going for the shield.
And again, trying to make it happen through the TP, but he's actually going to be able to do that. With only 43 health left over, he's going to need to route these items quickly, and that's where that delay on the Mega you mentioned could come into play. He can't go in for it just yet. That Heavy's going to help out, but it could be another fight here. Yeah, he's thinking, it's not worth it. He's Blazkowicz. I don't want to do that.
Yeah, the double LG might be waiting just around the corner. Oh, Sirius doesn't even need it this time around. He knew that Zron wasn't that stacked yet. Didn't have his shield up. He was aware of that too. Zron still going through a teleporter. He's going to get away unharmed though. And I don't think Sirius quite has the exact timing on Heavy right now, but he catches Zron.
Oh my god, great traps.
Yeah.
And I was about to mention, the fact that he withheld on his ability that long, that gave him the opportunity to set up that trap and make it a clean 3-0 sweep on Awoken.
I don't think that's I don't think that's what anyone expected. It was so quick, so clean. Sirius just hitting the shots. I mean, 45% LG coming out of Sirius right now.
Yeah, I hope nobody watching blinked, because that I mean, Awoken can go quickly, but even that was, way beyond the pale, and Zron not taking a single round.
Yeah, Sirius was extremely dominant that game. We'll see what he can do in the next round, though. I mean, if Zron is going to be able to reset his mental states, get back to that balanced level and try again.
Yeah, Ruins is going to have a little bit more breathing room, a tiny bit, and that's where bringing in the rails are going to be able to help out. I mean, you have the railgun in Awoken, but there's so many more exploitable and dependable angles in Ruins.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't see a lot of rail at all, actually. We saw
Who had time for it?
Yeah, it was just rushing with LG. You had those first few minutes of respect, but then as soon as that was over, it was just one frag after another.
Usually it's the other way around on Awoken, but maybe that's just how Europeans play it. Yeah.
Maybe.
Start with respect.
They start with respect. If NA, it's first it's rushing, and then near the end you kind of mellow out a bit.
That makes too much sense, actually. Yeah. But again, not expecting that result so quickly out of Awoken.
No, not at all.
Let's see if Sirius can keep that running. Zron, again, like these first matches in a LAN, especially, it's not that early in the morning, but
no, not anymore.
There's still an element of how much of an opportunity have I given myself to knock the rust off? How warmed up am I? What did I have for breakfast? What's my protein intake?
Sirius might also be in the better state of mind already, because Zron hasn't had to play a game yet. He hasn't had to play an actual match, whereas Sirius did have to beat an opponent first to get here.
It's kind of a self-balancing thing. Oh, I got by 3 into round 2. Yeah, no problem. But
yeah, of course.
A match is warm-up too.
Yeah, that's definitely true. So Sirius might really already have that state of mind of competition, whereas Zron is still just getting into that. So Ruins of Starnet will be next. This is probably going to be a more rail-heavy map, though.
Definitely. If we see the clutch come back in, there's definitely some opportunities to kind of set that up. We didn't see as much as the Knicks play as we wanted to, just didn't have time for it. But BJ was used effectively, just playing his role in Awoken. We might not actually see BJ in Ruins as much, just because setting up those traps a little bit tighter.
Yeah, LG doesn't have infinite range, and that's mainly the best weapon to use with BJ. I think we might see Galena again, though, because there's quite a few traps you can place that totem. You've got 2 teleporters, of course. You've got the bounce pads, so lots of places to put down that totem to get that extra health and that damage off as well.
Yeah, especially in Ruins, where you can take a fight, maybe not win it, but not get fragged and still need some place to recover. And Ruins is actually pretty dangerous if you're looking for health pickups. So many of them are in exploitable areas. They're trappable. They're predictable. So if you can scurry away a little bit of health in a corner somewhere, that's a little bit safer. That does you a lot of good.
Yeah. What did you think about the choice for clutch? Because it didn't really help Zron at all. I mean, I don't think he really did much with it at all.
I think his frame of mind was spawn clutch, weapon, shield, take the frag, and that's what he's for. He was trying to put him in that kind of BJ role, but it just didn't go his way.
Yeah, when that doesn't work out, when you can't get that frag with the shield up, you're a sitting duck for 30 seconds after that, so...
Well, we got our picks coming up here. It's going to be BJ coming out of Sirius.
Yeah.
We do have double Galenas, like you mentioned, and we're just looking for that last pick from Zron.
And
it's
also a BJ.
It's also a BJ,
yeah,
so no clutch at all. Okay.
No clutch at all. I think that Zron probably realized that it wasn't really working for him on that first map, so might have decided to switch it up, go for the BJ. Always a reliable choice.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what the pacing of it is going to be between, do I play him first? Do I go for the slower Galena play first?
Yeah.
We're about to find out as we're getting into Ruins of Sarnath. And again, Sirius 1 map up has certainly already made a name for himself this morning. Bright and chipper. Hopefully Zron can wake up and bring the fight right back.
Yeah, I think that the people who are thinking that Sirius is an online-only hero are going to have to eat their words after that one.
It's a tough reputation to knock off. I mean, it kind of sticks with you for such a long time, but we're about to watch that happen live as we've got Sirius getting the spawn down at Heavy Armor and immediately routing for Rail and LG. And usually at this LG, you can have an early fight, especially if you stick around a little bit like Sirius is, wanting to get those hourglasses. But Zron, again, giving him a wide berth.
Yep. Slight delay on the Mega, but I don't think you can even make it up there in that time, picking up a Heavy first and then Mega. The other way around is possible, but don't think you can do it this way. And now Sirius, I think both have all items. Oh, good trap from Zron if he actually springs it, but Sirius just walks on by and Zron sneaking up on him. That's just going to be a trade. Both players taking some damage there.
Nasty stuff, but showing up at lower rail is not a fun place as you're heading down towards Heavy.
Yeah.
Here comes the attempt for the rocket play, and Sirius is going to have to give it up. Not looking to throw down a rail down there. He's just going to be getting some health. He's got all of his totems up, which is nice. And but Zron's still going to get away with that armor.
Yeah, he's just realizing that Heavy's been taken, stolen from him, and Zron probably is going to get onto Mega as well. No? Oh, Zron could have gotten both of those, but I don't think he realized exactly where Sirius was.
It's going to be a fight here at the nails. We've got LG coming out either way. It's a whiff rail from Sirius as Zron getting his in.
Oh,
it's
no,
going to set a bad
Zron.
precedent, and yeah, Zron's going to be much weaker here. He's about to get his totem back up, so he's still in the fight, and he can still drop down to put some pressure on this Heavy, but he's going to be coming over from upper rail. Sirius wasn't looking for him there. A good trap and a good finish from Zron.
Yeah, this is really good for Zron, because right now he could probably get both of the items instantly. I mean, Sirius is going to try and make a play for Mega as well. Zron just didn't have the timing on that. Oh, that's a good rocket from Zron. And he's got the rail. Yeah, Sirius didn't have the weapons for that fight. He was caught out, way out by himself.
Really consistent, says Zron. Certainly looking a little bit stronger here in the first round of Ruins, but now Sirius is going to be on his BJ. He's avoiding the LG room for now. Obviously, Zron is going to be kind of laying a bit of a trap there.
Yeah, Zron knows that Sirius wants that weapon more than anything else, especially because he's playing as the BJ as well. And Zron, just look at his stack. He's got those overcharged 3 totems. He's up to 170 health, 170 armor. This is about as much as it gets in Quake Champions.
And you certainly don't need to stay there very long so that, yeah, I can actually just trap it long enough to make sure that I have a good, clean route of the items. And yeah, Sirius, I think, has also lost some timing on the Mega. He's up here, and he's got weapons, but it's not a really good spot if he gets caught. There it is. It's going to be Zron getting that initial damage off. It's going to be LG versus the Rocket. Sirius still doesn't have his own LG.
Yeah, good rockets though. Those rockets saved Sirius' life, pushing Zron back like that. But now he might be caught out, and indeed that's what's going to happen. But the LG dual wheel just a little bit too late. If he had sprung it right away, I think he might have gotten the frag right there, Sirius. But Strong caught him by surprise. He really wasn't expecting him to come up the bounce pad.
Yeah, you've got one part of your brain going, you know, don't use the ability yet because, you know, he's on the jump pad. How can I not win? And then you realize, oh, wait, he actually still got the first shot off, and that is everything.
And he had the stack too strong.
Yeah.
So Sirius was still trying to get down those totems as he came up. This is really aggressive by Tron. All he has is his basic shotgun, nothing more, and he's not landing the shots. Stand damage, stand damage, stand damage, 3 times in a row. Sirius running away with that one.
I might have been able to get behind that if Mega was already taken, but it's going to be a fight. Oh my god, and Tron came back with it with the double nail gun, taking away the Mega, getting the frag back, and yeah, Sirius had to go for that Mega immediately after that frag. Like, that was going to be the central focus point, but he wanted a little bit of armor, a little bit of ammo, and he paid for it.
Yeah, Sirius has got a good spawning stack, though, so he should be able to get onto Heavy. Yeah, he's going to use the orb to get there. Nicely done. Zron still needs that rocket launcher. That's going to be the weapon that he's going for next. I think he should have heard Sirius coming up that bounce pad, trying to deny him.
Could be a clash at the Mega, but Sirius is going quiet. He's going to be giving up the Mega, giving up the rockets. Zron will have free reign on his exit from that area, and Sirius is going to be looking for the long-range shot, but he's being so quiet here.
He might go close might catch him here, though. Zron still doesn't have his dual wield up, though, so he can't use that just yet. 5 seconds to go.
All right, so here comes the play on the armor, and it's so much LG on the way down the jump pad. There goes all that stack from Zron. Sirius is going to be rewarded with that armor, and coming back in towards Mega, he's going to be taking a bit of a slower route towards it, but he's also got that tower, but he gets caught on the stairs.
Sirius.
Oh no, and he comes back out with the rail anyway. What a response. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, those stairs, they can be tricky. If you don't get the bounce right, you can just lose all of your momentum right there. And then the rail, though, Sirius with the clutch plays.
And exhale, but Sirius is still getting put back in the corner, but still getting the rails off. And he's brought it back 1-1.
Yeah, he was down to 13 HP right there, so that was, he needed to have that shot.
Well, he didn't pick clutch, but he's certainly been playing clutch.
Definitely. Yeah. The clutches are coming true for Sirius. Absolutely. 1-1, moving into the third round.
Yeah, and hopefully, we've seen more aggression here than we did on Even Awoken. It's not quite what I expected again, but Sirius is going to be getting the grab for rockets and a little bit of a later Mega, but honestly, at this level of play, you're kind of expecting both items to be a little bit delayed at the very least. Zron going to be collapsing in on this LG, looking for that initial rail. It's going to be rails v rails. Zron giving it up.
Yeah, Zron really missing some crucial weapons right now. He doesn't have rockets, he doesn't have LG. He's going to finally loop around, get himself those rockets, but he still wants that lightning gun. And meanwhile, Sirius, much better equipped than he does, because he does have that LG. Might be able to get Zron off guard here. Doesn't have the right weapon out, and he even takes the rail. This is good from Zron. That's going to allow him to push in, go for heavy. Sirius will be backing up to Mega for the time being.
It's one of those fights where one rail just gives you everything you need to at least defend what's yours, take away that armor, and get ready for the next clash. But, you know, do you want it to be a long-range one? Do you want to get it nice and close when it's Galena v. Galena? It's a bit of a toss-up, but it comes down to these first shots. And good defensive rockets coming out as Zron. Sirius backing off away now.
Also got to give props to Zron's totem management, because he's had those totems, and Sirius just walked in between two of them without blowing a single one of those totems up. Like, Zron has been absolutely rocking the totem game. He's finally going to lose those totems, but he almost had 3 up at the same time again. And items will be picked up at the exact same time, no delay for either player.
And you can see that he's looking to set up that situation where, you know, I'm railing him, he's keeping his eyes on me. He might not be watching where he's walking, but it's going to be rails v. rails. Not the best spot to be taking those fights, especially if you're not actually connecting with yours, but Zron doing just enough defensive damage to keep Sirius at bay.
That first rail by Sirius, though, because it was from on top of the arch, I think, really down the stairs. I think he only got a sliver of Zron and still hit the shot. Really impressive. Zron going for heavy. Sirius probably going to be taking Mega at the same time. He's delaying it a little bit. I think they both got sight of each other, just very briefly.
And this extra delay on the Mega will certainly help out, as Sirius will have priority on that timing. Zron could be walking the top T here, not really knowing what's up. He's getting some audio cues from Tribal, though. The rockets are good. He's looking for that rail to finish off, but it's not quite the safe pick. He's got a totem to recover on.
This is difficult for Sirius, because he can't really push in with that totem. He needs to take the fight from outside. Oh, Zron going for the rocket jump even. And dropping back down.
This is a much messier fight, and I'm surprised that nobody's died yet, but Zron getting away with 41 health. He's got to be thankful right now. That totem saved him. Sirius didn't quite
here
really
comes
want to
Sirius,
push in, but here at the eyeball, it could be all over. Zron needs one more rail. He's not going to get it. Sirius taking that frag.
I think it was a mistake from Zron to go for the air rocket. It's flashy, yes, it would have finished him off, definitely, but then if you miss the air rocket, like, what do you do? Over here it's that little armor. And then Sirius just had his LG out, and Zron was unable to do anything at all for a few seconds, and that turned that fight around.
The answer to that, as always, is don't miss. You know, you don't have to worry about the second part if you just hit the guy. No big deal. But here comes heavy for Sirius. It's going to be some more item trades, as Zron is going to be dangerous with that BJ. But 10 seconds to Mega, and this spin on it is going to come to a head as Sirius is going to be fighting him from below, still getting that initial rail off, and that rail hit actually could justify this entire next play.
Because Sirius has got the positioning on the Mega. He can take this item, then he can keep control of the middle area and drop for heavy again, or he's just going to take the fight.
Zron doesn't really have anything to go to it back in this corner, so if Sirius can get free hits, neat, but Zron needs to be much more deadly. But Sirius is thinking that Zron is actually sticking to that corner a little bit longer, allowing him to cross back over. This is like classic DM6 play.
Yeah. Sirius will get the heavy, though. He didn't lose out on it. He could have. If Zron would have played it aggressively, he would have been able to secure heavy or at least put up a really good fight for it. But now Sirius, look at that stack. Oh, he didn't see Zron. Zron was up on the arch. Missed side of him. Does get the rail, though. That's good.
Fantastic shot, yeah. So Zron's going to be able to get this Mega, but he really does need it right now, and he needs to put some pressure on this heavy. We've already got Zron, or Sirius rather, in a good position to secure that and defend it. And if Zron, again, if he's not hitting these rails, he's not going to be getting anything. But he gives up the heavy anyway, allowing Zron to just walk down there and get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this could be a great trap throw. Yeah, Zron, so much damage, and he's even going to push in. Doesn't get the
60
rail.
60 HP and he drops down like that. Made me nervous. But again, it was... I mean, he knocked off all the stack, but it was just the stack that he had already given to Zron. So now, getting that last rail in, getting the pickup for Mega, and here's where it could come down.
Yeah, because this is important for Sirius. He's got 40 seconds left. He needs to make a frag, or Zron, I mean. That's, yeah, now it's really difficult. All the pressure is on Zron. He's got 20 or 35 seconds, rather, to get 2 frags. He's got Ranger. It's better than Galena to do it with, at least, but...
Yeah, Sirius has got to be very aware of these dire orbs. These close-range angle plays are a good way to avoid it, but the staircase, maybe not, and Zron's still whipping out a great rail.
Yeah,
he's looking for the spawn. One more frag, 20 seconds. The time is certainly not on his side.
Yeah, doesn't get the spawn shot. There's Sirius. Zron can't find him. He's even going to rocket jump up. Zron, you're 40 HP.
He has to do it, though.
Yeah, he's got 10 seconds. He's got 10 seconds.
He's got the first
rail.
2 rails.
One more. Will he find it? Nope, Sirius goes up, and Zron will not be able to see him again. That was close, though.
I wasn't breathing.
I mean, those 2 rail shots, those could have changed it. I mean, if you had found the third one as well.
It does something to your head. You think, okay, just hit the last 2. Surely I'm going to get the hat trick and get that third one in and be awesome. But we've still got Sirius up around here in map 2. This is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting this one off on Zron. He's going to be on the Mega side of the map. Gonna get himself that Mega. Sirius taking heavy around the same time. No delays for either player. And Zron is going to get himself an LG this time around. That's something that he was lacking for a big portion of last round. Good rail, but Sirius just raging down with that LG. And he's even gonna push for it. Nails connecting so-so, doing a decent amount of damage, but might be enough to stop Sirius from pushing in.
Both of these, fantastic. I mean, both of these players are doing a fantastic job of not going all in on every single fight, knowing when to pull back, but it's really after that, you know, where do I go to recover? Am I going to run into him as I'm trying to get these 25s? Is this Mega actually safe to get now? That's where the communication breakdown kind of happens, and some of these fights happen a little bit sooner than either of them expect, and that's where it just comes down to, like we've seen, a lot of clutch rails.
Yep. Sirius is just in time to put that third totem down. He just got the overstack before Zron destroyed one of them, and he's finally going to find himself those rockets. There we go. Took him a few seconds, but he will pick those up, and now he might even be able to drop down onto Heavy, because he's, well, stacks are pretty much identical at this point. Zron does have the position downstairs. Sirius doing most of the opening damage. Heavy has been taken. Now it's a race for Mega and Zron.
Yeah.
Might be the first one there, actually.
That was a freebie for Sirius, but now Zron's got the pickup. The damage is still good. Oh my god, it's
Sirius. Damn, he's just hitting these shots, man. 47% rail from Sirius, 53% LG.
Oh, a fantastic orb coming out of Zron to even the tables just a little bit, but he's still going to need another frag here.
Yeah.
But again, like, Sirius has been able to go all in on some of these fights and just get so much work done. But there's the starter shotgun doing its job.
Yeah.
But Zron has none health, and Sirius is going to know that. He's going to be trying to hunt him down. Doesn't have visor. He's just going to rely on his own eyeballs, but they're not good enough.
Good rail.
As Zron is going to be, doing enough damage to keep Sirius off his back just a little bit at the time. But he's...
Sirius is hungry for that final frag, though, but he has to be careful not to overextend.
Yeah.
Because if he takes one wrong fight, Zron could just turn it around, bring it into a final game. There comes the orb. Sirius super low. Zron knows this. But Sirius gets the rail with 30 points of health. Wow.
Both of these players get down to like 5 health, and they're like, okay, one more rail. That's all we need.
One more rail. There we go. Just
so much risk.
All or nothing. They're risking it, man. They're really going for it. And Sirius, I mean, I think already redeeming that online hero only kind of vibe that
we're
some
still
people
seeing, you know, 50% rail, 51% LG.
Yeah, amazing. Those stats. I played some duels against Sirius, and it's like you get hit by a truck.
I'm sorry, by the way. Yeah.
It's like a truck is running all over you. It's amazing.
It was one of those interesting fights because it wasn't really, you know, one player was more passive than the other. They were both doing a good job of kind of guarding themselves, but it's what you do after that first, you know, break off. You know, where do you go? How do you route it? How dangerous would it be to run into each other again?
Yeah. Shout out to Zron's rail as well, though. 57%. That's also amazing.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But again, like, relatively fast rounds, and you know, as far as our predictions go, we're 0 for 1 so far. I don't think anybody expected Sirius to really take this.
Yeah, I had him written down as like my one dark horse, if you can call him that, for this tournament.
You got to start feeling pretty good about that then.
Yeah, so far so good. He's been playing amazing. So got high hopes for him, definitely.
Absolutely. So we're going to be looking for, and again, as you saw on the schedule, there's we're going to be figuring out these matches. We've got kind of a buffet to select from, so we're going to be taking the choicest picks. But if we see more matches like the one we just saw, I think we're in very good hands today.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing quite a few matches. I mean, we might be able to fit in more if all of these games go as quickly as this one.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, might have the opportunity to cost some more.
More the merrier. So Zron, again, he's got to be doing some reflection there. It wasn't, I don't think there was anything largely mechanical that was bizarre in that matchup. It was just a few small miscommunications between the two, and not even really misreads. I mean, they were both routing fairly effectively just into each other when they were preferring not to.
Yeah, I think Sirius just won the fights that really mattered, and he was able to stack back up quickly after them, and Zron just some misuse of the abilities that left him pretty defenseless without the right amount of attacking power at some points, where Sirius managed that a little bit better, I think.
We saw, what, like 6 individual frags that shouldn't have gone the way that they did. It was just turning back around, getting one more rail off, really relying on that accuracy. But, you know, again, it does something to you. Hey, if I'm hitting 50%, I'm hitting 50%.
Yeah.
You start adjusting what you think is actually risky.
Yeah, and I think that on that note, we're going to include our host once again. Jason, welcome back to the table.
Okay, well, I'm trying to be there. There we go. Yeah, so that was a very interesting game, actually, and I'm surprised to have seen Zron not really show up.
I think we were all surprised. Yeah, this wasn't something we really saw coming. But Sirius is going to be moving forward. I mean, this is a double elimination bracket. It's not the end of the world by any extent.
Yeah.
But the bar has certainly been set.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, I can't hear myself, but I'm assuming that I'm going to stream. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. Give me a nod.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You're a loud dude.
I am.
Yeah.
Is it the mic?
No. You got some lungs.
I try.
Yeah.
It's actually the nose. It's very So, Sirius, we didn't expect him to win it all. Can you kind of break down, like on Awoken, Sirius just stomped Zron. And Zron is a player who uses the right gun in the right situations all the time, but he looks non-existent. Can you kind of explain why?
I mean, I think this is really a surprise, I think, because I know of some people, one British caster who will not be named, who puts Zron up as his like #1 pick even.
I think he's just got a bit of a crush, honestly.
He might very well. I mean, they cast together from time and time again. So, but yeah, what happened to Zron? Like I said, just Sirius hit the shots that mattered. He just, when both were railable at the end of a round, it was Sirius who hit the shots.
I think that's close to something very important. He hit the shots that matter, but more shots mattered in that fight than they usually did.
Yeah.
There aren't so many times where you just have like a situation where like, oh, well, we're both fading away. We're both looking for that last rail angle, but it's still there.
Yeah.
I really need this 25. I really need to not get railed myself, but I like harping on one more shot itis, but here's where they kind of turn it all around.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I can hear myself. So now I think everything's good.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. So I have to ask this, and I think it's a question I really hate to ask because it always kind of looks really bad on one player. But do you think?
Do it.
I'm gonna. I don't care. Do you think Sirius was playing that well, or do you think Zron just was not playing well at all?
I think they're both playing fairly well because it was very symmetrical, the kind of situations they were putting themselves in, where you're not expecting one to just whip out something a little bit more aggressive, like right at the last second, the last possible moment. But they both did it. We saw a lot of dire orb play. We saw a lot of like just those crazy rail angles. I think if we saw them play Awoken again after Ruins, it might have gone a little bit differently.
Do you think if we went to Molten Falls as well, Flea, it could have actually gone the way of Zron, or do you think Sirius just seems to be that powerful at the moment?
It could have gone Zron's way, absolutely. I mean, Sirius just hit it when it mattered. Zron was there as well. He didn't pick bad fights, but I think he did make some mistakes of abilities, especially with Clutch. There were several cases where he uses the shield, but he couldn't make it happen. And I still remember one at the bottom of the Mega Bounce Pad, where Sirius had already pushed Zron back quite a bit, and Zron still just used the shield. And you already have to cross the gap to get back behind Sirius. So,
I mean, we're looking at some of these highlight frags right now, and how many of them were just, okay, yeah, the next player to get a rail in is going to get the frag. I mean, so many low health shots every single time. And sometimes you don't have the time to realize that, hey, we're getting into these really risky situations for both of us. If I want to make things a little bit more consistent, a little bit more predictable for myself, how do I avoid that? But sometimes if these rounds go as quickly as they do, you don't really have time to adjust.
Yeah. So then let me ask you two gentlemen really quickly. Has Sirius kind of debunked everything about him that other people say? Has he proven himself in that first match against Zron that we get to see on stream? Do you think he's that core player now? Do you think he's one of the people you can't mess with anymore?
I want to say yes, but again, once you get that reputation as like an online hero, it's hard to shake that off. Like you can have a wall of trophies behind you on your stream camera, but oh yeah, he's just an online hero.
It's good to see though, right, Flea?
Yeah.
It's good to see him like show up because in tours, like I know he was upset with the result. He didn't get as much time to practice with his teammate that he hoped.
Yep.
But it's nice to see him come into this event. You know, it's just him versus opponents, one-on-one. He's playing his own game. He's feeling comfortable. Honestly, I'm really happy to see him perform like that.
Me too. I mean, he's a great player. He's a very friendly guy as well. So I'm glad to see him do so well. I'm going to go even further than what Jahar said. Jahar said he wants to see that Sirius is no longer the online hero. I'm going to say that from this point forward, he is. I mean, that was such a decisive win over Zron.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that this should put a lot of those rumors, a lot of those concerns at ease. I mean, Sirius is up there. He's one of the top players, top contender, absolutely.
If we were doing like a pick'em for this entire tournament where everyone gets to choose like in a fantasy world of who goes where and who wins, I bet you almost like 90% of the people out there would have already lost off the bat with this one. Not expecting Zron to drop into the loser bracket right off the bat, but let's take a look because we obviously had a ton of other games going on at the same time at the upper bracket and see what matches have commenced from there and have finished off as well. So we got Silentstep going to have his opponent now towards the top-hand side. Kilson, actually, I heard earlier on, did win his match, so he will be playing against Sirius in his next match to determine one of the first players to go through. We got Razy with the victory as well there, as you can see. But is there any results that you kind of didn't expect? I'm thinking in general, they pretty much expected most of us to go the way they did.
I am getting old. I need my glasses here.
I mean, the thing is, it's a 64-player tournament, so a lot of people out here playing in this one. But I think in general, it's gone that way. Maybe we can take a look at the loser bracket as well to see what players are there and what potential matchups we do have at the same time. I'm not sure how many of them we'll be covering on stream exactly, since obviously if the games are quick, we can cover more. But you can see we've already had some results in there as well.
Yeah.
I mean, this one was faster than I thought it was. I was really looking at that Molten Falls match after Awoken, especially like, okay, yeah, we're probably going to see that. We didn't.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you know what we do have coming up for you guys? It's a real treat, honestly, and it's going to be an insane match. And the funny thing is, it's not even the grand finals yet.
Tell me what it is.
Yeah, who is it?
Okay, would you expect this to happen this early in the tournament?
Oh my God.
It's going to be after the break. I'm going to tell you what it is. No, I'm kidding. No, it's okay. Rafa versus Cooler is our next match.
What? Oh, wow.
In one of like the first matches of the day,
That's
in the first
amazing.
matches of the tournament, we have Rafa and Cooler.
I mean,
How many times have they played against each other, and how many times have they been in insane matches? I'm not asking for actual numbers, by the way. It's
lot.
just every time they play, it's fireworks.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, this could be a grand final game already. We're 2 matches into the tournament and we're already being treated to these players. I mean, this is amazing. Cooler versus Rafa.
I think Rafa's got it.
Okay, all right. Really? Okay, so we have one of the most methodical thinkers out of Rafa up against one of the toughest grinders of
Most
the game.
creative players, yeah.
And Cooler. Like, this man, I'm not going to say what I want to say because Zoot will get really mad at me because we had a bet about it yesterday, but this man grinds so much. He plays like 20 hours a day, it seems. He's always looking for scrims. He's always looking for 2v2. He's been playing with Tox a ton. He's always looking for duels. He grinds this game like no one I've ever seen. But is he in that peak performance that we've seen him in the past in previous Quakes? That's going to be the question.
I mean, there's a lot of history there, obviously. These guys go way back. And actually, it's been like kind of a crazy decade, even watching videos from like earlier in the 2010s from like IEM. I mean, everybody still got, you know, CRT monitors and everything's like this weird shade of blue. And
well, I actually remember, because the funny thing is, I remember Carmack, Michal, him interviewing Rafa and then actually doing a show with him and Rafa where they talked about his match versus Cooler. And it's actually one of the most insane videos you ever watch, and you really learn, if you've never seen Rafa stream, how smart he is about the game, knowing every single aspect of it, knowing timings, knowing about where you're going. And this is going to be a crazy match. Before we do head to break, though, Flea, I want you to talk this one up a little bit more. How insane is this game going to be? And are you going Jahar's way? Are you thinking that Rafa's going to win this?
I mean, I think a little bit of background. Both of these players are absolute Quake legends. I mean, no one can deny that. I think if you ask people who don't even know the scene that well, like, who are the Quake players that you know? You're going to get Rafa, you're going to get Cypher, you're going to get Cooler. So these are some of the most well-known names within Quake. But within Quake Champions, when it comes to duel, neither of them have really been able to break through. Neither have won a really big tournament. You've had Cooler won the Media Markt ones, but those were more Russia CIS limited. So both of these players, I think this is an opportunity for them to prove it, show their worth. It's going to be an amazing match, no doubt. The grinder versus the tactician.
And the great thing about this match is we also get an insight to how they're playing into these matches and how they perform the rest of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have to head to a short break, but when we come back, we're going to be kicking off with one of the most exciting matches of the day. Let's be honest, all the matches are going to be crazy exciting. This is the PGL Quake Champions Open, and we'll see you guys in a few.
Suffering is only the beginning.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PGL Quake Champions Open. And if you're just joining us, what the hell are you doing? Because you've already missed out on an insane match with Sirius beating Zron in a very convincing 2-0 fashion. But luckily for you guys, we got another treat for you. It's going to be Rafa up against Cooler. And I'm still joined here on the desk with Jahar and Flea. Rafa, Cooler, we talked about it before we went to break. This is a match for the ages, and yet we're seeing it as our second match of the day.
I still can't believe we're doing it right here, right now. I mean, we could...
We're doing it live as well.
We could see it again. I mean, this is still, like, even pre-group stage. We could see them face off in groups. We could see them face off in playoffs. But this match will certainly set a precedent for the rest of the weekend.
And before we do fully jump into this game, Flea, just to reiterate for people at home who didn't get to see the first match, Sirius beating Zron.
2-0.
I know in your notes, you even said, like, after,
yeah.
you like said, okay, Sirius versus Zron, close match. You predicted it. You predicted it in your notes.
Very close right here, but I was expecting a 2-1.
Yeah.
Still expected Zron to win, but it would have been close either way. But this is what no one expected. This was Sirius first round, 3-0, walking all over Zron. Second round, not as convincing, but still faking it all the way.
For me, I wonder how he's going to progress through the rest of the tournament, but we'll see that later on today because we have Rafa and Cooler. You can see them behind you on your screens. Don't turn around, but I guarantee you it's there. You have Cooler behind you, Rafa between us.
I can see him.
I never want to think about Cooler behind me. Yeah, he's got this ominous, imposing aura about him. He always has.
He does. He does. He's very intense of a person. But when you get to know him, he's a very cool guy. Very relaxed, very laid back. I remember the first time I met him at an event that wasn't Quake. You know, he came up to me. He was like very appreciative. Like, oh, you know, nice to meet you. I'm so happy you've been casting our stuff. So he's a very cool guy. But cool doesn't. Don't shake your head at me.
You think he's being nice?
I hope it wasn't sarcasm.
Yeah, well, that's another layer of
Russian
him
sarcasm.
Just, getting in your head, no, setting you up for later.
Okay, so let's break down this match then. We don't know the maps yet. We don't know the picks yet. There is potential to see some clutch, but like you said before, Flea, we have the grinder versus tactician.
Yeah.
Give me some map predictions.
It's
if you
really
can in this one.
apples to apples here because, again, these guys haven't actually faced each other since last year at QuakeCon. And, in fact, Cooler hasn't played an American at a LAN party except for last year at QuakeCon. So it's very difficult to do like an A-to-A comparison here. And even talking about last year's QuakeCon, it's a very different game now. I mean, both of these guys have been consistently active. But if we look at, you know, I think it was like Ruins and Blood Covenant last time, I don't think we can expect that to be the same thing because we saw a lot of Swarlag coming out of Cooler. He was definitely one to kind of hide under the bridge in Blood Covenant and kind of hide by the hourglasses in Ruins. I'm not sure you can really do that kind of thing anymore. What I did take away, though, is that Cooler loves figuring out kind of ways to kind of shake up the pace of things.
Okay, and we might get to see him do that here as well. And for me, looking at Rafa in particular, I think he has such a deep champion pool that we honestly can't, I don't think we can necessarily 100% predict what he's going to play because I've seen him play everything from A to Z.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rafa can do anything. He's just that good, and he knows the technical sides of the game so well. He knows everything there is to know about every champion, every map, every angle. He's just that good, and he knows that much about the game. And as far as map predictions go, just to loop back around to that, I think that we're going to see Rafa pick more of the slower methodological maps. Like,
well, I hate
Rafa
to break it to you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're really ballsy for doing that because you haven't looked at the program monitor to your left. Because we have the maps there. I thought you were going to go the sneaky route and say, well, I think we're going to see Awoken probably for Rafa.
How about that? Yeah.
No, I hadn't seen it yet. No. Rafa for Awoken, yeah, that's an interesting pick. Not what I would expected. Cooler going for Ruins, and then Blood Covenant as the tiebreaker.
I have to back you up on that for being something I wouldn't have expected. Rafa, and I want to say this for him and the Hang teamed up as Team Liquid, they don't usually get out of the gate and just start, you know, giving us frag video stuff. Like, Rafa takes a little bit of time to internalize. He might take a round loss. He might take a few frags, but then he very quickly processes that information and then comes back with, with results that we've seen before. So, Awoken, is he going to have enough time to do that?
Well, if it was the Sirius vs. Ron match, if it's going to go that pace, then I don't think anyone in the world has time to adjust to what was happening there. But let's kind of break down their styles further, because obviously in Quake Champions you can really see the styles of players the more that you watch them. Let's start off with Rafa.
Shocker.
Yeah, what a surprise. You can see styles the more you watch. And you can actually get better if you watch people play, funny enough. But let's break down Rafa. Like, where do you see his strengths lying here in general, and then in particular, what would be really effective against Cooler?
Adaptation is Rafa's biggest thing for sure. And again, that's where I'm a little bit worried about Awoken. But again, Rafa doesn't do anything randomly. Like, you listen to him do commentary of his own games, you listen to him do commentary of other people's games, you listen to him do like breakdowns after tournaments, and he can pick apart every decision that he makes, and generally the decisions that his opponents make as well.
So then are you saying maybe his greatest weakness is something he can't predict, some like crazy random style with random aggression, random passiveness would be like the kryptonite to him?
I don't want to say that anything Cooler does is random, but he definitely has some flair about him from time to time. And, you know, watching even like online results, you don't always see the same kinds of tactics out of Cooler, and that's where he could be a little bit dangerous. Okay,
so let's go into Cooler's, you know, strengths and weaknesses here in this match. I mean, he's probably one of the most experienced, as well as Raph, when it comes to Quake in general. But to be fair, both of them haven't had the results in Quake Champions that we would have expected coming into this new game. So for you, Flea, looking at Cooler's style, where do you think he's really going to excel in the match, and then also against Rafa?
I mean, I think Cooler can really surprise. He just, he has that, he can improvise. He just does some crazy things and he makes it work. Because one event that really stands out to me, and this wasn't Quake Champions, this was still Quake Live, but you had the weekly, the monthly 125 FPS Cups. And it was, in Europe, it was always Cypher versus Evil. Cypher versus Evil, just about every single month. And Evil was on a streak. He had won like 7 or so in a row. And out of nowhere, Cooler comes back. He enters the scene again. And everybody was so hyped, and it is Cooler versus Evil. And people were talking about Cooler finding the key. Cooler figuring out, as the only person in EU, how to beat Evil. And I think that we might see the same thing happen again today. I think that Rafa, I mean, it's a meme, but the meme's real. 5 steps ahead. Rafa is the guy who thinks and thinks and thinks, and he picks his opponent apart, and he knows what they're going to do 3 steps before they even know it. But Cooler might just have the answer to that. He might have that unpredictability to just jump away.
What about the tilt factor of Cooler?
Yeah, that's also... that might also come into play, because Rafa, he's a very calm player, but sometimes he does let out a bit of a scream. We've heard it several times before.
We heard it in the warm-up area before we even like kicked off the day. Yeah, he's played against the Hang, funny enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's calm, but he's definitely not impervious to those tilts. So I think that Cooler might make that happen more so than Rafa could make Cooler tilts, absolutely.
I missed that match in the warm-up. I was actually a little bit surprised that he would have been that vocal in a warm-up match.
Yeah, well, actually, both of them were being very vocal about it, about what was going on. So I guess you can kind of understand what this tournament means to them and what this dual tournament means in general. And obviously, playing against a teammate, you know, you don't want to lose to them. Like, I don't want to lose to Machiavelli, which is never going to happen at DreamHack Winter because I'm going to kick his ass. Excuse me. Oh, but yes. But this match, you know, looking at the maps now that we have, do you think we're going to see any crazy champion picks, or what picks in general do you expect to see on these maps?
The thing I'm actually looking forward to more is maybe not crazy picks, but crazy plays with those picks, especially out of Cooler. I think we could see some creativity. He's always been one of those players who always sees Quake as a total game. Like, I'm not just playing the game, I'm playing against my opponent. That means if I can, you know, slash his tires so he's late to the LAN party, no, that's not totally out of the question.
Wow. Hitting a little direct there.
Everybody's matured over the years, and I think Cooler's actually has a lot of respect for Rafa, and that's mutual. That could actually be bad news for Cooler because, yeah, he likes kind of getting in your head. He likes throwing something at you haven't really seen before. And when you're going up against Rafa, you have to ask yourself, what hasn't he seen before? not much.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything he's really missed out on over the course of this time. Okay, then if we're not talking about picks, what about bans? Do you think there's going to be any targeted bans for the other player? I mean, Clutch, we've been hearing a lot of rumblings, and I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but we're hearing he can be played quite a bit here at this tournament and really come back to what we've seen him be at in the previous times, especially when it comes to duel and not a team mode.
When it comes to bans, I think that we might see Cooler go for some of the lighter champions. Because I've seen Rafa practice a lot leading up to the tournament, and he has really been excelling at picking, like, out of nowhere, an Anarchy or a Slash, and doing really, really well with those champions too. And if you're not prepared for that, you can have a 800 UPS Anarchy zoom around the corner and screw you over instantly. So I think that that's something that Cooler has to watch out for. I think he might go for a ban on one of those two and try to preempt that from happening.
Yeah, a part of being unpredictable is being able to predict what your opponent's going to do. So Cooler trying to control what Rafa's kind of state is might be a thing for him. Not to be too presumptuous, but again, that's kind of what we're doing up here, is just second guessing and theory crafting the whole time. But yeah, I think you could be right there, Flea. Removing some of those faster champs would be good. Could go the other way and just go for something that he thinks Rafa might want to pull out, especially on something like Awoken, maybe a Keel. Keel's been kind of like...
We've seen it quite a bit.
This open secret that everybody's kind of, practicing Keel a little bit, keeping him up the sleeve, and finding that right opportunity to bring him out.
I'm kind of hoping we see like a tricky ban come in, maybe like a Galena, just something completely random to catch them off guard. And then at the same rate, like if you're very confident in your own pool, you don't necessarily need to ban something that they want to play. You can ban something that's just completely random to leave more things open to yourself to use. But we do have the picks coming in here, and we do have, and most importantly, the bans that we're all really curious to see here. As it's going to be Cooler up against Rafa in a best of 3. And off the bat with Awoken, we already have the Ranger picked up here for Cooler.
Yeah, definitely not ban on Ranger. We know that much. That's about all we know at this point.
And yeah, I think, potentially not seeing a Galena, especially on a map like Awoken, could change things around. BJs are going to be a big deal on Awoken, and you can see the time that they're taking with these. This isn't just I have my comp, I have my team, I'm going to go for it. There's actually a lot of interplay between these two going on right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where it starts. It doesn't start on second one. It starts in the lobby. It starts with the champions that you pick. So
I'm sure for
one
Cooler, it starts at breakfast. You see him in the same room. What can I sneak into his drink?
I saw him walking around this morning in the hotel lobby, and he looked confident, even then already.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, well, I do have some information for you guys as well. What the bans were: Rafa banned away Death Knight, and Cooler banned away Keel.
Ooh, see?
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the maps, those were pretty decent bans from Cooler.
Yeah.
Awoken is really a map where you can play Keel well in some places.
That means Cooler's been, obviously doing his homework.
Yeah.
It's like Rafa's trying to be sneaky about this whole Keel thing, but he hasn't been that sneaky about it.
Well, when he streams so
it's
often,
hard these
right?
days, right? Yeah, it's really hard to hide information now. But there's that last BJ pick. So yeah, again, that's why I said it was an open secret that Keel's kind of the trump card. But you don't really get to do that anymore. Like, everybody knows what you're playing. You can't go into a hole and just like land against somebody, without streaming, without doing online tournaments for like 2 weeks on end. You can't come up with that secret strat that you just get to pull out. So here you have those champ bans as an opportunity to kind of like put a stop to that right away.
All right, well, gentlemen, take this one away. Kick us off here with the legendary match of Cooler versus Rafa.
Thank you.
Again, I can't believe we're doing it right here, but we're getting right into Awoken for round 1. And we're going to be seeing this initial pickup here from both of these guys. And again, I'm hoping for some Galena v Galena, but it's going to be Visor coming out of Rafa up first, wants all that info. But Cooler's going to be getting the pickup for the heavy armor.
Yeah, Cooler making his way over to Rockets, wants that LG as well, but he knows that Rafa has that Visor. He knows that he's up against that piercing sight, so he's going to move slowly. Doesn't want to give away his position or run right into an opening trap. He might actually trap Rafa himself, but he's rocking the wrong way. Rafa isn't going to move into that just yet, though. We're really, really slow start.
This is already everything I wanted out of this match. Watching Cooler, immediately put the brakes on things, going full silent, trying to be sneaky, but it's going to be Rockets v Rockets.
Escalation right away. Cooler's got the better positioning. Rafa hitting great Rockets, though. Whew. Yeah, Cooler jumping down right there into 180 damage of Rockets, and now Rafa's got all of the major items to pick up. Mega first, Heavy will be second, and there comes Cooler, really aggressive.
Yeah, he might be trying to hold on to the Star Orb a little bit longer, looking for Rafa out of the teleporter, but Rafa's going for the rocket jump instead, a completely blind one as well. It doesn't really give him an opportunity to set up for this Mega. There's still a lot of time before that comes back up, but Rafa, he's at least got good info on where Cooler's coming from. Yeah,
he doesn't have his sight yet, though. He wants to get those final hourglasses, those time charts to get himself ready, get that piercing sight up. It'll be up in just a few seconds. Mega first, and Mega or Heavy in 4 seconds. Rafa taking the longer route. Is Cooler gonna drop on it? Yes, he will. He's using the orb right away. Good play by Cooler, but he's taking so much damage. He's down to just 50 points of health. Doesn't even get the rail.
Such a clean escape with that dire orb. So Rafa, I mean, eating that rocket, that immediately made it all worthwhile for Cooler. So a clean dire orb, good escape, and a good defensive rocket means Rafa showing up for this next Mega is going to be not in a great position and doesn't have a great stack either.
Oh, yeah, Cooler definitely has stack advantage right now. He's not placing his rockets in the correct place. Mega will be going to Cooler. He's even going to push for it. He's got the orb. Doesn't use it, and then he goes up the bounce pad. That's a bit of a strange play. Does get the kill though. Rafa hit 2 rockets on him.
Cooler can rail too, though.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, Rafa got a lot of damage off, but there's still a bit of time here for Cooler to actually take a lot of the stack back. He's at a full 100, and immediately getting some rocket information off of Rafa, and the damage isn't bad either.
Yeah, absolutely. Mega will be the next main point of content. And there we go. Cooler going up, taking a few of those tri-bolts. He's trying to wait out, see what Rafa's going to do. Rafa very late on that orb, surprising Cooler completely. Now Cooler still has his left, though. He can fit to that tiny little hole, get himself onto Heavy. Rafa doing some decent damage right now, especially with the LG. Off the map he goes. Rafa getting the ring out. And now he's scurrying to get himself the LG. He needs some more ammo, and he doesn't even have a rail. That's definitely going to be a weapon that Rafa's going to look out for next. He's even timing the small armor right there.
But at the same time, Rafa can't really afford to put too much pressure on Cooler right now. He's got to think about his own stack. He's got to hold down some weapons. So Cooler's actually going to be giving up that Mega. Oh, but what a great rail. And we've seen this time and time again already in this very first round. What turns into a double fake out turns into a triple fake out, turns into a quadruple fake out. And you never know when the damage is going to be coming. Rafa going to be getting back out of there with Heavy. So holding on to a good stack is his best insurance against this next fight.
Yeah, really good use of the orb here too for both players. They're really just using it to get an item. That's what we're seeing it for. It hasn't been really aggressive. They just shoot the orb, drop down on the item, and then just press the button again to get out of the room instantly. Rafa, one champion in the lead right now, but Cooler still has a minute and a half to get back into this, and he's really low. Rafa knows this. He's moving on to Mega. Heavy will be up in just a few seconds, and Cooler is so low. Rafa isn't even going to go for Heavy. He wants to take Cooler down right now, but he can't afford to just give up the item completely.
He's got him on such a lock here, though, and it was just long enough of a strangle that it allowed Rafa to get that heavy armor for free. Cooler's really not able to do much damage, but here comes the push forward, here comes the orb, and there's the LG to shut him down for the first round. Beautiful
orb by Rafa right there. He saw the opportunity and he took it, and Cooler had the wrong weapon out, wasn't ready for it. Hit a good rocket at the end, though, but it just, Rafa had the stack to deal with it.
Yeah, it was fairly, apparent, and, Rafa saw it as well, that he just ran out of ideas on the staircase, like, where do I go? Where do I need to be? I need to not be here, but getting into round 2, Rafa immediately popping the piercing sight. That makes it dangerous for Cooler to drop down on that LG, but gets away with it anyway, as Rafa holding on to a good stack, already fairly well off on weapons, everything except LG.
Yeah, Rafa going for that sneaky rail shot there, because you can actually knock your opponent off the map if he actually jumps on LG when you hit him. Stuck in a bad corner, the Cooler doesn't manage to do much damage at all with the tri-bolt right there. Mega will be up first, but there's very little delay between the two items.
There's a lot of emphasis here on keeping Cooler in the LG room and just punishing him every time he wants to get out. So this is actually a pretty good read, I think, from Rafa with the first frag there. I mean, Cooler likes to play a little bit slower and go into hiding. But on that spawn, that's going to be a free Mega, but might not be anything else for free there coming out of Cooler. So he's going to get away with it, but only just.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That spawn. Rafa getting him to spawn a Mega just as he moves into the room. Strange orb by Cooler, though. I mean, I think he was hoping for the telefrag, but he was so far away from Rafa when he was so low. Orbed himself back into the room, went out very easily. Stacks are pretty much identical right now. Mega will be...
Scary thing about him, like, what is he thinking with these orbs? But now he's going to have to think with his totems as well, trying to get some spam off on the move over to Mega. And this is a good way to kind of counter what Rafa's doing by trying to shut him down in the LG room. Just punish him when he goes for Mega. And so far the damage is good, but it's not like Cooler has a great stack either. And he drops right down on this LG. Rafa is going to be on the run.
Yeah, Cooler had that totem to fall onto, though, so that's what kept him alive. Rafa, down to 11 points of health, has to play passive, has to stay away from Cooler, at least for the time being. He wants to stack himself back up. But again, that Mega will be up in just 7 seconds. Cooler's got the positioning on it. Oh, especially after that rocket.
I like that Cooler didn't stick around there at the Mega. It was his one opportunity to cross the map, get back into the heavy armor side of the map, over towards rail, and he's putting the pressure right back on Rafa here with his LG, taking the frag back.
Yep, good play by Cooler. He saw the opportunity, went for it. Rafa, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, just goes down instantly. And now there's a really nice delay between the two major items, around 15 seconds. So if one player gets control, they are very likely to keep it going for a while.
But right now, Cooler's got a fairly decent stack. Rafa coming back in towards Mega. It's going to be an early rocket from Cooler, kind of giving Rafa good information. But he's going to be playing in from below after the Mega's taken. It's a decent rail, enough to kind of offset that that play. But with Heavy coming back up, Cooler can put a lot of pressure on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Cooler won that exchange because even when they both take a rail, it definitely hurts one player more than the other when there's such a big stack difference. Cooler going through the teleporter. He's on a hunt. He's got Mega. He's got Heavy. He wants Rafa dead because they're both one champion down, so he needs to get at least one more frag to take home this round. And he's got a really good setup.
This is the first time in the map that we've seen Cooler actually, try to put the pressure on Rafa and track him down. So the tables have turned, but the hits haven't just yet, as we're still trading rails after rails. Rafa's so weak.
Yep. Cooler
Not a good spot.
wants to push in. Rafa rocket jumping away. Very nice play by Rafa, waiting for the sound cube.
Oh,
Here
no!
we go. Yeah, baited into it. I don't think Rafa expected Cooler to be there that quickly, but indeed he was, taking down Rafa with beautiful rocket. And now Rafa's got nothing. He's stuck on that side of the map. All he has is the LG and basic stack. He's got that small armor though, but...
Yeah, really good reaction time from Cooler. I mean, he must have heard the rocket jump out of Rafa and immediately went, oh, I've got a rocket jump too to get over to that Mega in time.
Yep.
That's where you start counting, the milliseconds.
Yeah,
How quickly can I get there?
That's where the experience comes in. Years and years of playing. You just know instantly. If you think about that for half a second, you're too late. But Cooler didn't have to do that. He just went for it.
Yeah,
right
nobody
away.
ever accused Cooler of thinking too much. All right, so Cooler's actually going to be looking at a great stack here. Rafa down below with the LG, just trying to stay defensive and trying to eke out that heavy armor, but he's going to get caught on the TP. That orb didn't quite get through the gap like he wanted, so he's going to eat a rail for his trouble. Fortunately, he's got banana health to recover on, but he needs to defend it fiercely against these rockets. Really tight angle play by Cooler. Yeah,
and now Cooler can push in. Is he going to get the frag here? Rafa doesn't have the orb. We'll be up in just a second, but that defensive rail probably saved Rafa's life for the time being. Tribal just to the wrong side of the T right there. And now Cooler's got the top position on Heavy. 80 damage rocket that's going to deter Rafa from really trying much. Oh! I spoke too soon.
To go for it. Yeah, I mean, it was it. If he was going to be eating rockets like that for the entire last minute, he wasn't going to get that frag. So that'll tie it back up 1-1.
Yeah, there were 45 seconds left, so Rafa knew that he had to make some plays happen. And unfortunately, sometimes you just have to take a bad fight and hope for the best.
Yeah. And that orb didn't really do the job either. So, again, a lot of creative uses of the orbs. Some of them seem kind of wild to us, but it's all about, is he going to commit to it? Is he not going to commit to it? But here is the most direct fight we've seen so far. Just LG's on rails, and Cooler's rails turn it around barely.
That was nasty, because Cooler just showed up with nothing right there. All he had was railguns. And then Rafa started doing the damage, but Cooler just retaliated with style, making that frag his. But now he's low. Rafa has the stack advantage, and Cooler needs to restack. Doesn't have a totem ready yet. Will now in a second.
Yeah, another play like this where you have a frag before the first Mega is even taken, and at that point it's all about who actually gets to that Mega first. So Rafa really made a beeline for it, was all in for it, and it's actually paid off in dividends. Cooler's taken some damage. He did some great damage in that last fight, but here he's definitely going to be losing the item game.
Yeah, this is good for Rafa. He's got Cooler stuck in a corner. Does manage to get out unharmed. Rafa's going to push for the chase, but there's a lot of time between the items. There's 15 seconds basically, so that gives Rafa all the time in the world to first scout out that banana, that LG, and then still move over to Heavy when he needs to.
And here Rafa needs to not take any damage before this play for the Heavy. He's going to just be taking away that small, and that also gives Cooler the information, but right into the LG, and Rafa's trap is secured, and it's done quite well, actually. Yeah.
That damage. Cooler's stack just melted instantly. We're getting another fight. Cooler doesn't have the weaponry, but he might get Mega. Yeah, he orbs onto it. Will it be enough? No, Rafa still has the stack advantage. And the shotgun will finish him off. Yeah.
That's got to feel good for Rafa. I'm sure he was cursing under his breath about another Mega spawn like that.
Yeah, probably. Now Heavy will be up next. Cooler actually has positioning on it, but he might have overstepped right there. Rafa doesn't have all that much stack, but oh my god, the nails. How? Because that seemed almost like an impossible angle. And he might fight Rafa off the spawn. Does so much damage, but Rafa still has that orb. Isn't even going to come out. Cooler taking it 2-1.
What a different round, too. I mean, the first two were chess, and that one wasn't even checkers. It was more like just throwing checkers at each other across the table.
It was brawl.
So hopefully, they both kind of calmed down a little bit and realized what's at stake here in the first map. But yeah, taking a look at Rafa's face there real
he
quick.
definitely, you saw some frustration right there. I wouldn't go as far as calling it tilt, but it's getting to him. And Cooler going for the Heavy first. Rafa, he's even gonna rocket jump up. Rafa has that railgun though. This is dangerous for Cooler. One more. Nope, Rafa can't land the shot. Cooler would have lived though with a minuscule stack. Now he's going to get himself some more weapons. Still needs LG, and he's almost out of rockets. We'll get that ammo box. Oh, yep, indeed. He will pick it up. stacks are pretty equal. Slight advantage to Rafa, and he's also got the better positioning. He will be on Mega first, and Cooler is just going to stick to Heavy.
Yeah, when you have a frag right after the first items are picked up, you kind of have to show up for the second one because you can't really expect to trade. You know that your opponent's only going to be at like natural stack. You're not going to be that much better off.
Yeah.
So it's a rough situation and one that's tough to read. But Rafa did some good damage. Cooler staying defensive. Bit of time before items come back up, and Cooler staying safe at top T.
Yeah, Cooler definitely coming out on top of that one, though. He's managed to stack up so quickly. I don't think he realized just how low he got Rafa, but that was just a nasty brawl. Rockets, rockets, rockets. So much damage coming out of both of these players. And Cooler still make it onto Heavy.
He's going to be showing up.
Oh, yeah, that rocket. That's going to knock him down.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's looking for that rail angle as well. Didn't quite get it, but now he's got a totem to use in this fight.
Oh,
But the
there
orb
goes
is
Rafa.
played forward, and Rafa's looking to shut him down in the hole. It's going to be the LG getting the frag back.
It took a lot of damage there, though, Rafa, though. He's at 50 points of health. If Cooler's fast enough, he's got an orb of his own. Might just push in and go for it, but doesn't look like he will. He's going to maybe try and make a play for Mega. That will be the next item up, but I don't really think he's got the exact time. Beautiful rail, or read rather, by Rafa right there. Rocket around the corner. Cooler's defensive rockets are on point. Rafa has to retreat, go over to Mega. Winning the stag game for the time being.
Yeah, he really needed that last fadeaway rail. He's not getting the connections that he needs, and that's costing him a lot of opportunities. He kind of set up these shots so that if I get this rail, I can do this. If I don't, then I have to still be, passive a little bit longer. And Cooler still not quite able to push in on this Mega, not thinking it's quite worth it, but it's enough to set up a trap at the LG and at least get a 100 damage rocket in.
Yeah, that was a great play by Cooler. That rocket, that's going to open things up for him. He might actually be able to get onto Heavy or Mega. He's got the positioning. Here comes Rafa. Orbing onto it, and Rafa
Messy.
stealing Mega. Oh, Cooler getting pushed away. Rafa might trap him here.
Oh no,
Oh.
he didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Almost got railed, and again, it's impossible to hit somebody who doesn't know you're there.
Yeah.
Cooler got, honestly, a little bit lucky here, but in the next play, oh my
Oh
god, it's
my
going to
God,
be a
the air
mid-air
rocket.
rocket. Got him down, and now he's one frag away from taking the first map.
Yeah, this is looking interesting. This is looking good for Cooler. Cooler or Rafa will actually tie it right back up. That was so quick. He's getting Heavy too, but he misses
no.
off the rocket jump. Cooler actually...
He's on the run, but
outstacking
Rafa,
him.
he doesn't have the health for this. He
Yeah,
can't really
no.
push it forward, so
Oh,
Cooler's
he
gonna be able to
will,
get away.
though. But he's got to be so careful. That shotgun coming out of Cooler. I mean, I hope Rafa realizes just how stacked Cooler is. Cooler's got an oversec on Mega.
Oof.
Yep.
That
Dropping
rail could have
down.
turned things around, but it's at least down to the last frag in this round. So Rafa coming back through a TP, taking a quick break over by LG, and again, as a BJ, he needs it, but honestly, he doesn't have his ability back up for quite some time itself.
And that's going to limit his ability to take these direct fights, but Cooler coming up the bounce pad. Mega will
no.
be his, and Cooler taking it. Wow, convincingly too.
How much health did he have before the Mega?
I think it was at like 20 or something.
jeez.
Because he, at the end, Cooler had like 113
You saw that
left.
one wiggle on the LG. Yeah, we're going to get it actually from Cooler's perspective. So you can see like Rafa's LG going a little bit wide
Yeah.
right at the end. 13 health over 100, and yeah.
I mean, Cooler's dodge is legendary, right? Cooler dodging LG. Best dodge is no dodge, one of his most famous
and
quotes.
that was exactly what we saw
Yeah,
there.
Rafa just over-aiming at the very end there, and Cooler winning that fight. Beautiful plays. He was counting on that Mega to spawn too. He was waiting for it. And that's just the experience of these players showing. They know the timings. It's like a second nature of them.
Is that 71 LG? 10 out of 14? Jeez, Cooler.
That's 71 rail.
Rail, yeah.
Yeah, for Cooler. 71 LG,
Yeah.
no, that would be something else. Yeah, impressive accuracies. Rafa hitting the better LG though, 37%.
Not in that fight, and that's what was
Nope.
really, really important. You know, you have that Mega between you. You think if I can get the pushback, if I can get the knockback, if I'm, there a quarter second before he gets there, then I get the Mega, I get the LG. And at the same time, you don't want to just make a beeline for that Mega because it just sets you up for more damage.
Yeah.
But that was such a brilliantly paced play out of Cooler, going for the Mega when he did. And unfortunately, it was that fight that cost Rafa the map.
Yeah. Interesting to point out, though, is that it was actually Cooler who had many more of the major items.
Yeah.
You would usually consider that Rafa, being the tactician, as we call him, would be the one to have better item control. But Cooler was just dominating him on both Mega and Heavy. It was just Rafa getting most of the small armors.
And I'm
That's
sure
what
if we
kept
looked
him
at
in
the timeline of when those pickups happened, it was all after round one because Cooler was thinking, I'm going to play it slow, I'm going to try to set up some traps, but Rafa was able to just shove him back into the LG room time and time again. And Cooler didn't let that happen after round one.
No,
It just didn't
no,
happen
he did
at all.
not. He did not. This is an interesting start, though, because this was Rafa's map pick. He lost on his own pick. I don't know what that's going to spell for him in the next round, because Ruins of Sarnet, probably a map that Cooler is very comfortable in. We're now looking at the champion picks. We're getting a Visor, Galena mirror picks so far. Last one, that's being thought about a lot.
Yeah.
Cooler taking his sweet time.
I'm looking for maybe, okay, it's going to be a Ranger. It's going to be another full mirror match.
And yep,
all right, cool.
Again.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Sometimes the best head game is, you know, I'll just go for you toe-to-toe, you know, champ to champ, no big deal.
I mean, if you know it, you can do it. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, it worked just for Rafa, not always well enough. But, I mean, if he's confident in his own place, then no reason why he shouldn't pick the same champions again.
Well, Rafa has to start thinking, actually, no, Rafa, don't think about this, but we'll think about it. Last year at QuakeCon, it was a 2-0 for Cooler.
Yep.
A lot's changed since then. Both players have grown. The game has grown.
Absolutely.
The meta's grown. But could we see this happen again? And again, this is still group stage. This isn't even. It feels like we're in an elimination match.
Yeah, just to be clear, whoever loses is still in the tournament.
Right.
This is not an elimination game at all. We're starting off on Cooler. He is just dropping down. That's a play I've never seen before. It's just dropping down.
I haven't seen it with Visor so much. Usually, with the faster champions, you can, you know, drop Rail, LG, get back to Mega before anybody knows what's up. So Rafa's going to have the information, but he still made that route work.
Yeah, and Rafa right now knows that Cooler still needs some armor. He knows that Cooler wants that 50 armor down there, and he's trying to lock it down very cleverly too. He's just waiting with that Rail out. He knows more or less where Cooler is. Oh, good use of the Tribal right there. Rafa was already gone, but clever nonetheless. And there's a 10-second gap between the items.
That's the danger here, really, because Rafa knew exactly what Cooler's route was, so he knows the offset. But again, Cooler's Tribal really preventing this. He's keeping that Mega in his pocket and still putting even more delay on it.
Yeah, that's a really good play. You know that you've got the Mega to your side. You know that your opponent's got LG, so he can't knock you away with rockets right away. So Cooler was really just letting his health drop until he knew that he would still be able to get the full charge, the full stack up from that Mega out of it. Now he's dropping down. Next fight is going to be around heavy, but Rafa is deciding not to participate in this fight. He thinks he's too low. So he's going to play a little bit passively for the time being.
Yeah, this is going to be rough because if you can't show up for that heavy, it makes it harder to show up for this Mega.
Yep.
And Rafa might just need to give up this entire cycle.
Oh,
he certainly wants to be there, but he takes a 100 damage rocket just out of nowhere, gets no damage done, doesn't even get to, you know,
and Cooler's going to
stick
find
his toe
him
in the door. Yeah, this is rough.
Cooler's going to press this one. He's just dropping down. Good rockets, though. Good rockets at the end. Rafa had used his side at the very end, trying to dodge around that pillar.
But he couldn't have died at a worse time, actually. That was the least tactical time to die because Cooler can still keep this train rolling with, you know, going from heavy to Mega. Rafa knew he did the damage, but now all that damage is going to wash away.
Yeah, Cooler's just right back up there, 175 to 100 in stack, and Rafa is at the base stack. He's around 100, 100. He's not looking too bad himself, but Cooler is definitely the one to look out for right now, and he's got all the weapons too, whereas Rafa is still lacking both Rail and LG.
And that's important because he's going to need a Rail to snipe in between these fights. He can't really show up for heavy. That's a close range fight he can't afford to take. He needs to use this opportunity with Cooler going for heavy to take that Rail. There it is. But he doesn't quite get the shot off as Cooler's going for jump pads. So here at Mega, he tries to cross over. Didn't see Cooler coming up the jump pad, using the orb as a bit of an emergency to get the grab and get out of there. So it's a good reaction out of Rafa. But it makes me a little bit nervous that he had to react like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cooler almost had him right there.
Yeah.
Stuck him in the corner, but I couldn't get the angle on him at the end. And here, this is not good for Rafa, especially with rockets like that. Cooler pretty low himself. He's just going to back away. I don't think he realizes just how low Rafa is.
That fight helped, though, because, I mean, the biggest problem here so far has been just the timing offset between Heavy and Mega, and that's made things really tough for Rafa.
Yep.
But he can potentially show up for this Mega. It's going to be up. Cooler's actually dropping here, getting a Rail off, and Rafa is going to be coming up the stairs, but fending off against Cooler at top T. That one Rail saved his life, got him the Mega, and at least we're back down to an even stack.
Yeah, Rafa jumped into the corner right there, giving Cooler like half a second of an angle. He could have died right then and there, but Cooler couldn't get the shot in. And now we're going to see a fight for Heavy. Rafa just going for a Rail. It's not going to stick around.
At the very least, Rafa's turned it from Cooler's getting every item to we're trading items. But that means a fight at top T potentially once again. Cooler's going to be coming up the steps, feeling good about his LG, feeling good about his Rail. Here's the orb. Not going to be committed to, but that still means that Cooler is going to get this Mega. And unfortunately, we're back to square one for Rafa.
Yeah, because Rafa is just at 100 points of health. Well, he just managed to get himself some armor. But before that, he was one rocket away from death, literally.
Yeah.
For a half a minute or so. And Cooler finding him again. Cooler is really setting the pace of this map, and we're almost entering the 4th minute now, which means that Rafa has to make something happen, and Cooler can kind of revert back to a more passive play, just cycling the items, because there's no pressure on him. He doesn't have to force anything.
That's the crazy thing here, though. I mean, Rafa's got nothing going for him. He's not getting the items, but also in between the items, he's not really keeping track of how Cooler's moving around the map, so he doesn't have any opportunities to do the damage. But there's a rocket to knock him off the Mega, and that was everything. It wasn't great damage, but it was certainly the pickup he needed. With 8 seconds to this heavy, Rafa needs to all in here.
Oh, wow, it looks like Cooler isn't even going to go for the heavy. He's just going to play really passively.
Yeah.
Cooler's got the sight, though. I mean, not up right now, but he's playing Visor. That gives him so much information. That helps him avoid Rafa's chase very easily.
At this point of the clock, Rafa wants a fight and the heavy, but Cooler forced him to choose between the two. So he went for the one he knew would actually be there.
Yeah, good rocket by Cooler. That's just going to send Rafa back for a few seconds. And Cooler is just, he's disappearing off the map. He's not even going to go for Mega.
This is one of Cooler's greatest strengths, really. Like, when he wants to go invisible, he certainly can. In fact, one of the things that nearly cost him at QuakeCon was the fact that he was playing Sorlag and his tail was sticking out from one of his hiding spots.
Oh. Let's take a look at this. Does Rafa know where he is? No, Rafa drops down. Has no clue where Cooler is, and with 5 seconds to go, there's no way Rafa's going to get over there on time. Still trying for the desperate rockets at the end, but nope, Cooler is on the other side of the map, and that's going to be 1-0 in rounds.
It's such a difficult situation to create where you can get that one frag and then play the clock for the rest of the round, and Cooler loves that stuff. Let's see if he can do it again.
Yep. I mean, we did end up pretty late in the round when he got his frag, so it wasn't like he got it at the very start, but still, good plays by Cooler, both starting off on the Visor. I think both immediately using their sights. Sometimes you have players delay it for quite some time to just throw off their opponent. But Rafa will be going for Mega, Cooler will be taking Heavy at the same time. Cooler's still lacking rockets, Rafa's got all the major items, or weapons rather.
This is already fundamentally a different round because we had both of the items taken at the same time.
Yep.
We don't have the potential for somebody to steamroll like in the first minute right here. So Cooler coming back in for Mega, the item that he didn't have. He can get Rocket Launcher now, but now it's a big choice for Rafa. Like, okay, I know he's up there, he's spamming rockets. Do I defend my Mega or just let this be an even trade?
Yeah, and Cooler has a stack advantage. I mean, not anymore, but he still kind of does, but Rafa only had 50 points of armor. Cooler had still overstack of armor, so Rafa probably made the wise call not to push in right there for Mega, just play it passive.
And sometimes it's kind of like a treaty or a pact where you take the items at the same time just to make sure that the balance of power is kind of stay, because if the timing gets offset and you don't manage to get that full rotation, well, guess what? Your opponent just did.
Yeah. That's going to be a shame for Cooler, though. He's going to regret missing that rail. He had it perfectly lined up. He had the piercing sight. He jumped and he shot like 10 centimeters to the right. Oh, here we go. I think Cooler just getting knocked down. Don't think that was entirely intentional, but here he is. And he actually comes out on top of that fight, too, doing most of the damage. And now there is a 10-second delay between the two items.
But this is a vital place for Rafa to do some damage. He doesn't want to let Cooler get into the Mega Room for free. So the fact that he's only keeping him back here a little bit of time is doing him such a good, a huge...
Yeah, absolutely.
For him. But he didn't stick around at the Mega. He's having to come back into it, so Cooler was able to pop the piercing sight and still show up in time.
Yeah.
Rafa really gave him a lot of leash.
That rocket almost took Cooler's face right off. That was so close. But Cooler, so dominant right now, is getting all of the major items time and time again. Rafa has to disappear off the map, has to play it passively. And this is something that you quite often see when it comes to Visor versus Visor. It really slows the game down because there's that paranoia. Because you know that your opponent has that piercing sight that could be active at any time. Any possible moment in the game. He could be waiting around the corner knowing exactly where you are with an excellent trap.
Well, Russian paranoia is kind of Cooler's forte, so it's all good for him. Cooler, again, like you said, looking at a great stack, but it's going to come down to these first hits. Rafa, though, going to get collapsed in from the top of the rockets aren't great from Cooler. Finally getting some good stuff, and there's the frag.
That was
Cooler's
amazing.
a little bit weak, though. Here comes Heavy, but Rafa's going to know that he's going to be coming out of this room. Rafa has an opportunity to catch him at the Mega, but he needs to cycle LG and Rail very quickly.
Yeah, just want to give props to Rafa for that amazing reaction time. He just heard Cooler jump up there and instantly turned around, LG out, to stop him from just jumping over. That was a lot of damage coming out of Rafa. This is bad for Cooler. Rafa's got the better positioning. He's more secure. He's got the rail, and he's going to jump in too. Cooler not able to get out of that room on time, and Rafa tying it up 1-1.
But it's a parallel situation now as Cooler spawns up as Heavy's coming up.
Yep.
But actually, Cooler got to spawn much closer to LG and Rail. So Rafa's able to take away the heavy, but Cooler might actually need to make a fight happen before this Mega. He's already there. He's already looking at top T, and he's going to have information on Rafa, and Rafa's going to get knocked off, but here comes some great LG, a great time for the weapon switch, and Cooler can't even orb out.
Yeah, he was a little bit too late with that. I don't know if he had it up at the very start, but this is really good from Rafa. A minute and a half to go, and he knows exactly where Cooler is. Cooler, all he's got is the rocket launcher. No rail, no LG. Rafa is going to push in for a fight now. He's just going to let it happen. Drop down to heavy. He knows that he's a champion in the lead, but he doesn't want to go passive just yet. He just wants to keep doing more and more damage. Heavy is there waiting for him. And he's got his totems too. He's got one up already. Another one will be up in just a second. He's gonna place it, or yeah, he's gonna leave it as a trap at the teleporter.
Yeah, like Awoken, it took us a little bit of time before we saw Cooler put in a position where he has to go on the aggressive against Rafa.
Yep.
And he actually pulled it off on Awoken. Let's see if he can do it here on Ruins. But he's looking for that first shot.
Great
he's trying
trap.
to set up a trap. But Rafa's not springing it just yet. He's coming in from kind of a weird angle, but there's the hit. And the rocket is good. It's a direct pop-up. Rafa, like you said, has that totem. He's going to be able to rely on that for a bit of extra health. And at the end of the fight, not a whole lot has changed.
I'm surprised that Cooler managed to do so little with that, because he bounced Rafa into the corner. Oh, here we go. Rafa 48 point of health. Cooler not much better, but he's pushing in. He knows he has to. 30 seconds to go. Rafa can't contest for this Mega. Has to get away. Cooler will be taking Mega. 15 seconds still heavy. He can wait for it, but that's cutting it close.
So between one round and the next, we get to directly compare who's better at hiding. If Rafa's found here, that'll be it, but he's only got 20 seconds to survive.
Yep.
Crossing through T is dangerous. Taking away this light armor's dangerous. Staying in this corner's dangerous. He's way out in the open, but he's inviting a fight from Cooler and almost forcing him to open with rail
there we go.
first.
Cooler spotted Rafa. He's going in with the rocket jump, but will he be on time?
Oh,
no, that rail,
save it. Yeah,
that's
that
the
was
end.
it.
Yeah, nicely done by Cooler, or by Rafa rather, pushing Cooler away. Really nice place.
But Rafa did get caught. He had to use the weapons to keep Cooler away. Cooler didn't have to do that.
No, Cooler played the better passive stealth game, that's true. He did it for longer too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1-1, moving into the third round now. I think this one is really too close to tell. There's no player that's really dominating the other one. They're both playing their strengths. Cooler is starting off with the heavy, doesn't have any other weapons. Oh, he's gonna go up the bounce, but this is risky though. He's ready to go back now. He didn't fully commit to that.
But here's the delay, so we're right back to where we were with round one with a good 10-second split.
Yep.
I think Cooler saw the pickup, or at least heard it, so he's going to have full information. That means that the heavy armor is definitely going to be the first thing to play for. Rafa still hasn't been able to manage to get back in and get a grab for the rocket launcher, so any free damage that Cooler gets here makes that heavy all that much easier.
Yeah, and Cooler is going to be able to get LG. Hopefully, he wants it so badly, but Rafa knows he doesn't have it, and he played that well. Rafa hitting another vertical rail. Good retaliation rocket by Cooler, though. He's got to be careful. Both major items are up. Oh, this is good from Cooler. Rafa going up the bounce pad. That gives Cooler all the time in the world to pick that one up and get out of there unharmed, too. He might even be able to set a trap.
Considering that Rafa hasn't been able to take away a rocket launcher, taking an item trade like that is just fine. And Rafa just so precisely played out the distancing in that last fight, just like, all right, I'm going to rail him when he goes to LG, pop through TP, and then immediately drop down towards heavy. And he even got one more rail hit off of it. So he's doing just fine here. Taking away this piercing sight is going to help out a lot.
I wonder if Cooler is aware that Rafa doesn't have rockets. I don't think he is, because Rafa picked up Mega already.
Yeah.
So I think that Cooler is going to assume that Rafa has rockets too. He doesn't know that weakness is there. He can't exploit it, at least as far as I'm aware. This time it will be Cooler picking up the Mega. Rafa sticking to that top side. He is finally going to get himself a rocket launcher. Going to be happy with that. We might even see a confrontation at the bottom. Teleporter. Nope. Cooler backing up into the middle. Next item will be heavy. Looks like Rafa's going to drop down from the eye. Cooler is going to come from the middle section of the map, if he's even going to contest.
Yeah, that was a pretty safe play there from Rafa. I can check it, and I don't really lose anything. If he's not there, I can still go back in, knowing that the heavy is the first thing to focus on. Coming in from eyeball for this Mega, though. He's going to need this piercing sight here pretty soon, but it's going to be a fight over the Mega. Doesn't quite get it, but the damage is good coming out of Rafa, at least initially, but Cooler's LG is so dangerous.
Yeah, really nice play by Cooler. Rafa rocket jumping up. Cooler did the damage right there. Rafa retaliated nicely, but he couldn't do enough damage to take down Cooler. Just want to go back to the previous frag that we saw. Cooler was just waiting on top of that bounce pad with his piercing sight ready. So if Rafa would have gone up there, I think that might have been a frag for Cooler, very deliberately to wait. But
it's enough to give you a headache thinking of all the things that they've got to keep in their head now.
it's pretty amazing what these players are capable of. Cooler is getting forced off the Mega health. And this is putting Rafa in a good position. He's got the health and armor advantage. Heavy will be up in 12 seconds. It's going to be the first item that they're going to be fighting over. And Cooler's got all the weapons, but he's almost out of ammo for his LG, and he doesn't have all that much rails left.
Cooler always has the most intense passive play. Like, it's never boring watching him go, you know, go into hiding because he is watching every corner. I'm sure you can even smell Rafa here.
Yeah.
They're sitting pretty close, but
He's
you know.
on the prowl.
Yeah.
Even when he's playing defensively, Cooler is hunting.
Yeah, that's exactly
just
it. He looks dangerous while he's playing defensively.
Yeah, and he's getting himself that LG ammo, so he'll be topped off there, but he has to not even participate in the mega fight. It's going to be going to Rafa completely. Next up is Heavy. Look, again, Cooler just using his side not to engage. He knew exactly that Rafa was on the other side of the wall, but he used it just to spring a trap. Rafa didn't go in for it, but if Rafa had turned the corner, Cooler would have been in such an advantageous position.
I wonder if we get to a point where Rafa has to keep Visor in his pocket a little bit longer just to make sure that these late game situations, you know, still give him that information he needs. Because right now, like, yeah, he's going to have items, but Cooler, even going passive here, he's burning so much at the clock. He's still got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go,
Well,
and he's not worried about it.
We saw it before. He can do it. I
Yeah.
mean, if anyone can do it, it's definitely Cooler. He is making himself invisible. He's got all the weapons that he needs.
Doesn't have a tail to worry about.
Nope, not this time. And he's got that side up too. He might actually be able to make a play on Mega now.
It's so tempting.
Oh, he's waiting for
It's
the
so
rocket jump.
tempting.
He's waiting for the rocket jump. He knows that Rafa likes to do it.
But he's going to hear the LG. Like, he's got his
Oh
LG out. It's
my
gonna be
god,
loud.
that damage.
Just to play up the stairs. The damage is good, but he's getting shoved back here in top T, trying to lay down some defensive rockets.
Yeah.
But Rafa is still on the hunt now, getting Cooler down to 55 health. Now Cooler's actually in a worse situation where he's got to get some items to recover. But Rafa, I don't know if he's spotting him back here. Yep, there we go.
Oh,
There's
this
that
is
rail.
Cooler's advantage.
Oh,
He
no.
needs to switch weapons. He needs to go with LG right now.
Rafa does the work for himself. Oof.
Yeah, Cooler still in this. I mean, he was waiting for Rafa, and he did so much damage, and he wanted to knock Rafa off down onto the platform, but Rafa stayed on there and picked up Mega, and that changed that, because Cooler could have closed it out right there. Fortunately for him, Rafa did pick up Mega Health, did do a lot of damage, but Cooler is somehow still in this. Just 50 points of armor, though.
Yeah, he
Oh,
could
he heard
actually
that
be
rocket
taken
jump.
out. Yep.
Oh, I think Rafa was probably spotted him. Yep, Rafa is going to try and counter him. Oh, this is so bad for Cooler. 2 seconds to
Oh
go.
my God.
Rafa with 1 second taking out Cooler. That's something that I've seen Rafa do more than any other player. Those clutch, like, there's 1 or 2 seconds left and he gets it.
Yeah, that moment where Cooler dropped down to eyeball, like, that was the critical, you know, pathfinding point for Rafa. Like, did he go left or did he go right? I've got to gamble. But he made the right read. He made the frag. And now we're going to be getting into overtime here.
Oh.
But this could be a fairly quick frag because Rafa's only at 100-100. Cooler's still able to get away with, well, not a whole lot here, but this heavy armor could be something to play for. The fact that they're both Ranger means that that temptation will be there to just go hard and try to make the orb work.
We're definitely going to see more of an aggressive and fast game right now. I don't think this is going to take all that long. With some champions, you see it lost for minutes and minutes, but Ranger, I mean, one, you've got the orb to do the damage, but you've also got him to be really mobile, so I think this is going to be much faster and more aggressive than some other overtimes.
Well, Rail's getting traded. We've got Rafa still top of the map.
Yep.
Cooler's going to be coming in from Rockets, and Rafa's not really putting himself in top T just yet, as Cooler's actually creeping out towards Nelga, and whoever hears each other first is going to be the decider.
Oh, Rafa spotted him. I think, no? You could have seen him on Rafa's screen. And Rafa
That
taking
pixel.
heavy. Oh, Cooler, that's a pretty good rocket. And Mega will be going to him.
It's going to be items traded and frags traded. And
Yeah, oh, nice
everything's
opening
even,
from
but-
Cooler.
Yep.
Every rail matters so much right now. Because if you hit it once, if you hit it twice, I mean, that's your opening.
I mean, it means that you now need 25s, and where are the 25s in some of the shittiest places of the map?
Rafa.
But Rafa's going to be on the run, 50 HP.
Yeah, getting out of there. Now Cooler, definitely the one in control. He's going to go for heavy. Mega up in 5 seconds. Rafa should have a pretty good idea of
He
when
spent
it's up.
so much time just being
Oh,
railable.
he's going for it. This could be the end.
Oh, no.
Oh my god. Can't find the final rail on Cooler.
I was
Does go
thinking it was
down.
going to be like an exact mirror of what we saw in the last frag of Awoken, but again, switching back over to rail, the accuracy punishing Rafa at the very last moment.
Yeah. Really nicely done by Cooler. He just held his ground. Rafa not happy about that. Of course, why would he be? Starting this one off on Rafa. He's down below, getting himself heavy. Mega being delayed so long. Rafa might actually know that Mega is being delayed because he's got the sight. He can see what Cooler is doing. He's got himself perched up on that ledge right there. Doesn't have a rocket left. Got everything else though. He's trying to set a trap. Both players so passive. Again.
And figuring out how to set up damage when you don't have a rocket launcher is so difficult on Ruins of Sarnath, and realizing that your opponent doesn't have a rocket launcher gives you so much control. Then again, your opponent can deny LG and Rail to some extent, but not quite as much as you can. But with that initial Rail coming out of Rafa, Cooler's got some decisions to make.
Yeah. Oh, Cooler dropping back down. I think he wanted to go up, but then he decided not to when he spotted Rafa right there. Heavy is still up. Oh, nicely done by Rafa, using that side so effectively, catching him out of a teleporter. Looking at some of the statistics this time around, we're seeing a lot more balance between the item pickups. Both are about equal. There's no one person dominating the others in terms of major items picked up, as we saw on Awoken earlier. Mega will be the first item up next. 8 seconds to go. Cooler does have positioning on it, but Rafa has the stack and the side. If Rafa pushes in as a bully, he might be able to take it. Here he goes. He's trying to, oh my god, 60 damage off the bat.
And again, what he's looking for is that knockoff and trapping him down here. I think Cooler heard the drop as well, so he's going to be running back out the other way. Doesn't really give Rafa the great opportunity to do some damage, but if he shows up here a little bit earlier on Heavy, oh, he had the read on the rail, doing even a little bit more damage there.
That's exactly why people say Rafa is 5 steps ahead.
Yeah.
He just knows what you want to do before you do it, and he drops down at just the right time, at just the right place, and he's just waiting for you. And then you come in the room and you're dead before you even know it. 1 second till Mega. Cooler isn't anywhere near to contest. Rafa's got a great idea of where he's at, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to escape this side of the map. I mean, you can hang out at Tri-Bolt all you want, but actually leaving there when your opponent's covering both of the exits is a little bit tough. And Rafa, he's got nowhere else to be. Like, that Heavy's coming back up, but Cooler's not going to get anywhere near it. Here comes the initial damage. A little bit of information out of that rocket.
Yeah. Now he's going to retreat, though. Heavy will be up. But there's always still that psychological element, because Cooler doesn't know when he leaves or not.
Yeah.
So as far as Cooler is concerned, Rafa might still be waiting there when he's already on the other side of the map, collecting all the items he wants.
He's creeping through. And he's going to get knocked off of this Mega. Oh no, the orb comes back in. He gets the pickup, gets some decent damage done, but he's still going to be turning tail. Rafa can't quite sneak that rail through the corner, but he can with the rocket.
Yep. Buys himself a better angle right there. Oh no, Cooler right onto Mega from spawn. He's actually doing a lot of damage, but Rafa will put it 2-2. That was the fastest round we've seen between these two players so far.
Once the visor goes away for Cooler, I don't want to say he loses his cool because it's just not accurate. I mean, he's been so po-faced this entire time. Are those like heart rate monitors as well? Holy crap.
Oh, wow. 83 beats per minute. Rafa
because
staying pretty
the
calm.
numbers don't change all that often, so I was wondering, you know, is it working? Are they alive? Is this thing on? No, but they are just so cool-headed here. But starting machine gun versus LG, and guess what? Rafa won. It was 7 HP. What?
This is a great start for Rafa. He's got that visor out of the way, but he's so low. He wants to get himself some items, but he doesn't know. Yeah. Cooler will be taking Heavy, and Rafa reluctantly going for the Mega Health. He still wants that railgun. Doesn't have that yet, but that was such an amazing opening. Rafa with the side and then Cooler just melting before that standard machine gun. It is a powerful weapon when you use it right.
And immediately Cooler just doesn't get to play the way he likes to play. You know, he either wants to play the strong neutral game or play a really passive game where he's one frag up, and he just doesn't have that. He's got to go on the aggressive a little bit here, but Rafa, honestly, he's backed into a bit of a corner, has to take away another 25. Dropping 4 Heavy will be dangerous, but Cooler's actually waiting for this Mega instead. Yeah, Rafa's got to leave.
Yeah, Rafa just spotted Cooler there, and he knew. He knew, like, there's no way that Cooler can be over on this side of the map right now. Cooler's just going to cycle the items.
Know if that meant Rafa has to leave both items up, so Cooler with the better stack is going to come back in and just shaft on shaft.
Yeah.
He's going to be a little bit bigger than Rafa.
Definitely. In that case, he will be. Both players down 1 champion. It's got Galena versus Ranger right now. Good opening rail from Cooler right now. He's got that range already. He's got the orb. That's so much mobility, especially on a map like this, because you can use it to get from Heavy to Mega so quickly. Mega will be going to Cooler. He's moving into Heavy right now.
Still think about that last frag. I wanted, because I know Rafa probably had a reason. He doesn't do anything without a reason, but deciding to go and leave that Heavy up while the Mega was just taken, I mean, he's given Cooler so much to work with, and you can see that Cooler's enjoying the hell out of it. Like, I get to be aggressive now. I get to turn this back into a tied-up game exactly where I want things to be.
Yeah, maybe Rafa was expecting Cooler to drop down at I and just go to Heavy right away and leave Mega up himself.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, the mind games between these two players really comes into it. Like, he's not going to do the rational thing. He's going to do the clever thing.
Yeah, absolutely. you want to think about what your opponent is probably going to do and then counteract that, not just what you feel like you should do.
But we are 7 layers deep into that now.
Absolutely.
And, you don't know what's real anymore.
And Cooler, his stack is just enormous. Rafa is waiting at the Tri-Bolt.
What's he doing? Yeah, he was even up there a little bit.
Yeah, it's just playing a really slow day, but Cooler might find him. Yep. No rail damage done, though. missing the second shot too.
Risky for Rafa. Like, if
Yeah.
he got hit by Rail, sure he would have survived, but coming out of Tribal with like 10 HP, not fun.
Yeah, I mean, if it's two players going up against each other and one has 300 stack and the other has 100, a Rail will do 90 damage to each, but that hurts the lower person so much more.
Easy math, you know?
Yeah.
But Heavy's going to be back up. Rafa can't really put much pressure on it. We're in a mirror situation of what Rafa had Cooler in before, but Cooler is being a little bit more direct with his action and letting Rafa out, but still getting that Heavy.
Yep. Mega up in 5 seconds. Cooler got the time to get on it. He should, or he wants to make a frag happen though. And there goes Rafa, getting himself on Mega. Air rockets coming out. Neither player connects. Cooler finds the follow-up though. This is really good from Cooler. 2 minutes to go. Are we going to see another really passive Cooler coming out who's just trying to run the clock? Because he doesn't have his visor right now. He is on Ranger. Still, he can get away with the orb.
That's where you start wondering, okay, does he have enough time to get back up to 100, or do I take the damage that I've dealt in that last fight and try to kind of inherit that as I spawn back up? But he's going to be allowing Cooler a little bit extra time. Cooler's still going to have priority on this Mega.
Yeah.
So with items traded off, it's not the worst situation for Rafa, but time certainly is against him, and so are those rail hits.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Cooler can just keep doing that, he will win. That's for sure. Rafa is set up near the Mega. Cooler's got a way out, though. He managed to get out of the tribal area, and he might even contest for Heavy, because he's got the superior stack.
Yeah, and he's showing up here like
those
he wants
rockets.
it. Good
Rafa,
rocket.
still alive, but not anymore. That rail. That
He
rail.
didn't even look at that dire orb.
Cooler 3-2. I would love to see Cooler's heartbeat at the end right there.
What? What is he
160. Yeah.
And of course,
Nice.
Rafa's like 2 feet away from him,
Cool.
too. He's right there.
Rafa's just, yeah. Damn, that was great, though. Difference in
man.
heartbeat, I would like to see what Rafa's was at the end.
Twice as much.
Yeah, because Rafa was at like 82, 83 for most of it, and then Cooler 167. That man is going hard.
It's also an IQ meter.
Yeah. Scoreboard, let's take a quick look at that.
Oh, man.
yeah.
But again, he didn't even look at that last dire orb. But yeah, looking at like raw shots here, like crazy rails, 50% for Cooler, a little bit more consistent there. And that's actually the biggest thing, I think, in this entire matchup. Just the rails that you get in between the major item fights really dictate the tone for, you know, the next several.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, looking at the items, much more even than the first time, but still Cooler coming out on top. I mean, Cooler slightly less heavies, Rafa getting more of those, but then Cooler again getting more of the megas. So all kind of balances out in the end.
So we're going to be looking at 2-0 last year at QuakeCon.
Yep, again.
And here we have it. And again, it was such an incredibly tight fight on Runes to Sarnath. We didn't get to see that Blood Covenant, but Cooler is going to be able to at least repeat what he did last year.
Yep. On that note, we're going to welcome back once again our host, Jason.
It's time. Was I ever really gone?
You're always with us in our
Always
hearts.
with you guys.
Emotionally, maybe.
No, that's not my fault. That's my first girlfriend's fault. So, this match, first of all, was ridiculous. Looking back on Awoken, we saw Rafa do some interesting things with his control. We saw him get Cooler relatively low in HP multiple times, but instead of actually like pushing for the kill, he would actually retreat away and try to protect the items. What do you guys think of like Rafa, first of all, on Awoken before we get to Cooler?
They were both doing incredible things when it came to, you know, double guessing each other, triple guessing each other. It was an information game, and both of them were playing fairly close to the chest. We saw, you know, many situations where any other player in the world would go, okay, Mega's coming back up. We've kind of got an equal stance at it. Let's see who can make the shots better. But they were both just being, again, not even passive, but guarding each other just very closely.
And one thing I wanted to bring up, as we're going to see in a lot of these clips, is there was a lot of respect out of both players for the dire orb out of the Ranger. People have expressed their frustrations with it sometimes. Other players, if you're Dewey, you're more than happy to do that often. But we saw him, like in this clip in particular, I think it was, he actually like halted his push for like a split second because he expected Cooler to throw out the dire orb, which he did, and they waited for it to dissipate, and then just came around the corner because Cooler knew he had his back against the wall. And I think that's something that Rafa does well, and Cooler's been doing well as well, is just kind of that next level of play, right? Of respecting things that you know in a situation you could be eliminated with.
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of respect, but especially for the dire orb, but then in other situations, once the Ranger was out of the way, it was a brawl.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Ranger out of the way, the visor out of the way, as you guys brought up on cast. Like, Cooler heavily relied on that, especially when we came to Ruins. We saw him multiple times go for the time game instead of the kill game.
Yeah, I mean, and it worked. It worked beautifully. He had the visor, you have the information, you've got that piercing sight, tells you exactly where your opponent is at. So if you can run down the clock, then why not? Although it does, of course, come with a major risk, because if you get taken out at the very end and you have to restack, your opponent has got control, there's 20 seconds left and he gets another frag on you, yeah, good luck.
And we did see that too, right? Rafa came back in like the last 2 seconds to get the frag on Cooler. But if you're Rafa, Jahar, like, you know, give us your thoughts on this. Does that get frustrating to you, do you think, playing in his position?
It's got to give you a headache at some point because, again, both of these are incredibly intelligent players. They both know the mind games very well. They both know how to play the will he won't he game with the Dire Orbs especially. And that last frag, a Dire Orb was in play. If Rafa had committed to it, you know, Cooler would have had to do that 180. But you saw Cooler, again, you didn't even look at it. He was like, no, he's not going to go for it. When you can get to a point where you're in your opponent's head enough that you just don't even need to worry about the little things they're throwing at you, just keep your focus and keep the LG going, that's something that Rafa's got to figure out.
Yeah.
And on that note, you know, again, looking back on the track record of both these players in Quake Champions when it's come to Duel, they've not had fantastic results. You mentioned Flea, the medium arch land that Cooler did win the first one, and they came second place against Cypher in the second. I'm looking at Rafa in this match, and I'm seeing him play his not normal style. I remember in the past, whenever we would see a major item being contested or he would lose control, even if he had control, he would try to punish with a railgun with any little bit of damage he possibly could do while that item was being picked up. But we didn't see that often from Rafa. Do you think he was maybe in his own head, or do you think he was kind of changing his style for his opponent or changing his style for this event?
Well, if you compare it to the last game we saw where both players were always going for that last rail, I mean, I think Rafa just realized how risky that would be. And of course, there's that reward, you know, getting a rail shot off is fantastic. And I don't disagree that it would have been nice to make those hits, but I also can't blame Rafa for trying to be a little bit more conservative, trying to do something that he knew would work a little more consistently.
Yeah. At times, he definitely did play a bit too passively, though, in retrospect at least. For example,
in retrospect, but that's the thing. You always have to look back and go, that was maybe a little too much.
When he spotted Cooler at Mega and he saw Cooler is still there, he could have dropped on Heavy.
Yeah, that was the one moment I really think I might need to quiz him on later because you think, okay, he's got that Mega, I'm not going to push in for it, I've got enough time to drop to Heavy safely without him really being able to show up. Maybe he can like drop down and get one rail off, but that's about all I'm risking. But he went back to small armor at that point.
Yeah, he just completely played a passive right there.
And Cooler, I think, you know, to his own credit, he realized the opportunity that he had there. He's like, cool, I can get both items now. He's going to be on this side of the map. I know roughly where he's going to be, and this is where I can push in.
Yeah, Cooler took a lot of advantage of that, absolutely.
I'm curious about your guys' opinion on this, because we were talking about at the start of the show how this is going to be like the event of the LG, because we've been hearing the rumblings from all the players that the Lightning Gun is really strong at the moment, especially when you're playing on a LAN environment. But Cooler on Awoken, he had his majority of his damage done from rockets. And I'm actually curious of your guys' opinion on the rockets versus the LG debate, or just maybe rockets in general when it comes to Awoken.
Well, damage in general, I think both of these guys like factored the actual weapon play out of the way they were playing out for the most part of it, at least until like those latter rounds in Awoken where it was just like, yeah, I'm going to get a rocket launcher and shoot you with it. But they were both assuming like, if he sees me with a railgun, he's going to hit me. If he sees him with LG, he's going to be hitting me 40% plus. If he sees me with rockets, he's going to be getting some good defensive damage off. But especially in Ruins, that kind of started to slip a little bit. I mean, even the last frag on Awoken came down to Rafa not quite hitting the LG he needed.
Yeah. Rockets is a very good weapon on Awoken, though. It's a really good map for that weapon, because there's so many situations where one person will be slightly above another one as well. Yeah, you've got a lot of corners, but you've also got basically the entire map is 2 layers. So you very often will have someone down at rockets or near the bounce pad, near the teleporter, and then you can really rain down the damage on top of him. So I think that explains why rockets were so prevalent on that map.
Okay.
It's situational, Jason.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was curious for you guys' thoughts because we saw most of Rafa's damage come from LG on Awoken, so I was curious about the 2 differences in style there. But let's wrap up that last game. Let's move toward the brackets now as we take a look at the upper bracket and see how the games have progressed further on today. And I can already tell you, I know the next match because I saw them both sit on the couch earlier on. But we can see we finally start to have our victors. We've got Cooler through. He's qualified now to tomorrow. He's made it through. And the winner bracket, most importantly, into the main event. And then, of course, we have Rafa dropping to the loser bracket, but he still has a second chance. But imagine Rafa being the loser bracket. It's going to be really tough when it comes to those pickets at the end of the day.
I mean, we were saying earlier that Rafa's actually got a lot of work to do in this bracket in general. I had actually totally missed that Cooler was going to be his likely opponent at this stage. So I was actually surprised by that match. I shouldn't have been. I mean, you can see their names right there. Yeah, he's certainly got some work to do here. So we've got a lot of potentials. We've got, you know, just that one qualification match done here so far. But like you mentioned, we still have the lower bracket to go through. We're going to be looking at, you know, the top the top players from the upper bracket. We're going to be looking from the top players from the lower bracket. I don't think Ralph is out of this. He's still going to be in the lowers and still pushing on through. But again, he's got a lot more matches to do today.
And one player we haven't talked about a ton, we did at the very start of the show, Wenger. He's actually going to be playing against Waz for a qualification spot as well. How do you think that match is going to go?
I think that Wenger's got this. I mean, he's been on the cusp of winning tournaments so many times, second place over and over and over again, and he's been progressing so well. Although on the other hand, I don't think he's as much experience playing against Wast. Might be a completely new opponent for him as well.
He doesn't have much experience playing against NA in general.
That's true.
As well, because he hasn't been to too many LANs. The first LAN he was at was DreamHack Tours back earlier this year.
Yeah, so it's going to be all new for him. Going to be a very interesting game. I'm also seeing that Agent beat Fu. Yeah, also interesting.
I just want to point this out really quickly. Sparty versus Waz. Waz won that one. And I'm going to say, when we were sitting on those couches earlier on, I'm like, I think Waz can actually beat Sparty. And of course, Zoot being Zoot, being a Maestro fanboy for life, said there's no way that could possibly happen. But do you have any thoughts about that one? You know, maybe about, you know, the idea? Because if I'm not mistaken, Zoot was saying Sparty's the kind of player that always shows up on day one.
Yeah, and that's endlessly accurate, and it goes even beyond, like, you know, team affiliation. Sparty's has been around for forever. Yeah. He's just one of the most dependable players. He's always trying to kind of grind his way into a better spot towards the end of these tournaments, but again, like, day one, he's definitely somebody you don't want to get paired up against.
All right, well, let's take a look at the lower bracket now to see what players are potentially going to be eliminated and what players will potentially be fighting on later today. As we can see, it's starting to be filled out across the board. We've got Vu. He's got his matchup, and actually already won that matchup. Going to be playing another game later on today. Sorry, I can't read it. I think that's Party Breaker on the top.
Yeah,
another game.
Party Breaker or Lupin. That's going to be Vu's next opponent.
Also, Silent Step did also drop as well earlier on, and he won against his last match. He's playing against FaZe, who dropped to Claus, if I'm not mistaken, before.
Yeah, Sip got dropped down by Toxic by the look of it. But at this point, I'm wondering actually who else Sib has to really worry about on his side of the bracket.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Sib's got a very good lower bracket at this point.
Well, I mean, I don't think we can count out Nico as well. He's a relatively new player to the scene. He kind of surprised a lot of people. I don't know about how strong he is as a dueler. I know in 2v2 he's like pretty damn good. He's pretty solid. And we've seen a lot of players, you know, try to transition from playing team modes to duel. Like for instance, Silent Step's done it. Effortless in NA was trying to do it. Him here as well, trying to go for that kind of route. But I think in general, we're kind of starting to see what we expected. Maybe with the Zeron serious match as being like the wild card in that one. But I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. We still have obviously a lot more slots to go.
Yeah, again, because of the 3-day structure, I think at the end, we're going to be seeing the players that we're kind of all looking forward to, but the number of matches and the number of opportunities we have for some of those other players to kind of prove themselves, it's already, you know, paid off. We've seen some great stuff.
All right, guys. Next match. You want to know who it is?
Yeah.
I feel you're looking at me like you're like, come on, Jason, don't do this again. It's going to be a battle of teammates.
Okay.
Oh, Maestro?
No. That's the likely one you would think, right?
Yeah,
it's going to be Cypher versus Avic.
Cypher versus
Old
Avic.
teammates.
Okay, yeah.
When they played in teams, now in the same team or same organization as well, to be going head-to-head. I think it was Avic who beat Chain and Cypher who beat Inns. And Avic did win 2-0. You told me earlier on, but it wasn't like a very easy 2-0. It wasn't a stomp. So I'm curious, do you guys have any initial thoughts before we...
Wait, wasn't a stomp?
No, well, he won 2-0, but it wasn't like a clean, super clean 2-0.
How many frags did Inns get?
Oh, no, not Inns. No, not Inns.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay.
Chain.
Okay, cool. I was like,
the taller player.
That one's going to be free, yeah.
The taller player.
So anyone here. But we do, unfortunately, have to head to a short break. But when we come back, it will be the battle of the ages. It's going to be Cypher versus Avic, and we'll see you guys in a little bit of time.
play this game. And every time I hear your name, so good, so good, so good. It's something that I can't explain. I don't wanna play this game. Every time I hear your name, so good, so good, so good. So good, 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 so good, so good, so good. It's something that I can't explain. And I don't wanna play this game. And every time I hear your name, so good, so good, so good. It's something that I can't explain. And I don't wanna play this game. And every time I hear your name, so good, so good, so good. So good, so good, so good, so good. So good, so good, so good, so good.
Three, two, one.
You look tasty. We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
I'm gonna flip you like a table!
Это было несложно. Ты слаб.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Quake Champions Open. I'm Jason Kaplan, and if you're just joining us, you missed out on a roller coaster of emotions of games as we've had them come today. We've got brand new people here on the desk. One more handsome than the other. 40 Lions going to be joining us, and then, of course, Zoot as well on the desk. Guys, let's start things off before we get into our next match. How you feeling today, 40? Being here.
I'm feeling good. I'm a little sad about how Rafa Cooler went down, but we don't have to talk about that right now. But overall, feeling great.
We'll get to it eventually, don't worry. And
sure
Zoot,
we will.
How are you doing today here?
Doing amazing, man. It's been insane game so far. I don't want to dwell on the Cooler Rafa so far, but the lower bracket's looking pretty colourful right now.
So let's start off our discussion with the first match of the day. If you guys missed out on that one, it was Sirius up against Ron, and it didn't go the way that I would say two of us on the desk expected. Zoot, on the other hand, trying to hide his smile.
Okay, well, no.
The Oracle.
It's unfair for me to say I predicted it. I thought it would be a close game. And it wasn't at all. Sirius totally annihilated Ron. And I was like, I wasn't expecting it to go this way. And same side of the bracket as well with Kilson. Just a news update. Kilson lost to CNZ. So that's a very weird set of things that are going on at the moment.
Yeah, Sirius with the LG, unbelievable. You tried to warn me. I didn't believe you, but yeah. Sirius with this serious LG. I think he was hitting 51% on that last map.
Yeah.
Sarnath, insane.
I thought it was actually kind of a poor performance. He's trying to get to 60 marks, so until he does that, then he hasn't
you're
really
right. That's a fail.
got his final form.
That's a pass-fail. We'll give him a fail on that until he hits 75.
Yes.
I think we're all in agreement that we're disappointed in his performance then.
Yeah, exactly.
But looking at the last game we just had on stream, Rafa and Cooler, like that literally could be a grand final. It has been a grand final so many times in Quake. 40, how'd you feel like that match went?
Obviously, I'm a little upset, but Cooler played great. His rail, I think, really helped him open up a lot of space, and I don't know, just keep him in the game, keep Rafa at bay, and you know, it is what it is. Rafa's in the lower bracket. Hopefully, he'll make a good run. We'll see.
And Zoot, any thoughts on that one?
I mean, yeah, the rail was unbelievable. Not used to seeing Cooler hitting those types of shots and the consistency with it. I've got to say I was leaning onto Cooler's side, but again, in a 2-0 form, he's looking great, and I love the fist pumps as well.
Oh yeah,
you just got to love him on camera, man.
That's definitely getting clipped, right? We can already agree. It's probably already on Reddit.
I've seen a couple of clips, like to hang at QuakeCon when he got blown up by BJ. They made it into a clip where he just kind of like.
Oh yeah.
There's one of Rafa as well that happened in that match too. That was fantastic. But gentlemen, our next match, it's teammates. It's brothers. It's Avik and Cypher. Zoot, give me your first impressions.
Well, this goes back a long way. The same generation of Quakers together. They're on the same team in Nyamaga Gaming. It's a classic. These guys are in each other's heads all the time. I'm expecting this to be fireworks.
And 40 as well. Like looking at this match, you know, do you have a first impression of who you would favor in this one? Because I would say in general on the desk we're probably all thinking the same person. Cypher, am I right?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
yeah.
I don't know.
Unofficially, I would say, you know, the name itself, just Cypher kind of calls out.
Yeah.
But we'll see how it goes, you know. We'll see.
Because of the things that have happened already today, it's not really safe to make predictions anymore.
Yeah.
But we've got to risk our credibility somewhere.
Nothing matters. Nothing's real. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see how this goes.
All right, well, gentlemen, we do have our map picks here on the screen. We got Blood Covenant being chosen by Cypher. You got Corrupted Keep being chosen by Avik, and then Veil of Nath. One of the maps that kind of got, like, quote-unquote, re-added to the pool. I know it got re-added not too long ago in Quake Open League, but it was a map that was taken out for a while where Molten Falls kind of came in and pushed it out of the map pool. So that's going to be an interesting choice, actually, for the last pick.
No, definitely. I think Cypher with Blood Covenant is a dead cert for him. He's so comfortable there. Hopefully we get to see some slash play as well from him, because he just looks beautiful when he's playing that champion. Corrupted Keep, I mean, with Avik, he's very much under the radar, so it's hard to tell what he's going to bring, and you're not really sure till the day comes. So I've got nothing. I've got no read on Avik at all.
I just want to see it go to a map 3.
Yeah.
I just want to see Veil play it. That's what I want. I'm a very selfish person right now.
I mean, I've been expecting tiebreakers to be happening all day so far.
Yeah.
We haven't really been getting them.
Yeah.
It can definitely happen, and I'm very much sitting on the fence between the two players, especially since Cypher dropped a map to Ints, which, you know, you can give some credit to Ints for that, but also you've got to say, if Cypher's meant to live up to expectation, he's got to be dominating right now, and he's not been.
Yeah. And the thing for Cypher is, and I know I honestly, I say this until I'm out of breath every time we've cast together, is that Cypher, after Italy, the Italian Open tournament we had back in November of last year, he was very disappointed with his result. You know, he was on Twitter saying, I'm very sorry to all the fans out there. You know, I've let you down, and I know I can do better, and I will do better. He finally got a breakthrough victory when it came to the Media Mark LAN #2, where he beat Cooler, actually from like different cities, funny enough, but in the same LAN. This is a player who has such a great track record behind him, but when it's come to Quake Champions, he hasn't kind of lived up to that name of Cypher.
You know, it's true. He's still not hit his peak. DreamHack Winter 2017 is probably the result he will be happiest with, given the grandiose scale of that event. But yeah, of course, Media Market and some of the online stuff, he's been doing incredibly well. He is nowhere near his final form yet.
And Florida, we got picks now coming in here for both these two players. I'm actually curious to see, because we know how good Cypher is, but I feel like Abbott can be like the one that's a semi-wild card in this matchup, because we've seen him do really well when it's come to like pass beat invitational tournaments. Do you think he has what it takes here to take on his teammate and beat him?
I mean, to quote a great player, Death, anything can happen. Anything can
Sorry,
happen.
you said great player?
Yeah. How dare you?
I hope he's watching.
How dare he might be.
He'll be watching. He's watching.
But yeah. Let's see. What do we got? Ranger.
This is a slash.
BJ.
He's deciding on the slash
You
right
think
now.
so?
I think so. He's
Ooh,
not going
swing and
for
a
it.
miss, Doom guy.
Yeah, that prediction game, Zoot, not strong.
Sorry, what happened to Rafa?
I said top 8. He's not out just yet. All right,
Gonna have to take a lap around the track for that one. Doom guys on both sides. This will be interesting.
Okay, and we also have a switch up with Galena and BJ as well, so both not running mirror matches between the two. Look at the compositions. I'm going to put you on the spot first, Zoot, and then give you a second to think 40. Look at the matches we have in this first map and the picks. How do you think it's going to go?
I was slightly surprised by the Doomslayers. Can I sit on the fence? That's really easy to do right now.
All right, he's being a wuss.
Yep.
Let's go to a real man with a proper beard. It can grow 140.
I'm going to go with Havoc.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I like this guy.
Well,
he's got
here.
balls right now. This is good.
Somebody had to step
This
up.
is good.
All right.
All right. I'll sit on your fence.
That's
Then
fine.
that's okay. All right.
You're
Good.
more than welcome.
All right, well, calm down. Spud Hunter might get a little upset about that one.
That's true. That's true. You got to clear it with him and his people first.
All right, well, you two, take us
Let's do
away
it.
here in our journey of Cypher versus Havoc. It's going to be a good one.
Well, thank you very much, Jason. Here we begin on to Blood Covenant as we get into game. We are on Cypher's perspective at the moment. He's going to get the Doomslayer out first, and it's a Doom early matchup, and not a champion that's typically been all over the meta, but I'm interested to see him here on Blood Covenant 40.
Yeah, I like the way Cypher kind of delayed Mega. That's going to open him up to attack this heavy as he pleases. And yeah, the Doom on Doom action is going to be great. A lot of rocket fighting, a lot of double jumping, dodging the rockets. I'm very interested to see how this first fight goes.
We get a little bit of damage already from Avik. That might already make Cypher scared to stare too much at the heavy. But Avik, he's kind of falling back. Very passive, touch and go kind of start to this 40. I gotta say 40. I'm really excited to cast it here.
40
I'm just
Zoot. I've been waiting
yeah,
for this my
really-
whole life.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing it right now.
Living the dream.
It's
A
happening.
little bit of rocket damage here. Havoc backs away. Keeping the high ground, though, that's very important here.
Yeah, Cypher still hasn't managed to get the railgun, so until he gets that, I think he's not going to feel totally safe. Got to keep that sort of machine gun damage going. Finally gets the railgun, not punished for it. Avic's going to take a quick glimpse at him, but it's been a stunning rocket from Cypher.
Yeah, great defensive rock to keep Avik out here as he does make his way over to the heavy. Missed rail. Could get punished for it. Avik taking his time, really lining up the shot, and still misses there as Cypher will get the heavy little bit of tri-bolt damage, and Avik decides to back away.
I think you'd often expect the heavy machine gun to be pulled out there, but he doesn't have it picked up. He's got pretty much all weapons except that. Cypher pushing one of the lightning gun. Avik, there's some armor beside him. He's still railable. There's a little bit of healing, but the pressure is mounting from his teammate. Are we going to get first blood in a second? Ooh. Creeps around the corner.
Barely missed that opportunity for a rail there.
Cypher invested a little bit of health into rocket jumping around, so stacks aren't actually that different to one another. Now that the heavy's changed, we can restart that sentence, but nonetheless.
I like Avik using this blood pool, kind of going silent, just getting this health, be like, this is all mine. Let me stack back up while I can.
Had a bit of a drop down. Cypher moved over to the pillar area. And again, it's incredibly quiet. I said at the beginning that there'd be fireworks in this. I think we're waiting for them to explode. The fuse has just been lit.
Avik will just make his way over to the heavy. See Cypher coming from the rail side here, jump over the bridge, and the tri-bolt back out again. Switches to the LG.
Ooh.
Wow, what an LG battle. Cypher will take it over Avik over there.
I mean, no tri-bolt damage at all from Avik, and he was late to get the switch on the LG. Cypher being very aggressive all of a sudden. We can see him on camera now too. So he'll be a little bit delighted with that, but it's got to be careful pushing up a bounce pad. The fear of the orb, to acknowledge that Avik has got a good starting stack, and he hits the rail before the Mega. Avik still has things to work with, but this is brilliant damage from Cypher.
Yeah, great rails there. Turns his back on Avik a little bit, and he pays the price, almost with his life. Oof. And he will. Avik will finish it off with a heavy machine gun there.
All right, we're keeping it nice and close for the time being. He's going to find another weapon. There's a rocket down on the floor. He can't pick up the rail straight away.
And now he doesn't have Dire Orb out either, but Havoc can't be too aggressive as he doesn't have a Dire Orb of his own. The rocket to rail combo is good, but not good enough. Can he finish it off? I'd like to see a switch to machine gun.
Yeah, he's got plenty of bullets for that. He can't quite find an angle anymore, and the knowledge that he doesn't have to face the rail just yet helps. And wow, it's just
nice tri-bolt.
Cypher repositions himself just so he can hit a little bit more tri-bolt damage. The heavy's up, he's going to go in for it. Lightning gun, Cypher tries to orb away from this, and again the tri-bolt is inflicting fear onto Avek.
Wow, that rocket.
Survival is really touch and go again for both of the players.
Wow, Cypher just dropping out on that shaft right now. Avek going up for the Mega. Will he get it? And he will.
Okay.
The LG tickle on the way up. Wow, but now he's got to be careful. Cypher spawns on that BJ.
Here comes the dual wheel, but the LG damage is so good. 19 health left. He's again healing up from the blood pool. Both of the players crippled. There's the heavy machine gun coming out, and he's going to get the frag in time. Avek is going to take the first round. You put a curse on Cypher with your prediction?
I don't know about that. It's just beard power. I like the way that Avek kind of saw the BJ spawn and went straight to LG and was like, I'm going to deny this because, you know, spawning on a BJ, you want the shaft as quick as you can so you can try and melt your opponent.
Yeah, for sure. There was a little bit of a standoff for a moment then too because that dual-wield shotgun came out.
Yep.
So you've always got to respect. Always got to respect. But we get back over to Doom versus Doom. We got much of a delay on the items. It was a bit more of a delay for the heavy side on this occasion. Similar map side start as Avek with the early DPS, but Cypher picks up the railgun. There was a cost for it though.
Cypher just kind of waiting up this heavy as Avek's down by LG, playing silently again, not giving away his position.
Face over the edge. Oh, that rocket was going to hit him square on.
I thought it was, but instead he eats a rail. He's going up to mega jump head here. Nice little double jump to get past that rail.
Oh, nice Cypher.
Still eats one.
And with that damage inflicted, he's got that heavy to fall back on. Avek, I think he's going to have a read on this. He's going to understand where control is at in the map for the time being. Heavy's his, so although Heavy's been taken, he's not really fearful at all. He's waiting for an equal fight. If he can get the early damage now, he'll be confident.
Here's the jump pad and gets stuck on the jump pad, and Cypher will absolutely get melted.
Oh no, you go up the bounce pad, you do the double jump a little early, and you're like, oh, I'm taking this trip again.
The trampoline of death.
That is a bad start to the round for Cypher. Small rail angle for just a fraction of a second. I'm not expecting it for the moment. Again, the heavy to fall back on. I think he just heard sound cues.
Yeah, he's just tracking him through the lower path here towards shotgun. Not making any noise again, just waiting to set the trap.
Oh, poor rail. Goes rocket jump on. He's going to try and catch him over at Mega Health. He messes up his movement a little bit, but he's gone back up the bounce pad. There's the rail after the Mega Health is taken. Can't get another. That's a brilliant retaliatory rail from Cypher.
Cypher's rails are insane right now.
Where the hell did that last one come from? That was mad from Cypher. We'll get back with him. He still hasn't popped the dual wield. There it is. Orb comes out. Avek's on a couple of points of health. He's trying desperately to escape. Dual wield is out.
Cypher's going to try and chase. He misses the rail here. And good work from Avek to get away.
He might be able to heal up a little bit. I don't think the Mega's quite going to be in reach, but he's managed to survive. The champion score is the same. He's made his way over to Catwalk and got a light armor. All of a sudden, he was on the brink of defeat in this round almost. There might still be hope, but that rail...
Yeah, crippling him again, and he's going to get caught up by this small armor here. Orb comes out, but not good enough. Cypher will be able to melt him with that LG.
There was a realm in which that orb hit him directly.
Yeah, in a parallel universe, he did get the shove.
Well, one champion left for Avek. Cypher with a chance to equalize the round scores. He's going to push in on this dual wield.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what do you do against that? There's not much you could do.
Well, he didn't have many positions to go to anymore. He tried to drop down a little bit, but that initial damage from Cypher was way too much. Avek being out in the open, knowing that the dual wield was something that he could go against, he'll have to watch out for that one next time. Wonder if we're going to get a Doom versus Doom start again. We are. I don't need to go on for long at all to discover that one. And Cypher picks up the heavy armor very quickly. They get swapped on the other sides now. I think Cypher started Mega side for the round 1 and 2. And now he gets heavy to begin with. So Theoretically, the rail should be his for a much cheaper cost. Oh my god, 100 damage, and another meaty rocket. Avic's got nothing to work with, but he's tried his best to keep Cypher at bay.
Yes, still needs to stack back up as best he can, but Cypher's on the hunt right now, knowing he's low. Cypher's not that healthy himself, needs to be careful here. A little bit of machine gun damage. Make it a lot of machine gun damage.
Oh wow.
Switches from the tribal to the LG, and he turns that around quickly. That was incredible.
Cypher was looking in such a commanding position for a while, and also that chip damage just kept chipping away. Now Avic again with an advantage. He's going with the heavy machine gun, fairly close range. Cypher with the Blaskovitz will edge out there. That heavy, long gone. But still dreaming of the railgun at some point. So important on a map as open as this.
Waiting on this Mega here, Avic, and you got to be careful eating all this machine gun damage here as he takes out his own and starts firing back, but we'll have Mega to his back and push his Cypher off eventually.
He's actually got plenty to fall back on. Heavy machine gun damage is hurting a lot, and it looked like Avic was having a tough time connecting all of the shots, but it's kind of fallen into place despite all of that. Rail miss, but it doesn't cost anything as Cypher doesn't get any damage return. Here comes the dual wield. He sticks around with that. How did Avic...
How is Cypher alive?
How's Avic alive as well? It looked like Cypher's going to hit more.
I think Avic just had the pin on him immediately.
Oh.
Speaking of pin, Cypher's going to go ahead and pin him with the LG again on round 2. And wow, that's fight over rockets was still incredible though.
The fight over rockets, I think that was the big part for me. But then Avic dropping the ball by heavy. I mean, he dropped down onto the lightning gun. Cypher already having an angle. I don't like that play from Avic. However, Cypher gets a good early rocket. Avic sticking around again. And it's just not worth it for him. He's lost 2 champions. I really don't think he should have.
Yeah. He just wants to go for these shaft battles now, and I don't know if it's a matter of pride or what, but he's getting close. Each time very, very low on Cypher, but Cypher just pulls him out. Wow. Last kill there. 2-1 for Cypher.
Yeah, that dual-wield heavy machine gun, man. That's some hurt that it's delivering.
That is brutal.
You can see that even with the heavy armor, he tries to get the totem up to get some extra health in. Cypher shaking off anything that may have happened earlier in the round. We're going to get him again on the heavy side of the map. Moving over, trying to get some understanding of what Avic's trying to do. Backs up to the rail.
And the LG from Avic, pushing Cypher off there for a second. Great rail from Cypher.
Again, got to keep those stacks balanced between the two of them.
He just wants to end this.
Avic
Cypher wants to make me look stupid.
Avic, sorry, Cypher, no. I was right the first time for you. He only just picked up the mega health.
Yeah, so super delay.
Yeah, really, really big delay on that item. He's going to see exactly what Cypher's doing with the heavy. I wonder if Cypher's going to clock onto this long, long delay. Avic fading away a little bit. There's a small chase. Avic misses his shot. I think he tries to find the light armor, which isn't there for him.
Cypher jumping across now. He's not going to get the angle on this mega, so it will go to Avic. Heavy's up in 9, so he does have the position on that, just spamming some rockets, trying to figure out where Avic is. And again, Avic not afraid to go a little bit silent here and not give away anything to Cypher in terms of sound cues.
If Cypher doesn't know a thing, he's right below him. He's going to spot him and maybe
he
a little
drops
late.
right onto him.
Oh god, that lightning gun was 100%. He probably could have gone berserk and, you know, finished him off with a punch, but he's like, you know what? Let's just do it like this now. Find him right at the top. This is the miss time from Cypher. The whole play at the beginning of this round from Avic to delay that mega health. That's also what allowed him to secure this second frag so convincingly.
Absolutely comes back to haunt him there. And again, his ability to just remain silent and not give away anything got that first frag and really opened it up.
Yep, that lack of knowledge from Cypher, painful. But still, Ranger can be a threat. We're still in the early stages of this round with less than 2 minutes of play. And with this delays on the items, it's like, oh, I've got nothing I can pick up now. Hoping for the light. Doesn't want to give off a sound cue straight away, but it's got a feeling. Almost tracking him through the wall indirectly.
Avic goes up and grabs the mega, and wow, great rail as he pops out through the teleporter now. A little bit of tribal spam to keep him off of rocket. Cypher not going that way, and Avic.
Wow.
Whoa.
Hello.
Just a warning shot. Like, I'm on to you, sir.
I know where you are now. Well, Avic's taken both of the last major items. He should be able to put some pressure, go through the teleporter in a moment. He knows where he is, lands the rail, one more as well to secure this round, tie it up. He's just going with a heavy machine gun, very safe weapon to use. Brilliant play from Avik this round.
That delay, again,
Yeah.
causing issues for Cypher. Catches him out. Cypher wasn't even looking, opening rail, and then finishes it off with the machine gun. Well done to Avik.
I mean, just starving Cypher of information, just of like half the major items, and also just himself. That trap over towards bridge to get that frag onto Doom. I mean, that was awesome stuff from Avik.
Literally jumping into his arms. It was fantastic.
Yeah. He'll take that any day.
Who can take the entire map as we go into round 5 here?
Okay, well, we are on board with Avik yet again. He's got that rail early. They've switched back to their initial start from round 1. Now, rendezvous down a lightning gun. There's going to be Avik and Cypher actually taking it easy at this decisive round. No one wants to overcommit in a bad position without some good entry damage. That rocket from Cypher, really, really good. However, Avik's immediately able to heal up.
Might get caught up by the shotgun here. A little bit of damage initially, but Avik will go up the jump pad relatively unscathed. Stacks are about equal though. Might get caught out here. Cypher needs to be very careful in this position here.
Oh, small tickle.
Just a little tickle, just a little just to let him know that he's there. But Avik with a massive stack now, and he should be on the hunt as Cypher hiding by the pillars, trying to restack as best he can.
I mean, we could get Avik onto double major items again, which is going to be really, really dangerous to Cypher, especially how on the ball Avik seems with just, you know, not giving away angles. Every time he's got an angle on Cypher, it's a chip of LG, a chip of heavy machine gun, a rail if he can have the right weapon out in time.
Just the constant damage output here as Avik needs to be careful now and actually concedes that mega, but the rocket's pretty good. 55 damage on that, a little bit of tribal response from Cypher, but nothing to worry about on Avik's end.
Oh, clean angle. It's like you're got double jumping right into that. He's going for the punch? Does he mean that?
He wants the bar fight right now.
Oh, he gets one shot on him. He's quite weak. He's going to get the rail back in a second, and Cypher can't get out of there.
What a shot.
What was that? Was he playing mind tricks with everybody?
Yeah, is that a little bit of disrespect popping the fists early? I don't know.
It's like, hey, I'm the A player in this team. Get out of here. We're going to get another upset today. I think everyone's feeling Cypher at the top, but we don't know if that's going to happen. More LG from Avik. That's one more kill. A frag away from taking the first map. And Cypher's map pick on top of that, Flozzy.
Yeah. We're gonna have words later. How dare you? But big shouts to Frothy Omen.
What's the point? I had you. I had you down.
Cypher will get a little bit of chip damage and move his way back on over to Mega, but the rocket jump aggressively from Avik as he uses the orb to keep him away. And he's like, I need this Mega, but he can't commit to it. Avik making sure, he's like, that's my Mega, don't you touch that Mega.
Yeah, get out of my Mega. He's got plenty of time to get over to Heavy, so
Cypher
he just
will get over on the rail though.
No return rail, but there's a light armor to take. He's still feeling pretty good. Avik doesn't need to commit to a fight because he's obviously got such an advantage, but don't play too passive. Don't let Cypher start building up confidence in this round. All the perfect weapon switch from him, and there's the kill. Cypher's able to capitalize in that situation.
Yeah, well done by Cypher. Not giving up, not going out without a fight, okay?
Completely.
2 minutes left. Cypher still needs to be very careful here. Might get caught out. A little bit of LG damage, but he will have the Mega to his back. So a bit fortunate there, but Avik's stack is not that good. And here comes the aggressive orb in with the rockets. Hanging on by a thread, but he will tie that up as we have Ranger on Ranger action now.
We've got the Heavy up, so Cypher's going to be able to stack up right now. It looked like it was map locked down from Avik, but immediately we get things so close in the first map between these two players. I have got my doubts about whether or not Avik should have picked Galena second, but it doesn't matter. This is crunch time for both players. Mega health is up. Avik's dodging some of these rails, but he can feel the pressure, he can feel the crosshair near him. He's taking the Mega health, dodges the rocket, and gets out of there.
Well done from Avik. He didn't really put out the damage that he needed to, but he didn't take any return damage. In this tri-bolt, though, keeping Cypher away, and he'll get a free Heavy. So well done to Avik. And this could come down to a tale of two dire orbs.
Well, at the moment, it would be upsetting for Avik given all of the control that he's established lately. So as long as he keeps himself on his toes, really keep that. I know you can use the orb for mobility, securing some items and so on, but you want to get that extra burst DPS. You want to be able to nullify your opponent. Cypher's just used his, so that option is gone for him. He's done not too bad damage versus Avik, but Avik should be able to be the one who gets the heavy armor. Maybe preemptive orb up. He's not going for it.
LG though. And the rail. Oh, but the turned rocket from Avik is fantastic, and Cypher's absolutely crippled. Oh my gosh. Both players, yeah, both players now near death. Cypher needs to be careful. Just throwing that Dire Orb out, just a flare in the wind. An SOS, if you will.
I was scared for Avik over at the heavy armor because his tribal plays from that position have not been so good this game. It's cost him frags earlier on, but he managed to escape with that insane misdirection of the orb, the rocket as well, to sort of paralyze Cypher momentarily. Oh, that's equalizing the stacks.
Yeah, that was a crucial shot. Ooh, and the Tribolt's definitely going to help too, and he'll have Mega. Throw out the Dire Orb a bit prematurely, but just keeping that distance, keeping the spacing from Avik, saying, hey, this is my territory, I don't want you anywhere near here.
And the heavy's going to be Cypher's too. I don't think Avik wants anything to do with it. He might try and fire off a rail, but that would be the most of it. I don't think he even did that. I think he just got the information and left. He's on about 100, 100. He's found him. Orb's just come back up online for Cypher. He's going to use it again. Avik's used it equally. Well, there's not bad damage at all from Cypher, but he backs out of that. He probably could have committed if he realized how much damage he'd done. And Mega actually never got taken at that point. It's now up. Did Avik just kind of punk him?
Maybe.
Stopwatch.
Is Avik still delaying this?
It's a long delay, actually. This again could be reminiscent of, was it the previous round? Has he gone for it? It's there now. What?
Oh no.
What the hell? Oh my god.
The damage from the Dire Orb in the rail as the chase with the LG will come out. And Avik needs to get away. Can't run away. He'll find him. The Dire Orb comes out defensively, but Avik trying to make his way through the stairwell, and Cypher will take the last frag in overtime 3-2, and map 1 goes to him.
Oh my god. I feel like, I don't know if Avik was trying to be a little bit too smart there for his own good, but that Mega was up for such a long time. Maybe he thought he had picked it up already or something along those lines. That was a big, big shock.
Yeah.
And this evasive action that we have over here from Avik, I mean, he tried his best at the end, but by the skin of his teeth, Cypher is going to take his map pick before we go into Corrupted Keep.
That was absolutely incredible. Again, like you said, I don't know if the Mega delay was on purpose to that extent. Maybe he missed it at first, but even after that, he probably saw it, and then he was like, okay, I'm going to delay it more. By that time, Cypher had already come around. The Dire Orb rail combo did the initial damage, and then the LG to Machine Gun Tickle.
Yeah.
I mean, not much you can do to get away from that.
Okay. If Avik had picked up that Mega 5 seconds before Cypher went back over there, I mean, that would have been amazing. I think that could be a game-winning play from Avik, but the tide's turned. We can check out our accuracies and so on there, and item control too. Look at the amount of Megas that Avik got compared to Cypher. Got double them.
Yeah, absolutely incredible on the Mega. 40% LG, nothing too crazy. I mean, it's not too serious, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but
it's not quite there.
Definitely not bad from Avik.
I thought the tribal damage, actually the amount of tribal that came out from, I think particularly Cypher, you maybe expect a little bit more damage from that, but it's kind of good at chipping away and forcing a player to, like, you know, respect a little bit. Yeah. Either way, both the players, 2,000 to 2,500 damage between, on the lightning gun alone. Like, that's a lot. A lot of the fights came down to that weapon.
Yeah, in terms of the Tribolt accuracy, I think you just spam that out when you can, and if the percentage skyrockets, that's great, but I think it's mostly just used to pepper wherever you can.
Pepper, a little bit of zone control.
Yeah,
Exactly. We have got the champions coming here. I do see a Death Knife very quickly at a glance. I think I caught whiff of a keel right at the end over there.
Well, that makes me very happy because I love pineapples, so we'll see what can happen. We'll see if Avik can pull this around, turn it around, and make it 1-1, but I don't know. I'm going to stick with Avik because I'm a ride or die kind of guy, so we'll see. We'll see if he could turn it around on Corrupted Keep against Cypher.
I feel there was some very strange plays that were going on Blood Covenant. It seemed like he had very good intuition of exactly what's going on, as you'd expect of a player like Avik, but then suddenly a little overcommitment here and there, maybe a little bit of hesitation. In a map here like Corrupted Keep, where the pace is, you'd expect it really to skyrocket a bit more, whereas obviously the railgun is gone. Let's get into game, guys, and find out how this is going to pan out. Avik and Cypher in map 2. Avik needs to win this if he wants to hang around in the winner bracket. Otherwise, Cypher can rest easy and be a day 2 contender.
Avik won't let that happen, I believe, as he gets the Mega LG and Rockets. This map is a little bit smaller than Blood Covenant, so I don't know if Avik's ability to play very quiet will come into play at all, but we saw how on the first map that led to 2 or 3 frags for Avik, so let's see if we can See if that traps out Cypher.
Yeah, and this is Cypher that's got the keel, by the way. Actually,
Ooh, it's ruined everything.
similarities we've got here is the Ranger, BJ keel for Cypher. We've got Galena, Death Knight for Avec. Oh my
What
god!
a shove right off the bat.
Where did that even come from? What the hell, Avec? His stack is still looking good, so as long as he can avoid these pineapples a bit, things can still be pleasant for him. And health just disintegrating from Avec. He's going to have the heavy right behind him, so it's kind of calculated to an extent. Maybe an aggressive play from Cypher? No, he doesn't want to overcommit. He finds a light armor. And Avec, again, wants to get that LG all over him. Here come the grenades. Orb just at the end. Cypher's got a monstrous stack, though, after this.
Yeah, Avec licking his wounds now. Needs to be very careful not to get caught out. Cypher finds him over in the banana area and takes him down.
And we can actually get a bit of kill on the screen now.
Just a little bit of pineapples. I mean, it's not the Avec that I thought had it, but that's fine. I just like pineapples, man.
Yeah,
what can I say?
Exactly.
Especially on pizza.
What?
Yeah, I just
So
broke the
don't
internet.
even.
I just broke the internet, which is fine.
Chat's just declared war against you now.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Looking forward to it.
Well, I'm hoping to see a little bit of the sort of grenade rocket combo for the true pineapple display. But again, tentative against one another.
A little bit of tri-bolt spam from Cypher here as he won't connect with a lot, spamming up towards that upper T area, waiting on this heavy. Can he catch out this Galena here? And poor positioning here from Avec. Needs to be very careful, and he's going to get hit with a little bit of tri-bolt, switches over to machine gun. Wow.
Great, just little bits of trickle damage from Avec. However, maybe a small overcommitment there. The machine gun, he gets a couple of health bubbles, but again, lightning gun on that larger hitbox. There's definitely room for Avec to profit on this.
Cypher's just going to push in with the pineapples and the LG here. Needs to be careful, deletes the totem, and will grab the heavy as a reward. And he will fall straight onto Avec as well and get the Mega, so full map control for Cypher now.
Here's the DK though. The DK is out.
That's true.
Oh my god, okay, Fireball straight away. Actually gets rid of a fair chunk of Cypher stack. However, we've got no items up for a fair bit of time. The weapons, rockets, lightning gun should be in the hands of Avec for the moment, so he's got to look for a situation for the next minute or so to just get stuck in.
Yeah, Cypher can play a little bit aggressive here as he knows the Flame Strike is down, and it looks like the fight over heavy is going to occur, and the LG is good, but not enough. Cypher needs to be a little bit careful here, but the rocket damage might be able to do it here.
LG'd into the mega health. Avec, he wants to go back into this. He's very low on health and will eventually fall. Only 17 HP left for Cypher, but Keelman did the business right there.
I like the friendship that he showed by pushing him into LG, saying, hey, we're teammates, and then I'm going to kill you.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
that. That was very kind from Cypher.
You can have the mega, get some LG, and then I'll strip it away from you immediately after.
Yeah, I'll build you up to break you down. I like it.
Cypher though with the nail gun spawn. He could have rushed over towards the mega health straight away and fought for that lightning gun, but you want to respect against that ranger a little bit. Don't lose your life too early. He's going to want that lightning gun. Tri-bolt's connecting a little bit. Dribbles here and there.
Yeah, so just annoying damage at that point. 15s everywhere. Cypher will pull out the heavy machine gun, try and get some more chip damage. Won't connect with any of it, unfortunately.
That's a good position for Avec, actually. Cypher really sacrificing a lot in order to get himself onto the lightning gun. And again, he's going for the heavy machine gun. He's got the heavy behind him as soon as he wants to bother going to get it. And Cypher just over 100-100. We've got an even fight on our hands.
Really get caught out over here by Mega. 15 seconds, and the Tri-Bolt is decent, but I don't, ooh, that rocket, though.
That was a decent chunk, almost 60 damage that he did with that. Mega's going to be up in a moment. Cypher respecting a little bit more. Now that he can drop down as and when he pleases. There it is, and here it is. Go through for the race for heavy armor.
Oh, but he's out of Tri-Bolt, and he's like, I have to back away. So he actually concedes the heavy as well.
Oh no, Cypher! Oh,
with the orb.
That's unnecessary, man. He was on like 50 health.
Not a full shove, so
just go for the shaft. At that point, you could have saved it a little bit. A little bit of Tri-Bolt right on the exit of the lightning gun. Gonna find him up on the top. It's a good position for Avec just there, but he's got the dual wield to respect. Mega health's not up for a couple of seconds, but it doesn't even matter at all. Avic's all over it.
Orb's out too, and he's gonna dual orb, but Cypher now blows his orb, and it looks like the LG will take him down over by the heavy. Just gets caught out off the spawn, a little unfortunate there.
Yeah, and I think he was expecting the heavy to be up a second or two later, so that there would be some proper evasion there, but it wasn't to be. Aavik was all over on that timing. He's tied it up once again, and like Blood Covenant, we're keeping it pretty close here.
Yeah, I love it, I love it. Aavik will get the rocket spawn, head on over to this Mega, but it will be sniped out from under him, so he will have to detour and go to the heavy. And look at this LG dual wheel comes out.
I love that.
Yeah, the orb comes out to kind of distract, and that might be enough to get Aavik away. He's not clear out of danger yet, as Cypher smells him, just waiting, trying to pepper him with any kind of damage he can here. Holding that upper area, a little bit of tribal. Aavik trying to get any way out of here that he can.
There we go. I love the orb that he used. It kills so much of the dual wheel time, which is so beneficial. He's just
The
running
machine gun.
Come on, man.
He didn't want to fully commit to the rockets because he thought Cypher had the read on him, and then he just gets caught out with machine gun instead over at the elbow area, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, there was no escaping that anymore. Oh, Mega was taken from Aavik. He's doing a lot of LG damage considering his position. Oh my god, he managed to rip him apart in the end. There's no big item up for a while, and he's got Keel to deal with, which, as we've seen from Cypher already, has been a big threat on the map.
Yeah, very, very thick boy. Pineapples, rockets, and that's what you want to stay away from here. As Aavik will back into it, actually, and say, you know what, maybe a rocket isn't so bad.
Yeah, again, he's going to these items that he shouldn't be there with just about 100 health. That Flame Strike's not going to hit anything, trying to make the nail gun work too. He's going to go in for more for seconds, but Cypher's ready for it. They were both such low HP, and Aavik knew how weak he was. I don't know if there's maybe a different weapon he could have used, but what could have been?
Yeah, I don't, maybe I don't think he had shotgun, right? He's not using starter.
We'll have a look, actually.
So.
See if I can investigate.
Cypher will be the one to get the rocket spawn this time and miss out on the Mega.
He's got starting shotgun on Ranger, actually, so that could have been a possibility if he indeed transferred that over.
This LG, though. Cypher will get pushed away towards this 50 armor shard, make his way back towards the LG.
And Aavik still missing the rocket. Cypher guarding the position for the moment. Aavik just drifting on past. Mega Health's going to be the next port of call.
And the dual wield comes out, but the orb beats dual wield.
You want to commit to the fight? You want to commit to the fight, Cypher?
Do you? Is that what you want?
Eat this. Oh, the pineapples are coming in. Still a decent amount of health for Aavik, though, and he's going to battle through all of the burst damage that was there.
And now full control goes to Aavik. I like the way that he didn't go straight onto the Mega. That's where the pineapples were going, and instead just peppered him with LG and then got the Mega after the pineapples were gone. And Aavik doing his best to try and catch out Cypher here, and it looks like he will.
It's been a really strong round for Aavik at the moment. Love his counterplays to what Cypher's trying to be doing with the champions. Mega's going to be up in a moment. He's going to make sure that he doesn't take a fat rocket on the pickup. Oh my god, that orb.
Random Dire Orb. That could have been the one. Speaking of Dire Orb, Aavik has his own, and he'll push Cypher off of the heavy and get the frag and the round. 2-2. All these are going to be close, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're all going to hurt my heart.
It's got to be. With Aavik and Cypher, I mean, the battle's in the mind already. The amount of time they've known each other for. What I'm finding weird from Cypher, though, is the way he's using his orbs. A lot of mobility based on. He's not got anything to defend himself with. When Aavik genuinely does go for the push, it's like he's doing it in anticipation, but maybe just a little too early for him. But I don't want to take anything away from Aavik, though, because that round 4 from him was quality.
Yeah, well done to Aavik here. Let's see if he can pull out the whole map, though. One round separates Cypher from moving on, or Aavik from forcing a third map. As he's waiting above this Mega. A little bit of plasma comes out, a little bit of machine gun from Aavik's side. Just trying to keep position on this Mega, and instead he's going to attack a little bit. And there's that Dire Orb play that you were talking about, the mobility. He grabbed the heavy and went straight to the rockets.
This could end up hurting Cypher in a moment. Aavik's got to be timing in the mind. Okay, when approximately will he get the orb back? I should do an attack before then. That's what I desperately want to see from Aavik right now. He can't quite clock onto where Cypher's roaming. And that's probably going to let, Cypher is going to have that tool on his belt yet again.
Just waiting out with that tribal. He's just, I wish you would push that archway. I wish you would.
Pretty pleased. Now he's doing it.
That's a cool thing to do.
And Cypher, they're just firing off.
Just firing off these fireworks. I don't want this Dire Orb. Get it out of here. But Cypher needs to be very careful now. He might get caught out here.
Oh, did he catch a foot? No, I think that was just us with our little X-ray edge just then.
Spam coming out, Havoc avoiding it. Barely sees him. Tribal will not connect.
LG on LG. Cypher trying to back away towards the mega area. We're going to get a commitment from Havoc. He's only got about 50 health. He's going to find him just below. There's sound cue. There's the orb right in. There's going to be use from Havoc as well. He's surely got to win this fight, but he backs away with next to no health, and Cypher almost makes a miraculous return on that.
Yeah, well done from Cypher to live another day. Havoc stacks back up very quickly and could catch Cypher out here.
Oh, the rockets!
What a rocket by Cypher!
Feels
that was fantastic.
It feels again like Havoc dropped the ball. He just wasn't aware that Cypher was down there at that point. Cypher again using his orb for nothing in that instance. And
I think the issue is he's mistiming it. So if he had the timing more nailed down, it would actually be a fantastic play. But he throws it out, and then the armor doesn't show up, and he's like, well, there goes the Dire Orb.
You have a bit more of that map domination if you are really sort of tying it together properly. Good rocket from Cypher. There's a bit of nail gun there that trickles onto him. It's equal footing. But I think if they're both able to stack up contest control, I probably see Cypher winning this battle. So it's important for Havoc to get that control going. He's got it with the heavy armor. That mega health is there. He's looking for a little miniature delay, which he does.
Just look at the stack on Havoc right now. Cypher has to play defensively here. Missed out on both the items. Havoc has fat stacks like a rapper, and he's going to push in. Eats a little bit of rocket damage. Make that a lot of rocket damage now. Cypher trying to make a way around to grab these 50s in the boneyard. And he could get trapped out here as Havoc knows exactly where he is, and he's trying to push in for the kill. Cypher doing his best to pepper everywhere with Tribal and keep Havoc out.
He does pretty well with that overall. However, as Havoc that's keeping position on the items, now Cypher still doesn't have his ability back up. There's the LG. Is he going to be able to push this? Orb is back up, but he hasn't got enough time. So the champion score is tied up again. This is really reminiscent of last map now.
Yeah, such a close game here. Havoc doing a good job of keeping the pressure on. And let's see if he could finish it out.
Oh, good prediction rocket. Every little counting for the moment, especially when you got BJ. He was going to let him pick up the lightning gun now. You keep him up here, but he's going to have so much damage. There's the dual will, but he wants to commit to this one. Cypher, he's relegated to this part of the map. Havoc, he picks up the mega health. If he just chases through a teleport, he surely close it out. Spins around, there's the 225. Cypher can't survive. He's only got Keel to go.
And a minute left as well, so pressure's on. Havoc can just play very defensively. And if he just hits some good defensive rockets, he could try and keep him out. But it is a smaller map. And that pineapple, very close. A little bit of a tickle there. Get that out of my face. And Havoc backs off to the Mega, throws down the totem. Cypher trying to catch him out here, goes up to the LG.
Oh, this is a little bit earlier, but for the mega health, he picks it up just in time. He's got 60 health to go. Cypher needs HP, but that lightning gun and the rocket.
That was well done by Havoc. Cypher going for those obvious bubbles for health, and Havoc said, hey, how about a rocket instead, and takes map number 2.
Whew. Man, it's going down to the wire with these players.
Hey, I'm happy. We got what I wanted, at least. We're going to Vale.
Yeah. So. Oh my God. I had not even reflected on that at that point. But Havoc, you got to say super strong plays. I know a lot of people are scared to push into a Blazkowicz when he's using dual wield, but the fact that Havoc had the mega control, the heavy control, he had all the ammunition he needed, and that trust in the aim, the confidence is also an important factor. Having that enabled him to really stretch a lead.
Yeah, having the stack and not being afraid to take a shaft battle against a dual-wielding BJ is a big deal. So good job on Havoc's part to be able to handle that.
Well, going into Vale, are you sticking by your guns on Havoc?
Of course.
Yeah?
He's turning it around. Map 1 was super close. He took map 2. I think he could pull this out.
You got to say, though, on Blood Covenant, he had that 2-champion advantage on the tiebreaker round.
He did kind of throw a little bit, but we don't talk about that, all right? That's in the past. Mental reset and just go into map number 3 off a win.
Hey, you can't hear that right now. You know, I'm on your side. I think Havoc is going to edge it. But again, Cypher's been such a heavily anticipated player in this tournament. All the big names are here at PGL. And I think there isn't a player out there who hasn't got Cypher in, say, their top 8, which is what we'd get on day 3. We're nowhere near that stage just yet. We're still exploring who's going to make it to day 2, which is already being crazy turbulent.
Yeah, a day of crazy upsets that people didn't expect. And this could be another one.
No, absolutely. But I like it. The fact that Havoc is a little bit under the radar and you show your face and say, hey, This is what I can do. Remember who I am.
Yeah, how dare you forget who I am? How dare you? As we go into the map, or champ picks rather, for Veil of Noth, map number 3 in this series. Any crazy picks, you think?
I think we're going to get another Keel from Cypher. I suspect Galena will be out for both players. Ranger at the beginning for the two of them, definitely expected. I'm curious about Avek's pick. Okay, never mind. We're going to get BJ from Cypher. That's an interesting pick. And he is going to go for Death Knight at the end, as he did before. So no Keel pick. We're going to get double Death Knight on this. There's a lot of sort of choke points, tight corridors, and things like that. So trying to increase your flame strike accuracy, you give yourself some chances for that. I do really like, I believe it was Avek who had the Galena. If you start putting those totems on the teleporter exits, you kind of force your opponent to take a different avenue in order to clear the mines, the totems on the map.
Yeah.
And that's something that Cypher doesn't have. So instead of that, he's gone for that extra burst fire DPS with the Blaskovitz. And so we'll see if that's going to be something that can turn it around into his favor.
Yeah, I'd like to see Avik use those totems on upper telly, of course, and then the jump pad, and then just take upper control. And then from there, really, it's pretty easy to keep map control. But
I want to see Avik use it first, Galena first. On my screen right now, it does show he's going to be doing that. Guys, I think we can jump into game now. This is the tiebreaker map between the Nyemega players. It's Avik and Cypher. Winner is going to day 2. The loser goes to the lower bracket to fight again.
Ooh, and the initial push from Cypher is strong here as the Flame Strike comes out. Avik throwing down that totem. Nail gun is not strong enough, and Cypher will be able to LG him down on that rail room. Avik will spawn right onto the Death Knight, trying to find Cypher. He knows he did decent damage. Here's a little bit of LG tackle followed by Tribolt.
I like that Cypher just backed away there. He's like, if he just drops down and goes to the Flame Strike, I'm a dead man. I've just got to give up that
the
heavy
entire
armor.
map.
Yeah. Oh, this push from Avik. Is he going to continue going into this? He's like, I know your ability's down, but he's checked the wrong side of it, and he's already used his Flame Strike. Again, going for the Tribolt. Both players so weak, but Cypher with the clutch rail. 2 frags up in the first round.
Yeah, Avik getting a little antsy there, doing the Flame Strike around the corner when he should have known that Cypher was going to loop around one of the corners, and instead Flame Strike's down, and now Avik's down onto his last champion here as Cypher commanding lead.
I'll jump through the
safely jumps through.
Safely.
Very important to note that.
That's crucial. I wonder if we're going to get some upsets on that part of the map. We see so many brilliant moments.
I mean, I know Jahar's thinking this right now. I've seen a Doom guy miss that jump.
Just to rub salt into the wound.
Cypher trying to stay alive, but the rocket to rail trade, and Avik will come out on top. 41 HP though. Not a lot to work with.
Yeah, I mean, that was an awesome combo. We've got another orb coming up. That heavy's already been taken. Avik is going to have to fade away. Maybe leave that Mega up. Give it over to Cypher, who's just kind of hovering up there. He's got a position where he can spam down to the Tribolt and just clear the zone. Keep it for himself. But the rocket, he looks for the follow-up mid-air. And he's actually stuck in this little cavern. This is a nasty spot to be in. He's low on HP. The rail, I don't know if it did get picked up from Cypher. He's looking for machine gun, but he can't dodge away. There's the rail pickup. There's the round. Cypher in the lead.
I think the tilting point there was when Avik used the Flame Strike prematurely in the rail room there, and yeah, I think it was downhill from there. But again, every round is a new round, new game, new mentality that you need.
Sure. Well, we follow Cypher into round 2. Death Knight off the start. Easy heavy pickup, and he's not going for the rocket straight away or the lightning gun, because you can end up getting, a big battle right off the spawn at the rockets, because it's an important weapon to control on this map. But Cypher opting to maybe take a slower approach to establishing, all the weapons in his control.
Gets in on those rockets now. Needs to be careful though that upper telly is totemed. Wow, what a rocket from underneath.
There's a second totem for Avik, and this is the kind of control. Oh, he walks through it. Why did he do that? The Flame Strike, but Avik can't retaliate at all.
I cannot believe that worked.
That's insanity from Cypher, but it totally caught Avik off guard because he didn't have a brilliant stack himself. Then the orb comes out, and it's like, get out of here.
He's like, you got lucky on that. Let's even this up and start over because I need a mulligan. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, completely. I mean, at the same time, you got to say it's a smart calculation from Cypher, given he knew how much damage he'd done. He knew the items were coming back up. I mean, in hindsight, I really like the play from Cypher, but it looks like pure insanity with no context.
Yeah, just face checking the totems and then saying, okay, I know how much damage I could take and Mega's going to be up, so I'm just going to go for it. And it worked out, but here's the catch. Oh, Cypher, so much damage from those dual-wield nail guns here, and Avik stuck in a terrible place. A little bit of acid damage, needs to get out of there.
He's got to check that angle once again. Health bubbles have respawned. He's going to get plus 50 HP, and the items are again coming up shortly. He hears him from down below, and is he going to be able to get a view of what's going on up top? No rockets are connecting. He could drop down on this.
And he does, and the orb comes out for the aggressive play, and look at that chase with the LG. Well done by Avik.
Yeah, Cypher getting a little bit in the way just then. If he had the dual wield, maybe it could have been different. Orb, he's going to rocket the floor just to check it. Looked like it was going to hit his torso, that rocket.
Yeah, that follow-up should have been 150 damage, right, Zoot? Because we know who you're rooting for. But Avik playing a great game here, has the Mega, can get in on this heavy again. Cypher moves out from underneath him.
No orb for Cypher, so he just got a 4 for that. I was like, yeah, you take it. I can't do a sort of a cheeky steal. I'll try to get you off the dismount. But Avik's all right with that. No long-range game for him, though, with no rail, but we know he's been really enjoying the tri-ball, sometimes questioning his use of it. What? There was an orb use for Cypher there, and it didn't do anything.
Preemptive use. I think he tried to get up on that churro and just double-tapped, maybe on accident. I'm not sure, but Dire Orb's going to be down for 15 seconds, and Avik has the Mega, can get the heavy again, and then push aggressively here, knowing that his orb is down. A little bit of a misstep there, but it doesn't look like it'll cost him too much as he'll get back in on that heavy, little bit of tri-bolt spam. And the orb is back up for Cypher, so Avik needs to be careful and wary of that.
Yeah, messy for Avik, to be honest, but he gets out of it, still in full control, but knows now that the orb is back up for Cypher, so let's compose ourselves, let's chill out. Got a lead, minute and 45 to burn. We've got a jump in from Cypher. He's not dodged into the Mega yet. There's a rocket into the orb, into the lightning gun. Wow. That's another for Avik. What a combination. I've not seen something like that.
Yeah, he's out there like Muhammad Ali, just hitting him with the 1-2. I like that. Rocket to orb to rocket to rocket to LG. Yeah.
He knocked him into the orb that he fired. I was like, he's going to go and steal that Mega health, but no, that wasn't on his mind at all. That was unreal. We were on Avik once again off the start. He's got to watch out for the flame strike at the beginning of the round. He gives up the rockets, but it doesn't seem to matter. Yeah. Everything for Avik.
Everything is going his way for now. Let's see. The dual wield from
Pop.
Yeah, but doesn't get a lot of damage off of that here, but drops in, gets a little more of a tickle, but still nothing. But now he's caught out, and Avik trying to fight his way out with LG, trying to do the best he can, but it will not be enough, and Cypher will take him down.
Again, that light armor in the enclosure where Avik was, it's a bit of a trapped area. And I know that Avik's kind of weighing up the risks of going in there, but he was stuck there. If he went over to the railgun, there might have been the light armor up over on that side of the map, and you would be able to kind of escape that angle and not be forced into the fight. Oh, the flame strike lands.
So much damage.
And Avik just wrecks him seconds before the item respawns.
And that's got to be so frustrating. But, I mean, it's always dangerous when you're just sitting on an item waiting for it to respawn. You don't want to lay that egg, otherwise that's exactly what can happen.
Completely.
Now trying to defend these rockets here. A little bit of nail damage, good LG damage. Dire Orb comes up for the heavy, but is it worth it here as the chase is on and the LG will take out Cypher as he goes up the jump pad. 2-1 to Avik, and it looks like he might be able to take this.
Oh my God.
Let's see what Cypher has. Can he dig deep?
But why is Cypher orbing up to the heavy? Where's he going to go after that? He's getting chased. He's used the ability. Escape's not an option. His weapon selection wasn't fantastic. He was forced to hit 100% nail gun at that stage. We're going to get Avik again off the beginning, having won the previous round. This time, Heavy goes quickly over to Cypher, and items are less contested. This is a chance for Avik to knock his brethren down into the lower bracket. And
barely missing that rail.
Can also get himself a nice afternoon and evening off here in Bucharest. Top 16 could be his.
He smells it, I believe. A little bit of tri-bolt damage here. As the LG comes out, Flame Strike used prematurely by Cypher just to get a little bit of damage on that heavy, but nothing doing as Avik has a nice fat stack here. Cypher will get in on the Mega. A little bit of LG tickle as he jumps over.
Lovely movement from Avik, actually. I love how I know the moment's gone, but the flames that were on the heavy pedestal, not getting hit by them. He's moving in. He knows the Flame Strike's not up. LG's very, very good for Cypher, and he hits an incredible rail. The totem's going to be up, and this is going to make Avik feel human again.
Safe for the moment. Ooh, but the Tribal pushes him off a heavy. He's going to double back for it. He doesn't. He eats a rail for his trouble. And he's in a lot of it. Both players very weak now. Avik will use that 50 in the rocket room and the 50 in window to stack back up. Safely makes the jump.
I was going to say, Avik ice cold right now with the 71 BPM. Yeah, he sees himself in day 2 already. It's like, man, I'm waiting for day 3.
This is nothing.
That's when my pulse is properly going to go. It's impressive from Avik. Love seeing that heart rate monitor, by the way. It's awesome.
That is pretty a fantastic addition. I love it. Mine would probably spike to 190 just sitting there, but nothing doing as the Flame Strike comes out with a little bit of LG, and Avik needs to be careful. He does have the totem at his disposal, and he actually won't burn too bad. So
I thought he was going to get prodded in the back just then. Great rail. However, he's got loads of healing for himself. 2 totems up. If Avik can keep turtling this a little, then he can maybe build up a good infrastructure with his Galena, get some of that extra healing. He does hit a decent amount of the Tri-Bolt. He's going to go back into this dangerous area and make sure that he hits as much acid as possible.
just to keep it real, but here comes the 3rd totem now, and he's going to get that overheal.
That's really nice for him to have down there. And if Cypher's not going to clear that and he can get a totem back up, he's got an insanely useful combat totem to use. However, that Death Knight with the Flame Strike can immediately delete like half of Avik's stack, so he's got to be careful of the fights that he picks.
Going back to that slow play that we saw earlier, I like it. Safely makes it through, but the timing's a little off. He gave up heavy. Now he's going to be very early for Mega, and it's up to Cypher to try and punish this as he's making his way back up. Goes up the jump pad. Flame Strike comes out early, and here comes the LG battle. He'll have Mega right next to him, so Avik actually at an advantage, and the Trampoline of Death dooms Cypher.
That's really, really bad news from Cypher. It's so hard to get off of that bounce pad. If you want to just drop to the ground and go over to nail gun or something, really, really difficult to do. We've got a triple totem stack right there in the same position. Heavy's up in a moment. It's BJ with the dual wield. Avik wants to hold on to it. He's pushing him away with 8 health to go. Avik is a champion away from day 2. It's not over yet.
Again, Cypher orbing up. And Avik, just balls of steel on him to take those fights with the LG dual wield. And he's going to catch him out over at the rail here. And could this be it?
Not yet!
Cypher wins it out. 68 HP, relatively healthy, and those totems will go away.
Is Avik going to do it again? I know it's not like a tiebreaker round, but the 2 champion advantage. He is on Death Knight, though.
And a minute, close to a minute left, minute 15 here.
Oh!
Wow! And
get out!
Yeah, 3-1, the Flame Strike of Death. Again, that Trampoline.
Cypher's been dying a lot up of that.
Yeah, that is a terrible spot in this map, and you are just doomed. And the flames hit him right in the face, and 3-1 to Avik, and he takes the series.
That's insane, actually.
I mean, I don't want to say I called it, but I called it.
Chuffed with that. Yeah, I mean, spot on, man. It's been a day of upsets as well. We know where to put our money right now.
I don't know if this was as big of an upset, to be fair, but I mean, most people probably had their money on Cypher, except for me, because I'm smart. But, you know, I mean, it was a very, very close series, so well done to both players. And again, Cypher's not out of it. He's going to make a run. He's going to make a run through lowers. We all know that. Right?
Exactly. I'm sure we'll get a glimpse of those brackets very soon. That Death Knight, that was so like stereotypical as a situation in general. I'm just gobsmacked. I think we get joined, and it gives me great pleasure. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to mask it a little bit. Hi, Jason.
It sounded like great pain to me. Like with great pleasure, I have to bring Jason back on the desk. Guys, what a match! First of all, 40. Respect to you. Predicted it right. Zoot, you always seem to predict wrong. I don't know what it is about you.
What?
I don't think he's ever been right in his life, actually,
Yeah.
now that we think about it. Do we have the stats on that? Can we bring those up? No? Okay, I'm getting the word.
Wait,
okay.
I'm getting the
Unfortunately, we don't have those on hand, but that's fine.
But gentlemen, that was honestly an insane match. And the first thing we have to talk about is the discrepancy in style of the Ranger play. Zoot, first of all, Cypher playing very, I don't want to say defensively, just playing very freely with it. Seemed to throw it out every time it was, it was up.
Yeah, it's
someone please make that with the orbs around my head. But 40, I know you play a lot of Ranger when you stream and you play. Can you kind of talk to us about the difference in styles a little bit here?
So I personally like to use it at more of a DPS kind of a situation, like Zoot was referring to. And then what we saw from Cypher was he was using it as a mobility tool, which is also fine. But the problem is he wasn't timing the items properly, and he needed to time them to the second to make that work. So he would throw out the orb and then be like, oh, there's no weapon here, and then he would just have Dire Orb down, and Avik would be like, what are you doing here? And just, get the frag. So
what do you think that is, Zoot? Like, why do you think we saw Cypher go specifically for the mobility versus damage? Because that's an odd thing.
He's always got his own spin on things, right? That's Cypher. He's got an interesting X factor. He does things a little bit quirky, and he often does it brilliantly.
Well, on that note, before you continue, because he was one of the first people to try to make Galena work back in the day, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Slash. So he definitely likes to play his own style. So continue.
No, completely. And going with this mobility, it's also a bit of misdirection that's been added into there, and I think he's maybe looking into it a little bit too much. Sometimes you do just need that burst DPS. Avec is often waiting for him to just use it. It's like, all right, he's got it down. Now I can really bite. We did occasionally see Avec use it for similar reasons, but overall I think Avec managed it much better.
There was definitely one point on Corrupted Keep where we saw him take Mega. He actually used the orb to get over towards Heavy the best he could, which is exactly where Cypher respawned back in, so a great understanding of the game. But one thing I want to talk about for Avec is it seemed like when he had control, he just would not lose it. Like, he held on to that as long as he possibly could and really tried to strangle Cypher throughout the match.
Yeah, I really think that he respected Cypher in the positions that he had, the champions that he was using. If he had to drop control, there was an incredibly good reason behind it. It's a fight that he knows that he can't pick, and he's going to wait a little bit later to pick a different fight.
And 40, we did get to see, luckily, some Death Knight towards the end there.
Insane amounts of
I know he's been tweaked, he's been balanced, is the word I'll use for this one. But it didn't seem like it there as you saw Avec on the death trampoline.
Well, he's so dangerous is the problem with Death Knight. And if you get caught out on trampoline, I mean, what else are you going to do? He took 3 fireballs to the face and just got deleted. One thing I want to talk about that Avec was doing really well was the ability to play very silently on some of the maps that we saw and catch Cypher off guard. So he had the timing in his head and he would just path correctly, be very silent. And we actually saw Cypher drop onto his shaft on Blood Covenant, and just absolutely got melted. So I like that play from Avec and being able to kind of pounce on him and not just jump around the map and say, hey, I'm over here every 10 seconds.
I don't want to twist the knife even more into Cypher, but I think there's some big mistakes, especially on Veil. Again, going up the bounce pad, getting caught out by the Death Knight. I mean, it doesn't matter what you go against. Going up the bounce pad, you've got a subpar stack against another player who's going to be ready with whatever weapon it happens to be it the Flame Strike, be it Rockets, LG. You're in trouble. He died there a couple of times on that final round, I think. He dropped down the bounce pad and right back up again. Obviously, that's not deliberate anymore. That's just because you went up at the first place. Any pro will say, like, bounce pads, that's just don't do it. If you have a feeling your opponent's there, don't do it unless you've got such an insane control advantage that it warrants making an attack then.
Well, especially on that map too. That bounce pad to get towards Mega, like you can be knocked back into that so easily and just constantly bounced until eventually you're killed.
Yeah.
But looking at the two players, obviously being teammates, they played twos for such a long time. They're on the same team, same organization. Do you think there was like the mind games going on? Because as you mentioned, 40, Avec was playing silent. And we know Cypher likes to move around the map at his own pace very quickly and likes to be aggressive. Do you think Avec kind of used that to his advantage then?
I think he could have, definitely, yeah. And with this win, I think he's going to go to the team and be like, so I'm getting the better contract, right? I'm getting a bigger cut of this, right? I'm just saying. I mean, I took it over Cypher.
It's like a little Hunger Games there for
the
org. Like whoever does the best gets the better. Skosh. Do you think maps played a part in this series with it going 2-1 Avec, or do you think they're just all generally good on most maps that it wasn't really going to affect them?
It worried me at the beginning that Blood Covenant was so close, and I thought that Avec was going to take it. If I'm honest, the maps, it doesn't really matter the maps too much between the players because it's in their minds at the end of the day. These guys know each other better than they know themselves. But it was definitely a big concern on Blood Covenant for me, which I think you could kind of see it happening. You could read into it a little bit that Avec maybe was going to get the edge by map 2 or 3.
And before we fully talk about Avec in the future of his tournament, I want to talk about Cypher really quickly because obviously, like as you mentioned, 40, like his name alone, tells you who he is. Everyone knows his name, whether or not they pay attention to Quake or other games. Do you think this is like a typical start for them, for him as a player in this tournament? Because we've casted him so many times, like for the Beat Invitationals, and he always comes out with his guns blazing.
No, dropping a map to Ints, it's no joke to Ints whatsoever. He can play a strong game, but it's definitely, signals that Cypher doesn't want to be giving to the rest of the players in the tournament. He's dropping maps early on, then he drops the series, he puts himself in the lower bracket. No, you expect Cypher to come out guns blazing, in my opinion.
Yeah, he has to shake this off and say, okay, what's done is done. I'm moving forward. I'm going to win everything. Otherwise, if he goes in with this mentality of, I can't believe I dropped maps and I can't believe I dropped the series, like, he's doomed in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And then looking over towards Avic, I mean, it's not like he's had a sensational posting of results when it comes to Duel. We finished top 8 in Quake Con 2017, top 4 in the Italian Open. Do you think this is just kind of like a new sign of Avic, that he's been really focusing on Duel, especially, as we mentioned, like at the top of the show, that this is a tournament that isn't surrounded or in the midst of team tournaments. It's its own thing, so people have had time to sit there for months and prepare. Do you think this is Avic's like showing of what he can do in Duel?
I think absolutely. Avic can make a real deep run, hopefully. He's flexing those muscles, and I think he could prove a lot of people, maybe not wrong again. Avic is a great player, and people don't discount him, but I don't think that people expected that to happen. And going into the rest of the tournament, I think this builds a lot of confidence for him.
And I've got some interesting news for you guys, by the way, because you guys haven't heard about this yet, but I was
Okay.
back at the player area.
Bring it.
So this
Bring
is
it.
something you never would have expected, I'd say, coming into this tournament. So in the winner bracket part of the tournament, we've got CNZ, who beat Kilson, up
Yeah.
against Sirius.
He
who
beat
Zron.
Sirius.
No. CNZ against Sirius in the
Oh, okay.
qualifying match in the upper side of the
Sorry
bracket.
for that. Just do that. Oof.
No, but CNZ beat Kilson.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's nutty.
I
That's
mean,
nutty right
Kilson,
there.
when it comes to
That's
Duel,
nutty.
like, he is a
What's
very
going on?
strong player. And
What's
then
in the water here?
Well, yeah. And then in the lower bracket, funny enough, you have Zron playing against Kilson for elimination.
Wow.
What?
For elimination. So my top 8 is
insane.
already ruined.
Yeah, mine too. I've just noticed on the bracket, Wenger has managed to make it through into day 2 from the winner bracket. So I just want to like give my heartfelt congrats to him, because he's so determined in this tournament, and I know he's been anxious leading up to it, looking to make an impact. So I've just got to say I'm happy for him.
I mean, just look across the board, though. We've got Claws playing against Base. We've got Serious Fan CNZ. At the lower side, we've got Toxic versus Garpy. Garpy, another one of the players we looked at as having a good tournament. On the other side, Agent, I think, did lose out against Deheng. So Deheng is able to make his way through. And you can see in the lower bracket, things are getting intense, because the Zron Kilson match, it's not even a qualifying match. It's just a straight-up elimination match between the two.
What?
Yeah.
How is this happening?
So I'm hoping our schedule picks up so we can fit that game in there, because that would be insane.
Well, I think I saw Razy who beat Dewey. I believe Razy's also confirmed into day 2 as well. Maybe you mentioned that already. That name Rafa down there, I mean, I'm not making fun at all. That looks crazy to me.
I don't want to talk about it. Why did you have to bring that up? Why do you got to bring that up?
I wholeheartedly apologize. I think we may be in for an Ents versus Chain game as well.
I'm
actually.
confused
It'd be
because
really
that would
interesting
be
to see
quite off the chain, I think.
Yeah.
In the loser bracket, we've got Dramas against Hell, and they're both not here. So I don't know what happens with that slot. That's a little awkward.
That's fine.
We'll just put it past us. This is a shame. I know that Dramus was desperately trying to get his passport put together for it, so definitely some people who are trying to make it here still. And Hell's always a fun guy to watch, but I think we'll be honest that really the deep run is either already qualified or have been upsetted harshly.
So before we head to a break here, guys, I want to get your, not predictions, but just a little bit, a little skosh of an insight into the next match, which will be Sirius versus CNZ. I'm just curious how this one's going to go. This is unexpected, honestly, for me. With what we saw for Sirius personally, I feel like he's going to be unstoppable in this match. But I didn't get to see CNC play yet, so Zoot?
Yeah, Sirius looked amazing. It's hard to bet against him right now, but you know what? I love the fact that CNC's come here, and he's already caused an upset. The guy's been attending LANs for a while. He's never really got a result that I think he's really been proud of. He ended up subbing for Neutrino over QuakeCon, playing with Cooler. That wasn't really everything it was built up to be at all. So for me, already, CNZ's done a great job, but I think his path in the winner bracket ends here. And I'd put it on Sirius.
The way that Sirius is playing, it's hard to see CNZ beating him, but I mean, it is a day of upsets, so
it's true.
We'll see. Anything can happen, but I'd have to probably say Sirius as well. That LG's insane.
Yeah, and we're going to find that out in a little bit of time, guys. We will catch you in a little bit of time as well. We do have to head to that short break, but when we come back, it will be Sirius, it will be CNZ. We're going to find out one additional player making it through to tomorrow. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the PGL right here in beautiful Bucharest, or at least that's what I've been told. I get to see a lot of the B-reel, and I get to look out the window from time to time, but that's all outside. But here at Quake Champions is our universe, and we're right in the thick of it here in the opening bracket. And of course, we've got Zoot and 40 Lions here today. And I never thought I'd be sitting across the table from you two like at the same time. This is kind of surreal. Actually, I'm not Jason Kaplan anymore, so I'm legally allowed to get like a little bit closer to you now. Yeah, less than 10 feet. But right here in day one, it feels so surreal to say day one because every matchup has been absolutely insane.
What is going on today?
Yeah.
There's something in the water.
Yeah,
there's something going on because it's been insane.
We've got upset after upset after upset. I mean, who makes predictions anymore?
I was just in the player area. There's a lot of upset in that area right now.
Upset.
Yeah.
Are the emotions high?
Very. Yeah. Everybody's actually. It's interesting because emotions are high, but like the volume's kind of low. Like everybody's just kind of stewing and steaming, and you hear like one thrown keyboard every once in a while, but that's about it.
Well, I'm sure there's also, when there's people upset, there's got to be a couple of people that are buzzing that have made it through. But a lot of the noisy people, I think, are in the lower bracket, which is why we might have that.
Right. Well, that's why we've got 40 Lions here, because he's just a ray of sunshine, keeping everybody's spirits high.
What can I say? And let's be honest, I'm no stranger to the lower bracket myself, so it feels like home. It feels like home.
That's one phrase I think has passed my lips a lot this morning. Is like, there's still lower bracket.
Yeah. There's always a chance. It's still good. It's still good.
Your Rafa can get past.
Dude,
again, how dare you? Why?
Can.
We were cool like 10 seconds ago. What happened?
The thing is, I've dug my own grave already because in my predictions leading up to the event, Rafa wasn't in my top 8, and even though I wanted to put him in my top 8, I'd already done the digging, so I had to stick to my guns, right?
Yeah.
But
I can respect that actually.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The thing is, again, lower bracket, anything can still happen.
Anything
can happen. Anything.
But we're going to be getting right into the next match here very, very shortly. And we get to see, some more serious play. I like this a lot. Yeah.
And the fact that it's CNZ, I mean, the bracket in terms of, this was the part of the bracket that was just the death pit. You've got the crazy players, Kilson and Zron, and then all of a sudden, Sirius and CNZ are like, oh, actually, we're the better ones?
Yeah.
We want the limelight?
This is mine. These are mine. Sorry, you can go sit over there.
Yeah.
Let the men handle it.
Exactly.
I was congratulating Sirius on his play against Xron earlier, but or Zron.
Xron. You know what? I'm
to make like direct eye contact with you while I say Xron in the most American way. But he was like, oh, I wasn't surprised. I was going to take that, no problem.
I like that. Yeah. I like that confidence.
But up against CNZ, I don't know. I didn't even ask anybody like what they thought this was going to turn into because again, like everybody is buckling down here.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Kilson was beating Claws in practice, and he was feeling good. He was feeling really, really good, but then CNZ come along. There's just a lot of these matchups that happen that some players are a counter to another, so even though maybe theoretically on paper they're higher in the ladder, suddenly a player 10 ranks below can take them down, and you just see these crazy, crazy outcomes. But I love the fact that we get to give these guys some cam time right now.
Yeah. I'm going to get into your predictions here in a little bit. I'm just wondering personally if I'm just going to let that first match sway my opinion so hard and just let me go full serious the whole way here.
You're done.
Yep.
That's where you're going.
I just love the romantic setup on that dinner table right
it's
there
so
as
nice.
we get into it. It's so romantic. I love it. I myself will probably go with Sirius as well. That LG was absolutely mind-blowing earlier, and if he keeps hitting the LG like that, I don't see how CNZ can get away.
Again, we're seeing a first pick here for Awoken, and I really have to start picking people's brains about, like, do you know what you're getting into with this? Like, Sirius has said he's never lost Awoken against anybody. Out of everybody that he's played. I'm like, yeah, okay, we'll play more people then. But Awoken, like, you're right in the thick of it right away. There's no time to kind of have that, despite the table, you don't really get a first date with anybody on Awoken. You're like, serious business right off the gate.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Awoken's a map that's been welcomed with open arms in the Quake Champions community. People absolutely love it. I know that it's a favorite of many of the other players, but yeah, Sirius is just another one of those guys that's latched onto it. He's confident there. You can slow it down. You can speed up. You can do whatever you want. There's so many dynamics of play there. So yeah, rightfully so. Be confident in that pick.
Yeah, saying that you've never lost on it, though, maybe a little bit of overconfidence, but again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. With an LG like that, I would probably brag about that, too, so, to be honest. But, again, I'm going to have to go with Sirius. I don't know about you, Jahar. Serious across the board.
I think I'm serious.
That's not my job today. Yeah. Not at the moment.
AKA, I don't have a bet on the line. No money for me, please.
Yeah, I'll be the finishing product of the trifecta here, and I'll go serious as well. It's I think it's going that way, but you know what? I'm ready for more upsets, and if CNZ's got something to offer here at PGL Open, then bring it on. Let's do it.
Yeah, I think so. But again, like just saying the phrase "I've never lost on Woken" is kind of tempting fate.
Does that make you regret your prediction already?
No, it doesn't. I have high expectations for everybody here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Everybody's a winner.
No, actually,
no,
that's
quite
not
the
how that
opposite.
works? All right, my bad. My teachers lied to me growing up.
You didn't get the brief.
I got to make some angry phone calls.
There's been so much to talk about with just picks and bans this tournament in particular because, like we mentioned earlier in the day, like this patch has so many possibilities with champs now. So we've got Visor knocked out by Sirius, so we're not going to be seeing him obviously on Awoken, but we've got some Death Knight coming out now.
Let's see what Sirius is going to the end. We've got BJ. Sirius not going to go with the Death Knight himself, but obviously CNZ does want to go for it. Some players have said that the champion's overrated on certain maps, or in duel, should I say, is a bit more specific. So,
but you have to keep the player in mind because we did have that Nyx ban in there as well. So you don't usually just like auto ban Nyx, like who does that? But when you know what you're up against and you know who you're playing, you got to play like that.
Completely, but I like it. The Nyx ban is player specific to Sirius. He's incredibly strong with that champion. It's a worthy ban for him. But you know what? Sirius has shown that he's not just a one-trick pony. Well, he can get it done in multiple places.
I'm going to be leaving things in your more than capable hands and/or beards, guys. Let's have a good match.
Let's get into it, guys. Sirius versus CNZ, as they say. Map number 1 in this series on Awoken. Sirius will go ahead and get that banana spawn and make his way over to LG that he loves so much. Throws down the totem and grabs the 50, makes his way back to the Mega.
Oh, I'm just waiting for the LG to happen. I kind of want to sit back, but I think I've got something else to do in my contract, so I'll let that happen. Getting rid of the totem straight away. Galena on Galena, always interesting. Can be a battle of just infrastructure at some point. Who's winning the totem game, and then who's winning the fights.
A little bit of rocket spam comes towards that T area. Sirius is like, I don't want to run into those, so I'm good. A little bit of LG tickle from below here as he tries to find that rail through the drive-through window, and just missing. Grabs the heavy. Can he get a rail onto Mega?
Oh wow, actually CNZ fighting back. 2 rails for 1. CNZ definitely not done badly in that exchange. Sirius going to be able to set down totem number 2 in a second. He's got a special spot for it. Nothing special at all, and CNZ not afraid to get stuck into it. Still with a stack advantage.
Yeah, a little awkward fight over at Banana, actually. They both saw each other and like, whoa, what are you doing here?
Well, CNZ, he's going to look to get a position over on a heavy if Sirius wants to drop for it. No, never mind. Looks like CNZ has second thoughts about it, and I would have loved to have seen some extra pressure and maybe get a rail, prevent Sirius from being so confident. We get a rocket from each of them, but Sirius holds up a T. And it's a nice spot on the map to just gather information.
That what a great rocket. Oh. Throws him out the club, and Sirius trips and falls. Or the CNZ, sorry. I could read, I swear, Zood.
Swear.
So good first frag there from Sirius as he throws him out the club. Missing with the follow-up rail there, a little bit of nail spam. Hits with the second one. CNZ getting out of there with the Mega.
Sirius has kind of dropped the ball a little bit on the heavy, and CNZ said, right, well, I guess I'll capitalize on that. I think Sirius was under the impression that there'll be a double back from CNZ, kind of like a read on a read. And it didn't work out for him. So CNZ, small amount of control, should expect him to tie up the champion score. But the things we've seen from Sirius, like the combos that he can string together, don't be surprised if he just suddenly goes for that 200 DPS play.
Ooh, needs a rail there, needs to be careful. Grabs that 25 and makes his way over the heavy. And aggressive play here from CNZ as Sirius gets caught up by the heavy. Oh. But that rail flick, though. Wow, a flick of the wrist, I believe.
Yeah, damn that.
Is what the kids are saying.
That damage from Sirius is unbelievable sometimes. It looked like he was almost going to knock CNZ out of the map once again, but didn't quite get that finishing blow. And CNZ, it's got to feel painful for him. He's felt like he's had such an upper hand sometimes. That Flame Strike's not going to do anything, and now Sirius is going to have confidence to just push through. He's just going to go for it. Looks for a little flick rocket. And instead of failing to get the kill later on, it's like, right, let's get the control. Let's not get overexcited right now, although I was definitely getting overexcited. Wanted him to as well.
Yeah, good job to stay in control. Doesn't chase too much, just enough to keep the pressure on. And that rocket's fantastic. And that was almost another knockout. Have we ever had a round where all 3 were knockouts? That would be fantastic.
I don't think so. Definitely not. Definitely not at LAN.
Yeah.
So,
well, this could be the first, as Sirius is up 1 round early.
And Awoken's the map for it too, actually. I love that. I love the danger.
Throw people out the club.
Exactly.
Every now and then.
The boundaries, I mean, it's brilliant.
Enforce the rules.
We've got Sirius back on camera. We're going to go for the Galena start. Yet again, can sometimes lead to the slower pace. He gets rid of the totem quickly, clears out the teleporter exit, which means he's a bit more mobile around the map now. And not only CNZ getting that liberty.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Galena on Galena can start into a build war and see who can start their empire first. As Sirius waiting in that cubby. A little bit of tri-volt spam, and he will get decent damage off of that. And the follow-up's good too, and drops right into the LG into rockets. Deletes CNZ.
What a fight for him as well, though. He'd lost barely any health, armor. He's got a rocket not quite going to meet its mark. He's going to have to watch out for the Flame Strike once more. But serious, I mean, he's just taking such care with everything. There's no overcommitment. Honestly, like, after watching him online quite a lot, I've never seen him this composed.
It's almost like he's playing better on LAN. And the LG, look at that, just melting him as the Flame Strike doesn't do anything. And full control for Sirius. And it's getting pretty serious here.
Yeah.
CNZ needs to try and turn this around.
He's going to have Totem on the exit. No, not going to go for it straight away. There's pressure being applied to Saito. Doesn't want to waste it. And then cut off over at Banana. He's got the Totem down. Dual wielders going against him. But again, faith in the shaft. That is going to be another round for Sirius. And he's making a quick job of this right now on his map pick.
Yeah. I mean, it just takes such bravery to be like, all right, dual wield LG versus mine. Yeah, I'm good. I don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the stack helps, but still, just I wonder what LG he's hitting right now.
We've seen that a bit today, though. You know, like
sitting at 52% LG.
We're still looking for that 60 mark.
That's true. I mean, that's true. He fails. You're right.
I am amazingly impressed. I don't want to like
really, because it doesn't sound it, Zoot. I'll be honest.
But you know, I obviously want to give him a little bit of flack because he's just doing too well right now.
Yeah. Dominating fashion as he's up 2-0 and has that T-Con control with rockets out waiting, just waiting on the sound cues from CNZ. See, you got me saying Z now. Been hanging out with you too long.
I'm sorry.
Everyone hates me.
It's the curse of having the British caster here.
Sirius will pepper that cubby with the tri-bolt and get in on that mega, throws down the totem. Grab some more LG because you can never get enough of that if you're serious. We'll give up the heavy though. Deletes CNZ's totem. Trying to catch him out here as CNZ playing that rail position, just waiting.
It's again been a very sort of slow start between the two Galenas, but they're waiting for one of them to make a kind of foot out of, you know, out of play a little bit. To make it just a small positional error so where you can capitalize with some damage. The thing is, Sirius, even though CNZ's had some great rails, Sirius overall feels more consistent with the damage that he's outputting. There's going to be the heavy. He's kind of stuck down here a little bit. It's taken a rail shot, bit of rocket spam. CNZ wants to be aggressive. This is maybe a chance to get himself into the map a little bit, but there's no real cadence to it in the end.
That rocket was good enough to keep CNZ at B. See what I did that? At bay? No? You don't like that? I tried to make it rhyme, man.
We're getting there. It's baby
swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. You got to go for him, though, sometimes.
I'll do a drop down, CNZ. He reads it incredibly well. There is the totem through the teleporter. CNZ can recover from this. Small rail. He's so long and hard with that angle, but he's not rewarded. Totem. Oh, no. Fortunately, he had the heavy beforehand, so he can, again, build his stack. When you're going versus Sirius, it almost feels like I need 3 times more health and armor than you so that I can compete against the same.
Yeah, the LG's so nuts, man. I still can't believe that. I know he's not hitting your marks. It actually dropped to 49, so he's a complete and utter failure in your eyes. No. But here comes the LG again, followed up by the rail. He'll miss, but eat a rail of his own. Another great rail from CNZ, and he's going to chase, but the defensive rockets might keep him out there. As Sirius will escape through the teleporter towards the heavy.
That was an awesome dodge from Sirius. He faked going into the teleporter a little bit, and seems his aim was judged differently. 10 health to go for Sirius. Oh, there we go. CNZ getting on the board. It took 2.5 minutes here on the 3rd round, but maybe there is some life left in him.
This could be the full turnaround here. Sirius almost gets caught out of rail. A little bit of LG tickle. CNZ trying to chase now. Heavy will be up in about 7 seconds. Eats a rocket, but Sirius can't really do much damage from there. Just trying to spam, get whatever he can.
He did hear Sirius use the orb recently, so pushing in is not a bad idea. But at this point in the game, he's already thinking, well, the threat has returned. Let's go easy on it. We've got the Mega Health that's going to be up in a second. He dodges that rocket. Got to be careful. That lightning gun just giving him free damage. Orb back in.
Comes out aggressive too. Needs to be careful. He goes through. Will actually not hit the totem. Will hit a rail instead, and down to 3 HP is CNZ as the chase comes out, and Sirius backs off and says, I know you're weak. I'm going to take this.
That's really, really sketchy for CNZ. The dodge of the totem as well for Sirius. He's now established control, miraculously enough. And a minute and a half for CNZ to kill. I mean, Galena's not the champion you want for really running away too much. Maybe if you've got all 3 totems up and another one spare to put down, you can, you know, block those points up a bit, but he should go down here. Yeah, that orb mid-air is going to catch him. And how Sirius, he can continue the spree of control. Looking for the 3-0, what can CNZ do?
Miss out on the heavy, so that's a bad start, but he doesn't really have anything to work with here as he's just now getting on the LG. Doesn't have anything else but a shotgun, and that's not going to help his cause here as we're down to a minute. Sirius waiting on that Mega, peppering T-Con with Tri-Bolt. Rocket jumps over, and actually that miscue and movement saved him, I think, as the Flame Strike came out. Intentional or not, we'll go ahead and chalk that up to intentional.
Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Heavy's going to be up in a second. It's Sirius. Definitely looking to punish at this point. Heavy's up there. It's a good rocket from CNZ. Sirius hasn't quite got the damage out yet. Searching long and hard for the rail angle. CNZ comes out victorious at that point. Maybe he can put a play onto Mega Health. That rail angle to go for, that is nutty. Good rail from Sirius, but it's not quite enough, and we could find ourselves into sudden death within 10 seconds.
CNZ needs to be careful finally getting up rockets. He doesn't have a lot of LG to work with here and could get caught out. Sirius comes around the corner, one rocket will miss. Just playing ring around the rosy. That 100 damage rocket flame strike comes out, but Sirius with the LG out, stacks are about even as he orbs over to the T-Con to try and get in on this Mega.
Yeah, that bounce pad usage from Sirius, if he didn't go up the bounce pad, I think he would have won that fight. Mega's just been taken. CNZ, he's so weak. Rail just misses out. The light armor is taken from CNZ, but he's got to find a way out somehow. The rail still can't quite land, and CNZ, a dead man walking right now. Another 25 health bubble. I think Banana will offer something fruitful for him. But look at that. Immediately, his stack disintegrates once again.
He just grabbed everything on that side of the map, and he is crippled now, trying to lick his wounds and grab anything else that he can get his hands on. Sirius playing patiently, waiting on this Mega before he chases. Might catch him out over by the rockets.
Oh, the flame strike. That hurts so much. He comes out with the orb, but nothing there for him. Hey, we got ourselves a game right here, 40.
CNZ not going down without a fight. He's like, come around the corner and eat Fireball.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah, so 1-2 now. Sirius trying to close out the map. CNZ trying to make it hard on him to do so.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. You can see that. It's a sort of
sigh
of relief.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's like, got one. I'm on the board. It's okay.
That's it. Your first game, like, on the big stream, you know, you don't want to just get 3-0 straight away. You want to show signs of life right there, and CNZ doing it. Proud of him. That's brilliant.
And I like this play here, waiting. He knows that LG is a big deal. He's going to try and defend this now with a little bit of Tri-Bolt. Beats a rail as he takes the bad angle on it, but still no LG for Sirius as he tries to make his way through the Tri-Bolt to it, and wow. Oh, the totem though. And it completely undoes everything, and Sirius with the follow-up rail will get the frag.
It's a freebie right there. A freebie right there for Sirius. And CNZ, I mean, he's got to be kicking himself a little bit, not checking that teleporter exit. He was over at the lightning gun for a while. I mean,
well,
you've got to do that.
he face-checked it.
He face-checked it,
yeah,
but I mean,
he did check it, just not the way you want.
It's the wrong kind of checking for this situation.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh,
wow, the rocket.
Both of them. There's a light armor that's going to be taken. He's going to, again, claim back control of that teleporter exit. Major items are up in a moment. Sirius is going to try and take everything away. Oh, failed rocket jump.
Tactical. I knew you were going to say fail. I bailed my boy out. It was tactical. The fake rocket jump now. Missing some rails, though. And look at that fat stack on Sirius. Totem will be up soon again.
Again, he's got to respect the dual wield a little bit. He's right up there. Oh, okay. A little tickle there from CNZ. Actually, I think he did okay just then. If he can find a way to attack Mega Health, that'd be really, really good for him. But so much time to move around the map. Maybe better off protecting the heavy. But look at that rail. Sirius is just ready for the angles. There's another over there. Dual wield has been used from CNZ. Is that going to be out of the map? Oh, it just pulls away from the angle at the last second.
Yeah, the dual wield useless now, and we'll be down for another 30 seconds as
Uh-oh.
this will be a clean kill. Should be. Anyways,
be.
pushes back in, and there it is. The missed rail will lead to his untimely death over by that drive-through window. Fast food is bad for you kids. And CNZ back on the Death Knight. Last chance. He will get on the Mega, but eat a rail for it.
This is horrible as well. They eat the rail after picking it up, so he loses out a bunch of armor. He loses a lot of the overstack. He gets the heavy afterwards, but Sirius is kind of enjoying taking this position where he can just do damage on the items. If you're doing damage on the items, I mean, it just doesn't matter, especially when most of it is like free damage that he's not taking in return. There's a light. Can still maintain a very small edge, but again, touch and go right now. Mega's up, heavy up in a moment. He's exploring LG, and here's the hopping around, hoping that he can catch him off guard.
Look at this tactical play here. Oh, no, never mind. Well, there goes that caster's curse, as I thought he was going to play very, very sneaky, and then it was like, Tribolt, I'll grab it, why not?
And I think he was trying to sneak a little bit, but I was like, damn it, like the sort of
curses.
the pickup area there could come into effect.
And the Flame Strike again, not doing as much damage this time. Going up the trampoline will get railed twice, and Sirius will close out 3-1.
3-1, man. I mean,
not bad. Not bad, right?
You know what? I was expecting the 3-0, especially when we saw the first 2 rounds. I don't even know if he dropped a frag in rounds 1 and 2. CNZ getting the 3rd round, when it was a tough one. It was the only round that went to sudden death. But round 4, I mean, it was just a formality for Sirius in the end to get his map pick under his belt.
Yeah. Great display by Sirius there again. The LG not as unbelievable this time, 44%. I mean, I'd be very happy if I could ever hit a 44%, but still, on the level of Sirius, maybe we'll see that 60 soon.
No, for sure. I mean, I undoubtedly at some point we're going to be getting it if he keeps going this way in the tournament. The thing he did say to me once that I know people know me for my LG right now, but I really want to be known for my rail. I mean, he's hitting 34% just like, you got to say his damage is bigger with the railgun. LG actually the weakest of the trifecta there, of the rockets and the rail added as well. But his rail definitely not doing too badly. 14 of 33 for CNZ. He gets almost as much damage as Sirius. LG accuracy, I mean, over 10% lower ultimately, and 1,000 less damage overall. Whereas item control was not overly different, only just a bit of a sort of discrepancy on the heavies.
CNZ, I don't think that, I don't know if it was a matter of control or nerves or what, but he didn't really play the way that I would like to see. But what are you going to do against Sirius, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was controlling the map, he was moving well, he was hitting the rails, and the LG, of course, was fantastic. And Fearless, too, chased through the teleporter, missed the Galena totem, took that out, and then I mean, when someone's playing that confident, like it actually pushes you back and unnerves you a lot.
Yeah. I hope that there isn't a case of sort of CNZ being a little bit stream shy. Obviously, Sirius has had a chance to warm up to it a bit, but Sirius is very fresh to the LAN scene. CNZ definitely not as fresh, but you know what? Then you got the eyes on you. He's had a great performance already so far this tournament. Time to step it up a little bit more. Moving over to his map pick, I hope really he can at least break it into 2 rounds and maybe even take the map. If that happens, then we've really got a game for ourselves, and I don't know what can happen in the series anymore.
Yeah. And the game really does change when you have all eyes on you. It goes from, hey, I'm playing in my comfort zone, in my house, in my room, to, okay, there's lights, there's people behind me, I'm on the stream, there's people on the internet judging me, making memes of me. It's a completely different situation.
No, absolutely. And it's just fascinating to see that it's these 2 players that are actually managing to compete for that winner bracket spot. We're moving into the champion picks. We're going to have Ruins up with double Galena to begin with. Quickly going through this 140, actually. We've got BJs from both of the players. There's no stopping that.
I was hoping full mirror match, but DK and Ranger, pretty standard picks, I'd say, given the bans. So we'll see if CNZ can turn this one around.
I think my only concern is DK. I can see the pick happening. I don't think he's necessarily top tier on Ruins of Sarnath. So I have an inkling of doubt over there. But it's about execution at the end of the day.
Exactly.
You can pick pretty much any champion. If you're playing him right, and you're playing against your opponent's champions right, you can make a whole variety of things work.
If he sets those traps properly down at the heavy with Death Knight, I mean, you can get a lot of damage off that Flame Strike. So it's just a matter of, like you said, execution. And we'll see if CNZ can pull that through.
Yeah. Are you seeing a 2-0, or are you seeing this a tiebreaker map?
I believe. I mean, I want Sirius to win, but I think we'll go map 3, hopefully.
Really?
I believe in CNZ.
Well, let's do it, guys. Let's move into the second map between Cryptic Gaming Sirius and CNZ. We are on CNZ point of view at the moment. We're going to get double Galena off the beginning. Very, very popular champion. Again, for people who maybe want to take that sort of more defensive style early on.
Yeah, building totems, being able to control the tellies and all of that stuff. Also the healing that you have. I think she's a great champion for people that want to start and play a little more defensive, like you said.
And that's going to be a rail off the start. Almost getting another. Going to quickly get rid of that totem. Sirius almost comes belting back with damage of his own. Again, the LG from the bottom. He's never been afraid of these types of angles, and he shows exactly why. Great rockets on the ledge. And forces CNZ to pick up on the major items again.
CNZ will get the Mega and has the ability to get back on this heavy.
We hold on a moment, guys. There might be a small issue happening, but we'll wrap that one in a second. We've had no deaths or anything at all happening on the map, so we'll move forward and review it momentarily. But otherwise, players continuing and hopefully no more disruptions, so we can crack on with it. But either way, again, despite that happening, it was again a slow start, and I think CNZ is kind of shy to really commit to a fight right now. There's obviously only so little we can read into that play at all. But Galena, it really feels people who are like, let's keep it under wraps right now.
Yeah.
Just wait for them. It's like you're waiting for the mistakes. You're not trying to force the mistakes. I believe, guys, we are going to quickly remake the server, and we'll jump back into the game in just a few short moments. But again, I just want to touch on like these predictions that people have, because it's the magic word right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Seeing people who are making it through the winner bracket. Did this ever cross your mind? Did you read through the playlist and think, Sirius CNZ, yeah, maybe they could win a bracket it?
Never. I mean,
No?
Sirius maybe, but this matchup in particular was just like, wait, this is happening? This is real life? Can you pinch me real quick? Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's real,
we're still
it's
here.
real.
This is crazy. I still see it on my screen. This is insane. So, yeah, a day of upsets, but
I know there's a crew of people out there who are like, Sirius could win this LAN. It's a small crew of people, but you know what? I love it. People having faith in their player, in their boy.
I mean, he's playing his game. He's playing confident. I could totally see that. And you're, I think, one of the guys that was originally like Sirius has some potential.
He's got potential, but he's already exceeded it for me. For me, I think it would be like a great accomplishment if he could come into the PGL Open, he could get himself to day 2, more likely through the lower bracket is what I would have assumed, and then be all right, for my first dual LAN and second Quake LAN ever, that's something to be, to go home and actually be, all right, happy, baby steps. We're getting forward and we're doing well. But, already being able to contest for a winner bracket seed going into day 2 where we move into 4 groups of 4, that gives you, like, a big edge, depending on people coming from the lower bracket. Actually, maybe it could give you a disadvantage considering the names we've got down there now. But guys, I believe we're going to be jumping back into the game right now. We've got the server back up and live. Sirius and CNZ recommence the second map, and we'll start on CNZ's point of view.
We'll get down on that heavy, throwing that totem in the cubby for safekeeping. Wants to try and get that 3 totem overstack going as quick as possible. Makes his way over to the rockets. Sirius already having rockets. It doesn't have LG or rail. Might get caught out at T-Con here. There's the duel at Sundown as they both miss their rockets and say, all right, that's fine. We'll meet again.
Here, be afraid of me. Respect me.
Yeah. Notice me.
Ooh, I
don't know if you wanted that there.
It's a little bit open. You can see that far and wide, right? That's like a light,
a beacon of light, if you will. Yeah. Speaking of which, it could work as Sirius was distracted trying to take it down. Needs a lot of LG. The follow-up rocket from CNZ is okay. Nothing crazy, but Sirius needs to be very careful not to get caught out of this armor. Tries to make it back to his totem. Oh, wow. Sirius with a rocket turnaround.
I love the play that CNZ made in the end. I don't think he realized the totem was going to be up there, but at the end of the day, you got to execute on those shots. And it was a little bit comical seeing Sirius just, all right, I'm going to get that shot on that totem that's stuck up there.
We need to take down the turret.
Well, Sirius wins in the end, and look at that. You get some totem damage right on the exit of that teleporter. Definitely needs some armor, but another totem being put back up, and it's just too easy for him landing these shots. What is happening?
Yeah, he's a monster right now. Seeing an opportunity on that second rail, though, but he's waiting on that broken wall area. Ooh, missed rail from CNZ as he drops down and says, all right, I'm going to grab this heavy. That was dangerous.
It seems that should have the mega health uncontested, and it is indeed true. That Flame Strike still going unused for the moment, so Sirius tentative about crossing into that mid-section where you've got a corridor there. They could be lurking behind the corner. It's just a trap you don't want to walk into. And Sirius respecting that, not making the mistake of doing it, even if you almost know where your opponent is. It's good signs from him.
It's getting dangerously close to, wow.
Uh-oh.
Here's the fight over here. LG comes out from CNZ and melts Sirius as he had the rockets out, and that's not the weapon you want for that aerial battle.
He was going for like the most crazy mid-airs just then, whereas CNZ's like, right, I got the Flame Strike out, I'm getting the LG, I'm doing everything by the book, and quickly able to tie the scores. There is a Ranger to be concerned with. Oh, the rail miss! You had time there. You had time there to do unanswered damage, and he doesn't get it in. Exchanged a bit, and the quickest rail for. Oh my God, the damage!
That was insane. Sirius was like, all right, I hit that. Let me go in. All right, I hit that too. All right, how about an orb to finish that off?
Take it. Take it. Oh,
and he does take it.
That is nuts.
He takes the entire first round, actually, and that was well played by Sirius. The start was pretty even, I think. And actually was going towards CNZ's way, and then that play over at the totem was just, I don't know, it just turned around with rockets. It was an insane play from Sirius. Amazing aim.
Yeah, CNZ is a little bit disheartened by that one. And I got to say, the frag that Sirius got, well, hang on, we're going to move into a fight really early on. Let's just do it right now. let's just go.
Dueling shotguns?
Yeah. I think Sirius had taken his major item. He might guess from the damage he did that, hey, there's a freebie there. There does come the Flame Strike and the nail gun damage in from CNZ. He's like, nail is just a trick.
Wow.
This is only fooling you.
Just a prank, bro. Just a prank.
Well, Heavy will be up in a second, but CNZ wants nothing to do with it, really, because he is so goddamn weak. And Sirius is going to have Rail in a second. Just waiting for that respawn. CNZ happy that he took it recently, because he could avoid some damage.
He's aggressive, but Sirius has the stack for it, and the LG Tickle is very strong. Both players pretty weak right now. CNZ will escape with his life. Trying to grab this 50.
I'd be very, very quiet if I was CNZ now. So, oh, don't notice me. Thank you.
Doing a very good job there. Playing very patient, not shooting even one rail, not just a hey.
Yeah, it's so tempting. It's so like, oh, I can get some damage in, but you just quiet at the moment, like just existence. Saving his life was important. He missing on the Flame Strike. Sirius, he gets away with that one. Again, aggressive. He got a read on CNZ, and he just bit.
Yeah, and that Flame Strike absolutely useless, and he just gets caught out, and that was unfortunate. But very, very ballsy play by Sirius, and it worked out. The rail here is great. They will trade rail. Sirius eating a little bit of damage here, needs to back off. Ooh. He holds his ground, tries to get another shot in. Wow, and I guess when you do that with the Slipgate, why not? Just here's a Dire Orb. You're going to jump into my arms here.
CNZ, like, why are you jumping into him? You're giving him the easiest possible angle for this. I mean, these are mistakes that Sirius isn't really making. I think he jumped into a Flame Strike on the bounce pad. I mean, that's the worst we've really seen him do. But at the moment, Sirius seems composed, focused, and he's thinking about every element of the game with absolute fluency.
Yeah, I think he wants 3-0 right now as the LG's great forces him up the jump pad. Won't get a shot at the follow-up rail, unfortunately, but I think a lot of that was maybe CNZ thought he did better damage and wanted to chase and make sure that the heavy wasn't gone, and then Sirius stood his ground and was like, here, catch this.
Oh, here at up Petit from Sirius. Does get eyes on CNZ. There's one rail. Can you find a second? His own totem. You can just get the full healing he wants. Rocket's not bad from CNZ, actually, but now we're going with a starter shotgun. He gets the totem up for him. 70 health for Sirius, and he wants to escape and lands the rail regardless.
That rocket trade would have been amazing if that got full damage. It was really close.
CNZ starts of the Death Knight off the respawn. He's going to get the mega health, so he's actually really not looking too bad. Sirius with no rockets and low lightning gun ammunition. I mean, we'll see now if it matters at all in the end. He's already recuperating incredibly well. I think Flame Strike came out for a second. And he was just kind of warning shots. And I don't know what I think about that. CNZ really needs to get the crunch on him with the DPS. There's going to be heavy. Sirius looking for exit damage of some sort, doesn't quite find it. And now looking to secure the mega health. We got a rocket jump up from CNZ, actually. He manages to lock down the item himself. But he takes a rail and does nothing to Sirius.
Yeah, the Flame Strikes coming out from CNZ, I think, are almost that of a paranoid player. Like, he thinks Sirius is going to push when he doesn't, preemptively throws out the Flame Strike, and he's like, well, great, now I don't have those.
And he's got everything to do right now, back against the wall. He's got to start winning rounds, otherwise it means he is relegated to the lower bracket. He's certainly capable. We've seen that he's capable on Awoken. But Sirius, he just seems so ready. He seems so determined to get this job done today.
Again, a Flame Strike around the corner, but it won't connect for a lot of damage as Sirius gets lucky and also has the overstack on the totem now. Making his way over towards the heavy. He's going to attack this from the jump pad here. Drops down, and the commitment from CNZ might be too much. He needs to get out of here.
These rockets are so good from Sirius.
Yeah.
I mean,
overstaying is welcome, I think, on that fight.
Yeah, completely. The first 2 rockets are such a great amount of damage, and you could tell that CNZ was desperate to get himself onto the heavy armor. And it's like, this will give me the energy that I need to make a comeback. But and Sirius knows that, and he's going to try and strip that away from you.
Where are these totems that he's not deleting? He's had overstack forever, and he's going to get caught up by the dual LG, but it doesn't even matter. Sirius says, get that out of my face. Quick 3-0 for Sirius on Ruins of Sarnath, and he takes the series 2-0.
Yeah, that is a result for Sirius right here today. He's managing to qualify over to the second day. He is among the top 16 players in the Quake Champions PGL Open. That is going to be huge relief for him. I know that he's been anxious leading up to the event. I know that he's been struggling to sleep at night because he's so hyped about playing here and trying to get the best result that he possibly can. So he can put that away. That's one fantastic step that he's taken here.
That's absolutely incredible. I don't think a lot of people would have seen that coming, and the fact that he did that in the fashion he did was phenomenal.
Completely. Well, I think we can welcome back our neighborhood Jahar. Did I do that right for you?
We just witnessed a murder, I think.
We did.
Jeez, I think you mentioned a little bit earlier that small group of people who are thinking that Sirius could take the entire thing, and I think that group just got a little bit bigger.
It's just
a little bit bigger, yeah.
Starting to get the other people in. So,
yeah, upper bracket qualified. I know you have been doing a lot of theory crafting about what exactly you thought this bracket was going to be, and I know you'd be disappointed if you were inaccurate at all, but did this change anything for you?
I definitely expected Sirius in day 2, but no way like this. I think in a matchup that we would see online, this is the result I would expect, and the fact that it's translated here, but with this very strange backstory of the players they both beat on their way here, it's just like, dude, what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely mind-blowing. I feel bad for CNZ. I really wanted him to pull it to a map 3, but I mean, there's not much you could do against Sirius, so he drops down, but he's not out. Lower bracket's still a thing.
Again, we say that a lot today.
It's still good.
It's still good. Bracket. It's all good. But I think you mentioned earlier just the way that Sirius handled CNZ in this match. I mean, we're seeing all of the evidence right here. Exhibit A, Exhibit B. And I think he's going to be put away for a long time if he's ever caught. But, man, he's just on a roll.
Just fights like that, man, where he's just fearless. And he's like, dual wheel doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, and Zoot was saying that, yeah, he's actually, getting all the right reads. He's
yeah. I mean, a lot of people are pushing when they shouldn't be. They're getting punished by certain abilities from certain champions. And, Sirius is trying to bait out these shots. He knows that when that ability is down, he's got a sort of a window of opportunity. And because he just finds so many opportunities for damage, those just general opportunities to push in just come far more frequently. Until he goes up against someone who's really going to deny him that damage consistently and be able to return fire at equal power, I think he's going to remain unchallenged.
Yeah, until he runs into
probably about 8 other players, like Claws, maybe a Tox.
So you think he's like...
Do I have to list them all now?
Well, no.
There's players out there.
There's a wall out there. We have somebody like this who comes up further than we expect, but there's that wall they're going to hit. And who is that wall here?
And I think often the wall can be mental too, because he's already set his sights on top 16. Did he ever have his sights on top 1, on top 8? When you start reaching that, and I know it's your first dual land, no one's expecting you to win it. But if you do, I mean, that is a story for the books right here.
Be careful about your ego, obviously. Yeah,
completely. Hey, I'm not speaking on behalf of him, but I'm excited on his behalf.
I mean, it's important to remember he did win on Awoken, so he's still flawless.
Yeah, he has
he's a man of his word, so you got to respect it.
Even if he loses, like in day 2, as long as he wins that map every time,
he's still going to be happy.
Right.
Yeah,
it's okay. You can keep that record going.
Man, well, we've just got like amazing match after amazing match, and I think tomorrow is going to be the same story where we get into groups, and then playoffs are going to be crazy as well. But we're going to be looking at, I think Buckster and Cypher is coming up here pretty soon. Yeah. So again, we've seen Sirius twice here today. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a third game with Sirius, but of course, he's qualified now, so he's done with his bracket. But we've got a lot of players who actually have many more games to play. But Cypher and Buckster, I know you were saying some pretty good things about Buckster earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Buckster, again, this is his first LAN entirely. I heard that he did all right versus Dewey, but he told me he dropped the ball. He's 2-0 up on Corrupted Keep, and he's like, I got this. And as soon as you think that, you know exactly what's going to happen.
Thinking, that's the problem.
Yes, don't ever think, or at least things outside of exactly what's going on in the game itself, because there it is. You can let like those chokes like that happen. Cypher's a mighty test for him, but we've already seen that Cypher's been tested hard and doesn't look like he's in peak form or going to be getting necessarily that top 8 yet, unless he proves us otherwise.
Well, a lot of people are shaking the rust off here today. It's not the morning anymore. It still kind of feels like that as everybody's kind of figuring out exactly what form they're in. But we're going to be finding out what form Cypher and Buckster are in here in a very short amount of time. We'll see you in just a second.
You don't want this problem. Yeah, it's whatever you want. You see that Benz ride slow, that's me on the hunt. I'm a jerk, might creep with your girl in the front. Just so you know, this ain't the problem you want. Yeah, boy, don't even front. Real recognize real, so I know you a chump. You can tell them boys you roll with whatever you want, but you know, and I know, this ain't the problem you want. When I stepped in the game, all I had was my name. When I leave, I'll be good long as I got the same. No, I can't take it with me, so I'm burning this change. You don't wanna go to war, boy, stay in your lane. I'm the real thing, me and my dudes still bang. Damn, since day one, and yes, we still hang. I don't be all online, don't at me, boy. Got a couple new whips, and I call them my toys. I'm a grown man, dealing with foolish behavior. I'm trying to savor all the fruits of my labor. I grind heavy, and you clowns is not ready. When it rains, it pours, feel like we broke the levee. We're nothing alike. I want a night, you trying to make her your wife. I buy whatever and don't look at the price. We don't date the same women, no, wear the same shoes. You're not on my level, don't get it confused, boy. Yeah, it's whatever you want. You see that Benz ride slow, that's me on the hunt. I'm a jerk, might creep with your girl in the front. Just so you know, this ain't the problem you want. Yeah, boy, don't even front. Real recognize real, so I know you a chump. You can tell them boys you roll with whatever you want, but you know, and I know, this ain't the problem you want. And so it begins, all these haters wanna be friends. Everybody cut the vapors, now they seeing me win. Seeing me grin, watching me shine. Trips to Milan, chilling in the cut with a couple of dimes. I'm young, flying flashy, still in my prime. Stop tripping, it's simply my time. I'm here by divine intervention. Did I mention, these are not goons, they're my henchmen. Ladies love me, I'm creep squad, don't judge me. I wink at your chick, you in the corner trying to mug me. I get it, you spending money and you all committed. I come through in that navy blue Yankee fitted. And all the girls get to whisper in, he can get it. Relax dog, that ain't even what I'm on. I'm sipping with my hitters, chilling in my zone. Think twice before you start some funk. This ain't the problem you want. Nah, this ain't the problem you want. Yeah, it's whatever you want. You see that Benz ride slow, that's me on the hunt. I'm a jerk, might creep with your girl in the front. Just so you know, this ain't the problem you want. Yeah, boy, don't even front. Real recognize real, so I know you a chump.
and die. Yes. Suffering is only the beginning.
Welcome back to the PGL, where apparently GL means good luck, because right here in the Quake Champions Open today, everybody needs it. We're getting into our 5th game on air, but we're running out of time to start saying, well, there's always the lower brackets. We're going to be getting right into the next one, though. We've got Cypher and Buckster, and I know 40 Lions and Zoot have already been giving this one some intense discussion.
Can I wear the heart rate monitors that players are? Because I'm like at 200 at the moment. There's crazy stuff that's been going on right now. This is wild. And Cypher, could he be challenged by Buckster? Is there? I shouldn't be the one asking the questions.
Is that a real question you ask like this?
Is there a world where he gets eliminated?
Do you want to live in that world? I don't
know, man. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. Anything can happen, bro. But I think Cypher should be okay. Buckster can probably give him a run for his money and make it close. But we saw the match with Avic earlier. It was very back and forth. It wasn't like he got blown out. Yes, he's not playing peak performance Cypher, but okay, Cypher is still amazing overall.
I don't know. We're getting into a point where anybody being okay themselves is not going to be enough. No. Some of the stress out there is because some of these players are down a lower bracket a little bit sooner than they thought they would be. Some of these players have some really difficult matchups. In fact, if we can take a brief overview, I think, of the bracket, it'll tell a lot of the story. Again, we've been able to watch a lot of these fantastic games, and I feel really lucky that every single one has been either a nail biter or just like watching a snuff film, really.
Okay, look at their clauses through. It's confirmed for anyone who was doubting the possibilities. There's one upset that hasn't happened over there, so base put down into the lower bracket. Toxin Guppy not yet happened. However, I think the lower bracket's probably painting a very different picture. And Dahang, we got a North American player, guys. For the North American viewers out there and the two people beside me, it's okay.
We did it. We made it. We put a man on the moon. No, I don't know. I think that was
clip.
How dare you? First of all, there's only one clip of that, and it is mine. Anyways, I think Dahang kind of had the odds in his favor against Agent. No disrespect, but I think that may have been expected. But it is good to see Dahang make it. In terms of Garpy versus Tox, any
oh my God,
any predictions on that one?
No, I don't want to anymore. No, I think
please don't make me.
I think Garpy usually has his name in Quake Champions, but a lot of Tox people, again, would be mad at me. He could be his tournament. He's got top 2s at DreamHack Winter 2017. He's a capable guy, and he's not an unfamiliar to being a world champion. It's just been a while since he's done it in Dior.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if Garpy can take down Toxic, I mean, that's an accolade by itself, I think.
Yeah, completely. But with Buckster, I mean, he's getting some cam time now. It's his first ever LAN. He's going to be able to get on stream. He's going to be able to play right in front of his opponent. His opponent is none other than Cypher. This is the experience that you want to get when you're coming to LAN, especially for an up-and-comer such as Buckster. The question is he in over his head? Because I kind of think he might be.
Nerves are definitely going to play a part, especially if Cypher kind of looks over his monitor just peers over into his eyes, and we'll see. We'll see.
You need to get up pretty tall for that one. But of course, one of these guys is going to get dropped into the lower bracket. I think that's been fleshed out here quite a bit. It started off looking all kinds of empty, but now it's full of hopefuls, people who are still keeping the faith. But we're going to be running out of these players very, very quickly.
Yeah, and I think surely Cypher, there's no way Cypher doesn't make it. Oh, look at that. Rafa down there goes versus either Sid
all the
or
Americans
Nico.
down here, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's just a hangout. They're all hanging out. They're all having fun. It looks like CNZ is going to play Sparty. We got Dewey waiting on the winner of Inns and Chain.
Waz is there like, yay, I get to play the Kilson was right.
So
My
this-
life is good.
This being a lower bracket match, I mean, you can kind of see it on Buxter's face a little bit. He's feeling the pressure. And Cypher, of course, it can't feel that good just to be down a lower bracket anyway on your first day.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't been actually. It's so bizarre to me. Like, oh wow, I actually get to talk a little bit about Cypher at a LAN. It's been a little while since we've had that opportunity, and I'm sure he knows that he's got a lot to prove here as well.
Yeah, and the way the tournament started for him, this is like, let's get this out of the way now. But if you've been a world champion before, you kind of know how to pick yourself up. So I fully expect him to go into this game with confidence and to kind of show Buxter actually who the real OG is.
But if Buxter can take something off of him, that table might not remain in one piece.
Yeah, that would be incredible to see, but I think Zoot's right. He just needs to come in with the right mentality of, all right, everything that already happened, gone. This is the do or die match. Let's get it done, and let's see what happens. But, like you said, if Buxter comes out and gets, maybe a round or two right off the bat, maybe Cypher's going to be like, what is going on? What is happening to me?
Yeah.
So
knocking his confidence is a big factor. If you can get some just surprise fights in and win them, like Cypher's still an incredibly emotional player. So if you can unhinge that a little bit, maybe you can kind of delay him getting that read on you as a player and then going in full monster mode.
For anybody who missed it, that is Zoot saying that Cypher's easy to tilt.
You can, yeah.
anyone needs to
It's
decode
possible.
that.
Hey, there we got Buxter on our screen right here. Debut at LAN.
Yeah.
Love it.
And again,
Welcome.
we've had so many LANs lately where, it is people's first LAN party. And if you're playing up against Cypher in the lower bracket at a LAN and it's your first LAN, I think you've had a pretty good weekend.
But maybe you feel like he's in the lower bracket. I can do it. But maybe I should stop doing it.
Yeah, that's the mind games you start playing with yourself. But we do have Cypher going for Blood Covey. That's kind of his bog standard. Corrupted Keep, we haven't actually seen that a lot on air today. And I appreciate that Buxter's going for it here.
Yeah, and a possible Molten Falls. We'll see whether or not that matters at all. I'm going to be curious about the champion bans too, because Buxter's real pièce de résistance is his Galena. He really loves playing that champion. I think everything else is just an extra, basically.
Yeah, you hear that, Cypher? His Galena is really good.
They're like 4 rooms away, so...
It'd be a shame if she got tossed.
But I always like these moments where,
There's
players always... I mean, again, like, Cypher still looks like it's in so many years, but he still glances around like he's waiting for his mom to be done shopping or something.
so useful.
Yeah, see, look, it's these looks here. Is like, is it time? Are we good?
Supper?
Are we doing
What?
this? Yeah.
Where's my juice box? All right, calm down. Calm down.
And Buxter's all business here, of course.
No, I mean, completely. I think I'm just going to allow myself back into the party over there. But, yeah, I think Buxter's going to look past that. All the kind of signals I've got from him is he doesn't care too much about the... it makes him sound like a really hateful person to me. He doesn't care about anyone. But he doesn't seem to be phased that much by it. Whether or not the stream, like the audience outside will. But otherwise... I tend to get the feeling that he's a focused individual and really he's in his own mind and he's not letting anyone tamper with that.
And at this level, that's exactly how you need to approach the matches. So we'll see if he can hold on to that or if Cypher comes out swinging and then absolutely rattles him.
Well, I wonder if Cypher's going to get like a slash pick going and say, hey, it's Buxter. I've beaten this guy online a few times. And with Blood Covenant, he was hesitant about doing that with Avec. You could see that they really, on the last pick, he was waiting till the final second to go for it. And...
yeah, do you think that Cypher Avec is still kind of sticking with Cypher a little bit here? Because that was, it went 3 maps. It was
recent.
It was very recent. The wound is still fresh.
It's true, but I think he's got to cast it aside. Like any pro would say in their interviews, I'll take this one match at a time.
Does Cypher say that, though?
Does he? I mean...
Does he think that? Can he say that and be telling the truth?
I mean, you've definitely got to put it aside. However, when I see him in lower brackets, in online tournaments, he can sometimes get completely re-energized, but I do feel like he's lacking a little bit of something that he doesn't no longer have when he's out of that winner bracket. In the winner bracket, he seems so damn powerful.
Do you think that Buxter can take that something he's missing now and take advantage of it?
I give him like 20%. maybe.
Ooh.
20%. Is that fair? What about you?
I think if Buckster comes out and plays maybe aggressive and kind of shows Cypher, hey, I'm not afraid of you. You're in the lower bracket for a reason. Maybe it'll shake Cypher.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, he has the history of tilting a little bit given the circumstance, so we'll see. But it also depends on the champ picks here.
Yeah, this is going to be a
Blood
big
Cup.
deal. So we've got Galena
Okay.
right up first here in Blood Covenant. And so, again, we're looking at, being able to put on some pressure from a distance. Again, this is like Cypher's home, though. So got BJ. I'm admiring all of the mirror picks here. It's not that they're just going with what their bog standard comp is. It's also showing some respect to your opponent. Like, all right, cool, let's just go toe-to-toe. No big deal.
Now I'm really curious for Cypher. What's he been thinking about? Where's his head? Visor's definitely a pick you could go with and feel confident he doesn't want to go for Slash in the end. So maybe Buckster going for that champion. I think if Buckster went for something else, he would have brought out Slash. But you know what? I'm just speculating at this point whilst being wrong. So
First up, Blood Covenant. So Buckster, good luck to him. And good luck to you. You got to deal with 40 lions over there.
Yeah, it's a lot of beard
I'm
to
excited
handle.
about that.
I think you're doing well.
Yeah,
It's a lot of
I mean,
beard to
I'm
try and
sure.
rein in.
Our debut together, it's been enjoyable.
It's true. I'll never forget.
Well, guys, let it rain indeed. I will catch you on the flip side.
Thank you very much, Jahar. This match will momentarily get started with Buckster and Cypher. Are we going to be getting more upsets today, or is this going to be just a formality for Cypher and he can see his way through easily or turbulently into day 2? That round has now begun, guys. Let's jump into the map. Buckster and Cypher have begun. We are on Buckster to begin with his Galena. I've kind of hyped up his Galena a little bit. Let's see if it's kind of all what it's cracked to be.
Yeah, let's see if he could live up to the hype as he will grab a rail early on and deny it towards Cypher. Cypher trying to get in on those rockets now. Buckster re-upping on those time shards, getting another totem down.
He's very quick on those. 25 seconds into the game, he's got 2 totems up. There's probably more hourglasses over here at the pillars. He's doing a brilliant job of stacking up in this. So having that extra stack will help so much, but Cypher finds one of the totems and is sure to remove that from the game. There's the missed rail from Cypher, and Buckster's going to get just a small gap to breathe.
Another totem goes down, and he will get in on the Mega now. As he's playing a little slower, needs to grab more time shards, try and get that overstack going, which is so dangerous on Galena.
Yeah, let's see those hourglasses down here. Again, I love the control that he has in this. This is fantastic. He doesn't need the full overstack right now because he's already on about 165 health, but he can make a play for the heavy armor. And again, taking all of the hourglasses. Cypher used his piercing sight, but didn't get any damage with it at all. And here comes a bit of spam. Cypher, though, starting this with a little bit of respect. One rail, back in return as well from Buckster.
And important to note that Buckster got the overstack for a brief moment, and Cypher immediately deleted that totem, but the totem will come back in about a second here for Buckster, so right back onto the overstack again.
Again, Cypher giving a lot of respect right now. Do you think this is a sign of maybe just general concern for himself? Like, right, man, I can't really make a mistake in this? Or is this just...
I feel like he's just going to play it slow and see where Buckster takes it first, and then if he wants to play super aggressive, I think Cypher has no issues doing that.
I feel like Buckster's happy to do this. He's like, yeah, slow and steady, that works for me. But he's got to start landing a shot. Rail is going to miss, and the LG is starting to trickle away at him. There's going to be a rocket jump, but the rail shot is perfect from Buckster because that prevents him from properly pushing into that.
Yep, swats that away and says, get out of my house, you're not getting up here, and we'll get in on the Mega for his troubles.
That's 3 totems taken away immediately, so all those assets that he'd been developing, they're gone, but that's a brilliant rail shot. Rocket is going to hit a bit of splash. There's a light armor down there. Cypher doesn't fall into it straight away and really waits for the coast to be clear before he commits. And Buckster's really strong on his control. He's keeping a track of those item timings flawlessly.
What a rail. Cypher doing a good job of restacking over in the pillar room now, and he will get in on the Mega if he chooses. He goes up the jump pad, will dodge a rail, miss one of his own as well. Buckster trying to get in some damage, but it turns out Cypher will get that Mega for free. Deletes a totem as well. Oh, that's a very good rail as he jumps over, pops the vision, and now he has the information.
Yeah, this is nasty for Buckster because the amount of damage he's taken, he can't really hold on to this heavy whatsoever. Looking for a rocket, a rail would kill him. And Cypher, he might rocket jump afterwards. I think I saw the half disintegrate, so he goes to bridge position. Buckster, that Mega got delayed a little bit. He's going up there. The rocket's going to hit him, and the rail. Ouch.
The combo was so good. He hit him with the number 3 from Taco Bell. The rocket splash was good enough, and the follow-up rail was fantastic.
Right, if he's just delayed it for an extra second, maybe, he possibly could have gotten into the Mega Health. But I really think he had to relinquish control of that item. However, we get to see Cypher's point of view, his youthful face on camera too.
So calm and collected with that
Yeah,
heart
looks
rate
good.
as well. As he will pop the vision. Ooh, preemptive rocket almost connects.
Well, that was a lot of damage too from Buckster. Is he going to go back up the bounce? You saw what happened last time. He doesn't get the full combo this occasion.
Is he going to try it again? He's crazy.
What's he doing?
He's absolutely insane, but Buckster will take a lot of damage. We'll get the Mega, but at what cost?
There should be a light armor down in Banana. He's going to pick that up. There's going to be heavy, so is there some kind of genius plan to this? He's actually chipping away nicely with the nail gun and secures the heavy armor. These risks are calculated, and the calculations are solid.
Plays like that could be what tilts Cypher. Be like, what are you doing here? How are you getting away with this? He can't keep getting away with this.
Yes, I mean, Cypher's expecting to be dealing good output during those moments. And Buckster leaving the visor for last, that is unusual. Buckster, though, I think he gets pushed down to the floor, and Cypher doesn't go into punish more. So he still manages to get that Mega Health afterwards and lands some damage. Drop down two, dual wield. This is going to hurt a lot for somebody. The rockets, who's landing them? Of course, it's got to be Cypher at the end. I feel like Buckster maybe missed a chance of that ballsy play.
That was a bit, yeah, absolutely risky, and the rockets don't pay off, and Cypher takes that frag, and with 5 seconds left, I think that's about it. I think Buckster tried to force the issue because he saw the time and was like, this is my opportunity, let's go, but the rockets didn't go his way, so Cypher will take that first round.
I mean, I feel like Buckster played a little bit scared. He seemed to be, right, I'm going to be assertive in my control, but nothing else. He wasn't really stepping out there to try deal extra damage to Cypher very often, and if he was, there wasn't very much in the way of connections. So I hope that Buckster, he kind of tries to build a little bit of confidence and, you know, make some plays he might not otherwise do against Cypher.
Yeah, if he could string together a couple shots to kind of build that confidence, that would definitely help, but we'll see if he can do so as Cypher will hit that first rail. Will he chase now as he's spamming rockets on the tri-bolt, and he will detour towards the blood pool, towards LG.
Up the top, there's a tri-bolt, he walks into it, machine gun coming out too. I love the weapon switch from Buckster. Cypher edges away, there is a railgun being picked up, and again, good usage of the tri-bolt. So Buckster's going to be able to get the heavy armor. Look at that stack that he's got, you can see below the character portraits at the top.
Good rail from Cypher. Rocket follow-up isn't bad either, but still needs to be very careful as Cypher is railable here. We'll grab the 25 to negate that, but still needs some armor.
Cypher spots the light armor. He's got to be careful about giving away those sound cues, and he hears him. Still picks it up, looks for the rocket spam, and Buckster's going to be safe knowing that that heavy is his. But if Cypher gets back up to 100-100, then that's a stack that he can challenge with. Heavy's been delayed. I don't think Cypher's got the full timing, but he's going to have a sort of a window, like a plus minus 3 seconds. Understanding when it is. Buckster pushing forward, and Cypher doesn't get the Mega Health in the end.
Yeah, gets pushed off position. And that slight delay in the heavy as well could come back to haunt him like it did earlier against Abed.
Oh, he's going to push through the teleporter once again. That rocket was good. Almost 90 damage from it. Tries to quick flick through the teleporter. Buckster needs to jump off and get himself the heavy once again. He's barely surviving. Oh yeah, that could be a little bit disastrous. In order to restack on that, you need to go back up to the rail point.
The rockets are so good from Buckster as he pushes in. Well done.
Yeah, Cypher seeming a little bit lost at that stage. Buckster, his control was great. I think Cypher missed a window of opportunity to pick up a Mega at a certain point. However, you got to hand it to Buckster. Keeping that control going, eventually kind of choking out Cypher, doing the damage he needs to secure the frag.
Trying to get that tri-bolt pepper damage in there, throws down the totem. He does have the position on his heavy. As Cypher trying to fight his way from the bottom with the tri-bolt, eats a little bit of rocket and says, all right, that's enough, I'm good. As Buckster barely misses that exit rail.
Needs to get over to that Mega Health really quickly. Does Cypher have timing on it? He's going to go up the bounce pad. Not going to use the LG, but that rocket, that's 100 damage right there. He wasn't expecting Cypher to return back to that angle so quickly. It's a good play from Buckster. Are you surprised by this at all?
I think he's playing pretty solidly. It's nothing over the top and crazy, but he's taking the shots and trying to output as much damage as he can, trying to punish Cypher for all these item pickups, and I think it's a pretty solid play.
Yeah. I mean, 2 more minutes will tell whether or not he is going to be able to profit from this. LG, just a sprinkle of damage over there, and he's going to keep a big, big stack as he gets that mega health. Another totem goes down.
So, minute 40 left. He's up a champ. And it's a big map. I'm not going to say that he's going to try and play this out the way it is, but the opportunity does present itself.
Well, he's going to be anxious about really committing to a fight against Blazkowicz, even with over a 150 health and armor. I'm not sure if he's confident enough with his lightning gun to really go versus dual wield.
You can almost tell that he sensed it there, and he was like, I don't want to go up for this. Because he heard Cypher, and that dual wield is so dangerous, but we're closing in on a minute left in the round, and Cypher has to make a move eventually. Going
passive has been really the death of so many players. If you do it too early, you suffocate yourself out of the map. You just end up giving item after item. He's just given away a mega health, and now the heavy. There's a rocket jump back up.
And he's missing these rails too, that's crucial. Oh, the teleporter play, what's he doing?
Wow, he managed to dodge a little bit, going in for rockets once again. Cypher, there's no mutual frag. He's left with 12 points of health. The passive will pull him up to 25, and there's the mega. Buckster has got the visor, but you gotta say he played himself off the map. Dual wield.
Oh, but the damage is so good. But the rocket from Cypher is better with 30 seconds left now. Buckster's down to his last champion. And I think you're right. If you play not to lose, that's what happens. You lose control of the map. You play too passive, and Cypher just got in there and turned the tables in his favor now with 15 seconds left. He's the one that could play defensive.
I think that's a sort of 101 of just... You're so desperate for the round, you don't want to make a mistake, and that in itself ends up being the mistake. Dual will comes up from Cypher, just in
preemptive. Just get away from me, just in case you try.
You've got a few seconds left of the time before the clock burns out, and he's like, if you happen to engage with me, I'm ready.
Yeah, you're going to get melted. Go ahead. Step to me, get burnt like toast, as Missy Elliott once said. No? Okay.
We're going into round 3 in a moment. Cypher...
I don't regret it.
We're back.
One day you're going to get these, all right?
Cypher.
So about Quake Champions here. As Cypher will get in on that mega. Pops vision a little late now, so he has the data. Ooh, that tri-ball damage is so good. Wow.
Oh, God.
Sending him for a ride there.
Ooh, all right.
Good return, Rockets.
He's still got something to say about this. Rockets coming right back up, but Cypher does pick up the railgun in the end, so he can play that distance game. Buxter was just looming over by the nail gun spawn, and rockets come back out, and that's the knowledge for Cypher that, oh, he's going to get heavy.
Cypher getting those time shards. Very important to do with any champion, but more so a visor, so you constantly have those wall hacks on tap. Just playing it slow here. Buxter has that nice, healthy, organic stack. Cypher will pop the vision and try and spring this trap on LG here. Gets a little bit of damage, but Buxter will get away.
I like that Cypher's actually using the piercing sight aggressively on this occasion, trying to deal some damage with it. He's definitely guilty of using abilities in general in a very sort of passive sense, but that was good. Trying to be proactive. However, I think he needs to get more, even more from it next time. And let's see what he does in about 3 seconds. Is he going to pop it straight away? Is he going to go in for the kill?
Opting not to.
Okay.
Again, delaying it every like 5-10 seconds from when it's initially available. Ooh, that was a pretty good rocket from that distance. Not bad.
I mean, he gets damage with it, but I don't know what exactly he achieved from it, because items aren't going to be back. Well, not through the duration of the piercing sight. Okay, he's going to secure the mega health, but he hasn't established a champion advantage at all. Control is incredibly contested. We've got a rocket jump up. That's a brilliant rocket from Buxter. Cypher needs to start really making some good use. Push himself into outstanding control. There's a rail. I like that one.
Just missing out on another one there. Deletes that totem and has the position for the mega. Might be able to catch out Buxter here as he goes up the stairs. Very dangerous. He'll get a rail. Is he going to chase this? Pops the vision, and this could be that offensive play that you were talking about as he drops down. The rockets are good. Buxter goes up the jump pad and gets fried. And well done from Cypher, getting the initial damage, popping the ability, and following up for the frag.
Yeah, that was way, way better from Cypher. Locking down the kill with that piercing sight. Now he's got to be a bit careful, invest a bit of health into the failed rocket jump. Where things have happened. Ooh, luckily dodge from Buxter.
Hit him with the stutter step, the Allen Iverson. breaking ankles out here.
These are all references I get. And Buckster really needs to...
The point is he survived with his life for the time being, as
Okay.
Buckster playing very slow in the stairwell, but he will get railed down to 35 HP and...
Oh!
What? Oh, the rocket was just like, I'm going to place this here and go up, and he backs up into that rocket, and that was a hell of a play from Cypher.
That was some distance on that rocket, and it hit him on the noggin. That was glorious. Buckster, you can't be happy about that. You need to make your voice heard here on Blood Covenant, as he kind of ripped apart the chance to get round 2. Round 3 surely can't go the same way, but with a minute and a half left to act.
Those rails.
Doubts are settling in for him.
Cypher doing a great job of doing better at popping vision and getting damage off of it, like you mentioned. Now he's going to get in on this heavy. He has enough time to get back to the Mega as well. Won't have vision for another 10 seconds on. Buckster has a decent position on guarding this, but he will eat a rail as he jumps over to the 50. Cypher making his way over to Rockets.
Oh,
Doesn't
no
have any more rails. Needs to be careful. It's always heartbreaking when you try and shoot and you're like, well, he peeks the long distance knowing he doesn't have rail and eats one. And he's like, that's not the same thing as picking up ammo. You got to go get your own box.
Buckster's got to make a move right now.
Yeah.
It's absolutely imperative. He's going to get heavy, and now, no matter what, you just go in. It doesn't matter what goes on. You've got to push, 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 push. These rockets are going to start eating away at your stack, but you just got to persevere. He moves down to the lower area. Now he's got to go up the bounce pad. You just got to do it, Buckster. You got to bite the bullet.
Can't do it. 30 seconds. He can't make himself do it. He's like, I just can't. I can't.
Do it. It's like some kind of moral boundary or some sort, and Cypher
like, not
eventually
smart
gets
play. Can't do.
Yeah. Well, you know, you feel it at some point. It's like this is like a 1%er, but when you're strapped with that much time left in the round and you need to do something,
yep.
I mean, you got to take that 1%. Who knows what will happen if you execute right, or if Cypher makes a small misstep, which doesn't happen a whole lot.
Yeah.
You wouldn't count on it. Overall, though, incredibly sort of safe win from Cypher. And one more map, and he can see himself through to the next day and maybe kind of put past him some of those memories of earlier.
Those demons from earlier.
Yes. And we can see a couple of the stats over here. 17 of 39 rails there. For Cypher, he's got almost 1,500 damage more than Buckster. Barely any LG usage from Buckster, and I think you can maybe see a bit of the shakiness with that lower percentage rail.
Yeah, just the damage was just all in favor of Cypher. As you can see, the controls actually kind of split evenly, but Cypher with just the traps of the constant rail damage, doubling his Buckster's rail damage. Just really well done from Cypher.
Completely. We are going to move into Corrupted Keep next. It is going to be Buckster's pick. I do think this is going to be a bit different. We're still going to see Galena picks from Buckster, but I wonder what else is going to be on the cards from them. Any other expectations? Ranger, BJ, I mean, we had Keel from Cypher before.
Yeah, I'd like to see a Keel. I always like pineapples, like I said, but I think Buckster, this might be more his map because, there is no rail for Cypher, so you can't have that long-distance damage that we saw on Blood Covenant. But also, I like the way Buckster was playing for the most part, just laying down totems, playing very, very safe and defensive, and when Cypher tried to get in, for the most part, his rockets and LG weren't too bad. So on this map, that might lend itself to roll Buckster's way, and he might be able to put up a 1v1.
Well, let's see what's going to happen now in these conversations. BJ out first for Cypher. Galena, I suspect. Yep. It's just in advance now for Buckster.
Ooh, there's that Keel. Now we're talking.
Is Cypher going to reciprocate with this and also get out the Keel?
Oh, can we please get pineapples on pineapples? That would be fantastic.
I'm worried about you sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we've got the Galena pick from Cypher to complement that. And this is it. I don't know what else Cypher would be thinking.
I just want to see a random Anarchy right now. Do it. He won't.
No. It's got to be Keel. It is Keel.
Love it.
It's going to load up. And we're going to get...
Death Knight. Okay.
I don't know. Both of these compositions are good.
Yeah.
It's going to be down to execution now. My money's still with Cypher, though, just based on how convincing it was on Blood Covenant. Maybe Buckster has shaken off some of the nerves of the last game, but he's got to put in a better performance. Otherwise, he's going to end up regretting that he was just a little bit too shy. And he gave a bit too much respect. When you go up against a player like Cypher, you kind of feel like, or he could do anything. I don't want to do something in case I get caught out.
Oh, I have the champ lead, but with a minute 50, you can't just, you know, say, all right, I'm going to play defensive now and try and stall out the match. So
Exactly. It's definitely a big point to discuss at some point, I think, because it's very, very easy to do something like that. However, guys, we're going back in. Let's get into the game. It is Cypher versus Buxter in a qualification game, and at the same time, an elimination game for the loser.
Oh, Cypher with the LG. Buxter's already down. So crippled.
Oh!
Wow.
That blast right there, that is damage. You can do up to 140 damage with a super shotgun, and that
was pure patience right there by Buxter. He's like, look, I know you're there, and I know that you want to kill me. I dare you. And he did it, and he blasted him.
That was sick from him. Rockets, can he land the midair? He can't quite get it, and Cypher, he just pushes through. However, the keel is now online for Buxter. He'll need maybe some extra weaponry. I think nail gun might be the only thing he has now, and he's going for the lightning gun too.
Yeah, I don't think Cypher appreciated that shotgun kill at all. And I was like, okay, I'm done with that. Ooh, he did a lot of nails there.
He's got to push in for the heavy now. He's done a decent amount of damage. He's going to go for rockets, and now you push in. Looking for a grenade.
Pineapple.
Yeah, watch out for your footing, Cypher. And this is Buxter trying to attain control. Mega's up now. Oh,
that
the
rocket from
direct.
Cypher was amazing.
What a direct from Cypher. And that definitely shuts up Buxter for the second. Now, Cypher going to search for another avenue into this one. But again, you just don't want to walk around a corner and eat those pineapples. I know you do, Floy, but...
I do.
Yeah.
On pizza, on anything, really. I'll just eat pineapples out of a can. I'm disgusting. But that doesn't matter here as Buxter gets in on this Mega. Here comes a dual wheel. Needs to be very careful. And what Mega? Did he even pick up a Mega? I don't even know.
No,
down to 36 HP.
Not anymore.
He'll grab the 50 health, but still extremely low. And Cypher knows it. He smells it. He wants this kill. Oh, wow, the tri-bolt.
He's still pushing forward a little bit. Buxter's trying to find some kind of path that will lead him to greater fortunes, but he's stuck down here. Cypher's just got to guess right once. And maybe he wasn't proactive enough just then. Mega's going to be up in 1 second.
Oh, but
no.
He didn't take the right position. He was hiding behind that wall, which you can't blame him. He was very low, but then by the time it took around to whip around and grab that, Cypher was like, you're done. Tickle.
I wish he would have stayed there, because if Cypher didn't push the lightning gun, and even if he did, he might not have seen it. Yeah. It's possible. And then he can go and get himself the 225s. Cypher, though, in control yet again. He's got the dual wield up. Buxter has Flame Strike available, but it's... well, there's no situation which he can really use it yet. However, there's a heavy right behind him, but he's got no health, and he's left solo with about sub 10 points of health. Doesn't really matter your armor anymore. You've got nothing.
Yeah, Cypher in complete control right now. Buxter just hanging on by a thread. It's only a matter of time. He will grab the 50 over in Red Room, but gets that organic stack back. So
Buxter's done well.
Yeah, that was not bad.
I think Cypher has missed a chance to just finish the job off. I always expect him to know exactly how much health his opponents are on with the damage he deals. That frag should have been finished by now. There's still a world in which Buxter comes back in this.
Giving him a second wind here. And with 8 seconds left to the front. Oh, not getting caught out like this is... oh, gets the Mega, but terrible. Terrible things are happening right now. That shotgun so deadly earlier. Will it be enough? Oh. No. Cypher says I have a shotgun of my own. And if he would have waited a little bit more, he would have had Flame Strike back up, and it could have been a different situation, but Cypher catches him out and takes the first round on Corrupted Keep.
I think Flame Strike actually was back up the frame that he died.
Ooh,
and
unfortunate.
Cypher's LG didn't look brilliant. That was the point blank that we saw. That was just... that was the... was that the shake of the head that happened like right after?
I think so. He's like, ugh.
Well, here comes the machine gun damage a little bit. Mega's already been taken. Buxter dropping a totem down, and again that shotgun. Yes, have nightmares off this. And it's good
chipping away.
This is really nice from Buxter.
Both players very weak now, and that wasn't that bad by Buxter, I'll be honest. The shotgun just chipping away.
He's imposing his will a little bit more, but that was less good. He runs into a totem. He's going to put his own totem up, surely. Oh, there's the drop for the Mega Health, and again, Buxter, he's taking risks, push with the LG, and there's the kill. Buxter, he knows he's got to make a move at some point, and he's finally done it, but he's now got to watch out for a rush.
Extremely weak still. Cypher's on the hunt, he knows it. Buxter still on 36 HP, finally grabbing a 25 in the 50s over in the Red Room here. Throws down a totem as well. The the stacks are about equal here, as that Mega's going to be up next. Cypher has the superior position, but not enough rockets. 4 needs to be very careful about spamming these.
Okay, doesn't land much. Oh, all right. Lands a little through the floor, but Buxter's got the heavy now. Got to watch out for that dual wield. Again, pushing him away, just while Cypher's not wanting to use the dual wield himself. It's like, right, on a level playing field, I'm happy to challenge you for the moment.
I actually like that. He kind of knew that the angle wasn't perfect, so he didn't blow the dual wield early. And this machine gun damage is insane, but Buxter will get the frag, throwing down that totem.
I think Cypher was surprised that he actually wanted to hang around just then, because he's like, dude, I'm doing loads of damage with you. Are you not going to leave at this point? Well, that totem really split the difference then.
Yeah, well done by Buxter, knowing, hey, I have a totem, so I could fight longer than you can. I don't know why you're still hanging out. And he will have another totem back, and that will give him overstack. And, Buxter's looking good in this round.
This is really nice. And this is going to be a huge stepping stone for him in general. Just secure around, you know. Get yourself on the board properly. Blood Covenant, it wasn't to be.
Does a good job of bullying Cypher off the rocket. Cypher really only has Plasma and Tri-Bolt to work with. Also the shotgun, which is deadly, but you know, just don't go through a teleporter into it. It's easy.
I'm going to ask one thing of Buxter, okay? Don't go passive now. You got 2.5 minutes to play. Keep challenging these items. It really, really adds up. You need to get those extra sort of shot, almost deflectors at that point. The war of attrition it can be.
Good rocket. Another good one. So the damage is good. He will remain on top of the Mega, and we'll get this heavy, potentially. Cypher's going to challenge, though, from above.
He's challenging a lot. That last rocket, oh, it just misses in the end. And Buxter, he's running out of resources now. As this light armor spawned, he's going to go up there. He has got it, but he's playing slow already, and it's very difficult for him to challenge onto items at the moment. Another shot from Cypher. 78 health to go. And Buxter's running out of corners of the map that he can go to.
Yeah, Buxter on the back foot now as Cypher gets in on that heavy, or Mega heavy is up soon. Decent rocket by Buxter, but look at that, 37 HP, needs to be very careful. A little bit of a movement error there.
He might have some more wind in the sails now. Oh, he pushes him away, rocket jump. Oh, he misses it!
Oh no!
This is catastrophic for him. He's trying to edge away once again, but the walls are closing in on him. There's the Tri-Bolt. He jumps back up and finds some more health. There's a totem as well. He's going to put one down somewhere.
Very fortunate to survive that. That failed rocket jump. I've lived that nightmare. It's terrible in that room.
Good rockets. Oh no, I just quite missed the jump to damage, I think. Totem's on the exit there. Cypher could eat 75 damage, or maybe he just destroyed it in time.
And it's important to note, a minute left. Buxter's not doing a bad job of playing defensive now that he got out of that horrible situation. This is very viable to just kind of play defensive.
I think this is where we can say that he's definitely been more defensive than he has been passive. He's only not been challenging for the items because he's really not been able to get any of them. But as soon as he's got a chance, he goes for it. Cypher's struggling to push past on this. There's 30
he's going to push for this. He needs to. Doubles back and reads it well, and Cypher will get the frag. But Keel comes out from Buxter as well with 30 seconds left. He's got pineapples to work with and a shotgun.
And heavy on top of that.
Yeah, that's a thick boy now.
Yeah, it is. And here it is. It's going to run into the... Oh, no!
And just like that, Cypher's
like, my God.
The problem has been handled as he throws him out the club, and now we're down to a 1v1 Death Knight versus Keel with 18 seconds left in the round, and Buxter has to be furious right now.
I can't believe that just happened. Cypher is being closed into the heavy area. We're going to get Buxter onto Mega Health. He'll have the lightning gun. It's still possible for him. If he can win this round, I mean, it's a big emotional hurdle to jump over, right?
Yeah, quite the roller coaster already, but they split the items, you know, sudden death, brand new game. Brand new game, it's just a 1v1, easy.
Yeah, it's just easy. Everyone's a winner. Wait. We know that went.
Buxter trying to get in that damage here.
Nice.
Decent rocket here. Eats a little bit of his own, though. Does have Flame Strike up. If he can catch him out in this area, the elbow. Why is the Flame Strike not coming out? There it is, and takes down Cypher. I was a little worried there, but he delayed it just enough to make sure that all of it hit, so well done to Buxter.
I was beyond on the edge of my seat then for Buxter because, man,
look at that clip. Just get out of here.
He has such a start. Look at that. That is, yeah.
Oh, that says it all. I can't believe it.
I think everyone was like that. you know what? He's still got around though, 40. He's still looking kind of good.
He's still very much in there.
Yeah, but
he's Cypher with the chase now.
Oh, That blast! Cypher's going to be weak now if he can find one more, but he's on 18 health. Tries to search yet another stray rocket. Man, that 130 damage shotgun blast, that was awesome from Buckster.
Yeah, this is a street fight right now. These players just absolutely tearing each other up with those shotguns.
Stopwatch.
Right, here comes the major items again. Cypher going to complement this Mega Stack with some armor now. Again, the shotgun coming out from Buckster. This is so annoying
Cypher
from him.
actually switched and was like, I got one too. Is this what you want to do?
Yeah.
Is this the choice you want to make with your life?
Let's do this. Totem down from Cypher. Keep himself at 100 health. Buckster knows he's got kind of positional control right now. He's just got to make sure he can survive towards the next full over items and then kind of see where things stand at that stage.
And again, splitting the items, Cypher will opt for the heavy, as now he has him trapped behind LG.
What I like from what Buckster did is he killed that totem down in the sort of archway and he put his own there. So I wonder if, like, Cypher obviously knows that totem is gone, but does he know there's an extra little trap? We'll find out in due course. Tune in next time.
Same bat time, same bat channel. So Cypher now playing silently. I like this. Might catch him out over by this heavy. Buckster spots him first, gets a good rocket, but Cypher will follow up with his own. Now he's playing with LG from above. Oh, Buckster almost dropped down to that.
Totem. Ooh, beautiful. That was so nice from Buckster. I love what he did with that. And that helps. That helps trickle down the health, because without that damage, Cypher is in such good form.
Yeah, Cypher doing a good job of peppering with machine gun damage there. A little bit of rocket splash as well. Deleting this totem. Deleting all the totems. Get him off the map here. He'll miss that one next to the heavy portal, but just waiting. Plants his own flag next to the banana.
I love like this war of control right now between the two players. So the positions that they're both grabbing with their champions, their totems, it's very intriguing. Heavy was taken kind of late from Buckster. I think Cypher got the read on that. Totem. Oh, well, okay, you're not going to eat the totem, but you're going to eat my direct rocket. There's another chance for Buckster to do some damage. He looks for a mid-air of some sort. LG out. There's a totem just helping him. And the rockets are going to miss from virtually everybody.
And that was a crazy fight right there. That was insane. I'm surprised either person lived through that.
Yeah, that was utterly, utterly wild. And Buckster, that totem to keep him alive, like, the part afterwards, he's going for a late pickup here on the heavy armor. I think Cypher heard that one. Does eventually get rid of a totem, but there's going to be overstacked totems now for Cypher. Buckster's got to get a read on this. Cypher surely saw a totem just there and he didn't get rid of it.
I really like the way Buckster's playing. Like, this is that strong defensive style, slow play that we saw on Blood Covenant, but it works a lot better on this map. Again, he doesn't have the rail, Cypher doesn't have the rail to try and chip away at Buckster, but the LG does a great job of that as he switches to rockets and gets even more damage, and will get the heavy as well. So, fat stacks for Cypher, and Buckster playing on the back foot now as he grabs that 50 shard above Boneyard.
Oh, dude.
Like, oh, that whole thing?
Rockets from Buckster. Oh, he tries to get like a 180 flick on him, but it's not going to work out. Big shame for Buckster, by the way, because I love what he was trying to create then. He delayed the heavy. He managed to get onto the mega health and control both of the items. Couldn't deliver in the end. Over here, he's in a lot of trouble with this machine gun coming out from Cypher. Heavy, though, is up. He pushes through.
No, what a shot from Cypher.
That pop, that midi. And now this control with 1 minute to go. It's surely written in stone already that this round will go in his favor.
Yeah, Cypher just taking his time, slowly whittling away, and finally the cracks begin to show for Buckster here on this round. He does have Death Knight, though, and the ability to delete, but it will barely miss clearing that corner, and that could have been where the Flame Strike comes out. But it'll have to wait. 40 seconds left in the round. Buckster needs 2 kills just to tie it up and send it into sudden death.
And Buckster's got to go. I know we saw on Blood Covenant he was hesitant to make some of these plays, and he's just like, dude, I just saw you delay that. But Buckster, go, 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 go. Look at the clock. You've got to kill 2 champions. Where that Tribot came from, you've got to have an idea where he's coming from. But he's just around controlling the items. We've seen that. He loves doing that. He's
15 seconds.
He's going to find him. He's even
my! He tries to rocket jump for that extra boost, and he's just like, I'll just throw myself out the window. That's fine.
Can I be really nice and say he just wanted to end the round?
Yes,
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened for everyone watching at home.
Yeah, maybe.
As long as there's no follow-up questions or comments, it's fine. So Cypher is up 2-1. We won't speak of what just happened. It's fine. Everything's fine. Buckster needs to turn this around. He will grab the heavy and shotgun and not think about how he just ejected himself out the window.
Put that memory behind you. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
This is not the ring out you're looking for.
Took a while being able to get on either the rocket or the lightning gun last time. I wonder if it's going to take him just as long. That was a brilliant rocket from Cypher. The follow-up damage is also phenomenal.
Wow.
And you can't really go through the teleporter either because there is a totem sitting and waiting to eliminate half a stack. We got 3 totems for Cypher already? 2. Oh, no, just 2.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They're playing a little bit of a portal game here, and Buckster tries to push in, but the LG is good to keep him out. He goes through the portal at the wrong time, eats a little bit of rocket damage. Cypher will back away. As Buckster now in that red room, going to heal up and use that totem and those 225s. Mega's up in 5 armor shortly after. Deletes that totem, sets his own.
That was 2 totems. He deleted a lot just then. Mega's going to be up. That's a good rocket. He's going to find some health afterwards. So almost eating that one, but he's got no armor to his name. So right now I want to see Buckster grab this by the balls. Go in for the jugular. There's 2 great rockets from them. Both players leave heavily wounded.
Buckster has a totem.
Oh!
Ooh, there it is.
It's like, yeah, I swapped them out again. Those swaps have really been getting Cypher a little bit. He hits a good rocket then. There's a light armor too. And he doesn't jump into the teleporter, keeps position on the mega health. Is he going to go crazy and also go for the heavy?
Those rockets though, Buckster. Good damage with the machine gun and LG, but I would please just, there's a box of rockets right there. There you go. Now we're talking.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Again, goes through the portal, sets the trap there with the totem. Grabs those shards so we can have another one shortly. He has 2 totems up, 1 away from the overstack. Cypher playing very slow by that tribal platform, trying to catch him out.
Cypher used that dual wheel too. Hopefully Buckster caught wind of that so he can punish it.
Yeah, has the ability to play a little bit aggressive now that the dual wheel's gone. We'll grab the mega. And it looks like Cypher will get the heavy relatively cleanly here.
Yeah, Buckster was just a second too late to properly challenge on that. He's going to find him again.
That rocket was amazing.
Really, really solid. He's going to find another. There's a teleporter down there. He wants to push him through it, but Cypher knows I'm going to be dead if I go through there. Lightning gun, push through all these rockets. The guy's crazy, but still makes it work. Buckster's not down and out. I almost can't believe what I'm seeing right now. This is a fantastic mental recovery from Buckster. Yeah. 2 totems!
Into the machine gun. Needs to be careful though. Back out. Don't overcommit to this, Buckster. This could be where he throws, so he needs to be very careful not to overextend. I know he wants to close it. Yeah, just take your time, breathe. You're up 2 champs. You're doing well, but don't overextend to a fight.
Oh, this has been phenomenal from him so far, and he's got to know that he's done some long-lasting damage with that double totem. 150 damage that
both
you get
mentally and physically, really.
Yes. There's shafts barely reaching each other in the end. Yeah, love it. Very, very good point. Heavy up in a second. It looks like Buckster's going to be a bit late, and he might. Well, Cypher moves away from it. He hasn't got confidence to stay on that position. Maybe lost the precise timing of that item. And he's going to find him over here.
Oh, the rocket. Oh, wow. Cypher. The rocket goes under him as he jumps over and has a return rocket of his own and says, Buckster, here, are you hungry?
Yeah. He's going to do it again. With the rockets again. And with the keel. Buckster, you got 1 minute and 15 to hold out. 5 seconds until they're heavy. He's going to try and hold position here. There's a good combo he can get going, and Cypher's got to respect a bit. The heavy he's going to go for in the end. 100 health remaining, and the algae just whittles him down. However, there's very few items on the map. That flame strike is looming.
He might catch him out here. Oh, he doesn't see him.
There's an extra lifeline for him. Buxton again passes by once more. Here's the sound cue though. Flame strike doesn't do terrible damage, and Cypher's stuck up here now. This is a great chance.
Wow,
oh,
that rocket.
Get out of here, Buckster. You've got to leave. You've got to go and get yourself that heavy armor. But again, Cypher doesn't have much to work with. That light, I think, is up in about 5 seconds time, possibly. And there's going to be a chase.
Buckster very hesitant to push through that.
Is again respecting. We're going to be 15 seconds from a sudden death moment, but it doesn't really matter with just 1 champion left. That's a fantastic rocket.
Flame strikes back up as well. This could be where Buckster takes it. I don't even care about the time anymore. This could be it right here.
Got to go. That rocket, he sees exactly where he is. The heavy's up in 3 seconds. Does Buckster really know exactly what health and armor Cypher's on? I think that might be the one issue. He's probably expecting Cypher to be 100, 100 plus already. LG, Cypher, he's looking incredibly weak. Buckster still got good health and armor on him. And right on the exit, Buckster closes it. We get to a tiebreaker round. This is like drawing blood from stone or something right now with Buckster, but he's making it happen, and that's exactly what is important.
Like pulling teeth, but he's not giving up as we go into round number 5, and Buckster has a real opportunity to tie this series at 1.
Well, here we go. We're with Buckster, where he could make a ignoring what happens if we in the third map if we get to it. Oh, he looks for the midder. He looks for the glory play.
Oh, and he pushes into LG for even more damage. He's like, just one more peek? No? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, a map win could really mean a lot for his confidence moving forward in the scene.
You've seen The Matrix, yeah? No?
I've seen The Matrix.
Oh, okay, so you'll get this reference then? He's beginning to believe.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good.
Thanks for walking me through these
I had to hold your
This
hand,
is-
Zoot, because that's the kind of guy I am, because I care about you, just like Buckster cares about that Mega and picks it up ever so deadly. And he will go through and grab the LG as well. Again, I like the way he was playing. I think it fits. Oh, never mind. I don't like any of this as he eats a lot of LG and needs to get out of here. Rockets are decent, and that rocket is phenomenal, but the LG is even better from Cypher, and he absolutely melts him in the red room. And I think I ruined everything. Maybe he's not beginning to believe.
Yeah, well, he's still got a chance of Cypher over this not-so-juicy stack. He can still do it, and there it is. Immediate refrag and double item control.
Yeah, it looks like it's a full map control, too. There, look at that stack on Keel. But Cypher does have Blaskowitz up. Doesn't have LG, though, so the dual wield may not be as deadly as usual. If Buckster can just play defensively and try and guard this LG, he'll catch him out. Will the nades be good?
Ooh.
Decent, but nothing to worry about quite yet for Cypher here as the machine gun's fantastic. More pineapples come out. Buckster down to 50 HP.
Oh!
Wow, the heavy machine gun fantastic
Cypher.
from Cypher.
He's going to get the mega health. He's not really going to stick a big delay on it. Buckster was really going for a huge play just then because he knew the heavy was behind him, but he didn't go for it then. But Cypher's got that dual wield back up. Buckster, he's looking for a brilliant flame strike, and he's looking for probably a good entry rocket. Neither of those have happened. Buckster's on about 10 points out. This could be his tournament life right now if Cypher's able to kill him. The health's already been taken, searching for a rocket. And Buckster, he's hiding. He's hoping for the absolute best, but he's just got
Cypher
so
very
little.
hesitant to push through. He knows what happened last time.
Is he going to escape? Oh my god, he's still alive! This wild, and he gets a light armor. I mean, he's not got Cypher stack right now, but I don't know how he's alive. And I was preparing to like close out this series there. That was meant to be done.
Yeah, we already shut the lights off and everything, but Buckster says, no, 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 no. Plenty of time as well, too. If Buckster can just start chipping away and get some items back under his belt, there's very real possibility he can turn this in his favor.
It's just like catching your breath for a second if you're Buckster.
Yeah.
You do that.
I always have to catch my breath around you because you take my breath away. The flame strike comes out and the dual wield is good. Cypher with the LG says, stop that. It's too close.
I thought we were going to get him knocked out of the map for a second for Buckster onto Cypher, but it didn't happen. Eventually, Cypher was able to just close in on him completely, and that is going to be relief, I think, for him. Disappointing for Buckster, but you got to say, after looking at map 1, that was not to be expected. But
I mean,
that kind of result.
Yeah, no, that was a lot closer than a lot of people expected, but I mean, a valiant effort by Buckster. That was not bad play at all. A little bit unlucky with that Keel getting knocked out of the club, maybe, but yeah. Jahar, what do you have to say about that? That was an incredible game.
I think Buckster's got to be thinking about that Keel knockout for a while because it wasn't just the fact that it was the forced suicide. It was the fact that he did actually take those rounds that he took.
Yeah.
I was getting ready for map 3. I was thinking, oh, this is going to be hype.
You have to have some like mental fortitude though to get through that and keep on winning rounds and stringing things together. So I know we don't see Buckster going on. He's out of the tournament, but I felt like we saw enough from Buckster that was like, yeah, you showed what you could over here versus some solid opponents.
Yeah, definitely flashes of brilliance and against Cypher of all people, so that should give him a lot of confidence moving forward. Some of the things didn't go his way, but I think a valiant effort. I think he did really well.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think looking at Cypher, we had moments where he was obviously, feeling his game. We saw a lot of those like little pop rockets into mid-airs and little flashy things like that like we expect from Cypher, and especially like looking at his LG, like 35, not too shabby, but again on Corrupted Keep, you're doing a lot of kind of crazy things.
Look at the damage we got. Over 4,000 damage from the lightning gun from Cypher. The control is incredibly similar overall. You kind of just swap the megas and the heavies for each player. But I think for Buckster, is maybe get on with those mechanics a little bit more.
Yeah.
Try to get those shots
shotgun
landing.
damage, almost 2K.
Really?
That was insane.
That's a wild man. And that was bringing him great success during that series. But I think at the end of the day, Cypher's more mechanically sound. Even though I think Buckster made some incredibly intelligent decisions, he didn't have those mechanical capabilities to totally back up every decision he was making.
Yeah.
Now the real question is, based on what we've seen from Cypher so far today, how is he looking in the rest of the lower bracket? Because already we've seen a few players who we were expecting to get top 16 didn't quite get there.
Yeah, it's been a little bit nutty. I think we've got what are the possibilities that we can have if we flesh it out. So Rafa and Cypher, if they both qualify in the lower bracket, could be in the same group with Cooler from the upper and God, I need to think of more names right now. Dahang. Oh my God.
That would be quite the group, actually.
The Great American Hope.
That is possible to be a group.
Yeah.
And that would be nasty.
That would be insane.
To see either of those 4 players going out of the tournament. I know, sure, I keep joking about I don't see Rafa in the top 8, but that would be a crazy way to go out.
I think he heard you, by the way. He wanted to have a word with you.
I'd feel guilty about that.
You're going to catch a weird look from him later for that. Oh, yeah.
It's going to give you such a pinch.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, Rafa. But yeah, these games are going to be absolutely wild, and I know that we were doing a draw later on stream. I'm just waiting for the reactions.
Yeah, and it is crazy because we've seen so many great shots today, including the ones up here right now. I was just about to say, like, when you get somebody like Cypher on his game, like it's just you just get a frag video every single map.
Yeah.
But some of them were kind of a grind, and you could kind of tell looking at Cypher's face that he was feeling that a little bit. I mean, you couldn't learn anything looking at Buckster's face. That is a video up there, by the way. That is like motion. It's not just a single JPEG.
Do we have that thing? I'm sure we will when he gets knocked out by the keel, because that was
heartbreaking for him, but amazing for us.
I couldn't believe he came back.
It broke his heart
round.
so much. I think his BPM dropped to 57 at some point, which I think is legally dead.
I think it just turned into a sad face. It stopped displaying numbers after that. It's like womp womp.
Sad face BPM.
Again, remarkable. I know I keep saying it. To close out a round after that happens, I mean, if half the rest of the players in the tournament are as strong-willed as that, that's
it really makes you scratch your head, because you wonder, like, how close was this actually? Like, you look at the rounds, you look at the frags, but then you look at things like, well, you look at this, and you think, well, what if that didn't happen?
I like that he shot one pineapple. So he was like, remember me.
I regret nothing.
So he did 75 damage and got rid of a fully in-control player there.
Actually, I think if you're going to get knocked out by Cypher in the lower bracket, you really don't have any regrets to have, honestly.
Yeah. No, I mean, Buckster, I hope it's signs of more that we're going to keep seeing, that we're going to get him over at DreamHack Winter as well. It makes me so happy. Oh, we're going to see it! No!
That's getting clipped. That's on Reddit.
It wasn't.
He moved a little bit there. That got some stirrings of life out of him.
Yeah. He's like, well, I think people saw that.
Meanwhile, Cypher gets pegged by a totem, and he hardly reacts at all.
Yeah.
I think he actually looked over at Buckster's face like, really?
Cypher ate a lot of totems in this map, actually. He was, like, Buckster was being incredibly intelligent of how he's positioning. I love how he just kind of subs out Cypher's totems for his own, and he's like, is he going to just memorize or realize that that's going to be the possibility straight away?
Yeah, totems aren't the best diet if you're trying to watch your figure, or watch your elo in this.
Exactly. Yeah. So definitely something for Cypher to watch in, well, day 2 series. Whatever beholds us there. I just need to close my eyes when the group draws come out.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to be getting into that tonight, and again, I'm very excited. Again, some of the names that we were expecting to have in there aren't going to be in there, but we're going to have some extra names, and we're going to be figuring out our groups for tomorrow. It's going to be good stuff.
No, completely. I don't want to put you on the spot, Alex, but do we know what's next for us all? I think 40 and I are going to say goodbye at some point, but what more series do we have? Because lower brackets.
Yeah, next up is Agent and is it Base and Lupin, right?
Basin Lupin.
Basin Lupin. Yeah.
Right on. So Lupin's going to be getting some stream time as well. He's a UK player.
Yeah.
Strong guy, but also his first LAN. So day one, plenty of like new faces that all the community get to see, which is awesome, which is brilliant.
All right. It's going to be very, very soon when we see that. It's been really great because we have like these rotating players and everybody's getting into it. So everybody's feeling warmed up. Everybody's feeling great. But we are going to catch you on the flip side for another match coming up. See you in just a moment.
2, 1.
You look tasty. We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
I'm gonna flip you like a table.
Это было несложно. Ты слаб.
The PGL Quake Champions Open continues, and players are dropping like flies. At the very least, they get to drop down to the player lounge, drink some Coke, eat some chips, and cheer and jeer along with the rest of us as we find out who's going to be qualifying for tomorrow's group stage. And with me here, we've got Jason and Flea, as we've got one more loaded in the pipe.
I'm sure they're downstairs cheering and drinking Coke, or maybe something a little bit stronger. So there's a lot of unexpected results today, actually. And a lot of players knocked out that we never thought would have been.
Yeah, all my chicken was a little bit extra salty today as a result, I think. Yeah. But Flea, it looks like things have been really enjoyable back there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The atmosphere is great. Everyone's having a good time. I think that even the players that have dropped out of the tournament already are just chilling and enjoying their time.
It's a little bit of relief, too.
Yeah, it's the pressure off your shoulders. You can just sit back, play some games. I think that none of them are too upset about it so far.
He's been nerding out pretty hard, I'm not going to lie. He's come up to everyone like, hey, can I get your autograph on his mouse
I
pad?
have my wonderful mouse pad with signatures.
Yeah, I mean, he gets to cast everyone online, but doesn't get to meet him in person.
Right,
so.
I mean, it's a really special opportunity. I mean, it's not every tournament that we get this many players of this caliber in one room. And especially the fact that we've got, the major list of players that we have. We've got pretty much all the knowns, and even the people who aren't here are streaming right now as pretty much in their own special way, saying that they wish they were here.
Yeah, we got to tune in some great streams yesterday during the little rehearsal we had. Some good times up. Thank you for the entertainment, as well as Spud Hunter. Appreciated it.
Yeah. And Strengths had a few words, too. Yeah.
It was in French, though, so I didn't understand it.
But, of course, we're going to be getting into the next matches here very soon. We've come so far. We've had to wave goodbye to a few players. But our upper bracket is just about sorted. I think Toxic and Garpy finished off with Toxic getting into that position, which leaves the lower bracket and elimination games from here on out.
Yeah, looking at the winner bracket, by the way, the upper bracket, I call it winner because, let's be honest, they're all winners. Nothing really surprising there, except, I guess, if you want to go the route of Sirius and CNZ, getting through to that section. I think everything else kind of played out the way we expected it to. Maybe you can argue Cooler Rafa, maybe you can argue Avic Cypher, but in general, like the players we thought would make it through have.
Yeah, I'm just happy that at least it hangs up there, to be honest.
Yeah, and
Don't worry, your curse will kick in tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we're going to be looking at one U.S. player in the upper bracket, and that's about it. But I am really happy to see players like Toxic up there. Razy's great. Garpy's going to be doing some soul searching, I think, down in the lower bracket. Hopefully, also searching for another pair of wins. Flea, do you think there are any real surprises here?
I think one of the biggest surprises for me personally is Lupin, who is actually our next matchup.
Yeah.
Him getting all the way to the point that he is right now and beating Vu even. I mean, that's because he was talking to me about it beforehand. Like, Vu was like his first real obstacle in this tournament, the first player who's like an actual pro. And, well, he beat him. So I think that Lupin so far for me is the biggest upsets of the tournament.
Or Vu's upset.
Or Vu's upset, yeah.
One way or the other. He's still walking around with those like bear sandals too.
Yeah, can we just, like Yetis,
Yeah.
Bigfoots. I don't know what you want to call it. Just
huge.
3 toes.
There
so I
might
don't
be
know how
some
it works.
photos out there. I don't know.
I'm no longer
Yeah.
convinced it's not his own feet, his actual.
Well, I mean, the
feet at
hair
this point.
disappeared off his head, and it could have gone to his feet. We don't know.
Yeah. Well,
It's very
hopefully
possible.
it keeps him in the bracket. Vu is definitely somebody I love to see excel, and unfortunately that applies to too many players for one group stage. So.
You know, it's unfortunate. But again, I think I was talking to Hang earlier on, and he was saying, like, you got 16 slots to look at. 16 slots. You got, like, over 20 great players here. People eventually have to lose. Not everyone's going to get through, unfortunately.
Facts. That's all the Hang's about.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
the
you
facts,
you
yeah.
want them to succeed. Though. You would want every single player to make it far, but you just can't.
And unfortunately, the lower bracket is also full of cold hard facts as well. There's several players that we're waving goodbye to. We could see them up there. That's not Rafa. Okay, good. All right.
Sparty.
Yeah, Sparty. We really did think that he was going to get forward into tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I think actually he didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. I
Yeah,
think that can apply to a lot of players, for sure.
Yeah, there were definitely quite a few serious just looked like that. And still, he played exceptionally well today.
Yeah, Silent Step is out. Agent is qualified through.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair to Silence Up, I mean, he doesn't have a major background in Duel. He's been mostly a team player. An Agent has just been constantly grinding Duel. I mean, if you think back to what happened at QuakeCon, right? He couldn't play with Base, which was his teammate from C58 in Cyberfight. Wenger came in, so he's been just grinding Duel ever since, looking for the opportunity for PGL, which he knew was right around the corner. So I'm happy to see him performing well. We got to see him play against Rafa many times on Rafa's stream, and he, I think, blew everyone out of the water with what they expected.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely upstaging a lot of people.
So as we kind of, turn from, the lower bracket in general to, this match, you just brought up Base, and we've got Base here. We've got Lupin here. Lupin, as you said, has been making some surprises. This is actually one that has the potential, I think, to go to 3 maps. This could be a very tight matchup.
Yeah, so I think... Okay, well, first of all, I guess I could talk about Lupin really quickly, because really there's not a lot of information on him. From my understanding, he's actually
man of mystery.
Yeah, I mean, he's British, so Austin Powers definitely. But he's been a player that's been grinding out the challenger scene in QOL, in the Quake Open League, and he's been performing well there. I think he's one of the highest ranked unknowns here at the tournament with around 2,300 SR, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was 2,400 almost.
Okay,
even,
all right, okay, yeah. I'm sitting at lonely 2K, no big deal. No, but the thing is that he's been grinding his way through. He was happy to play Vu, and when he beat him, he was pretty surprised. I beat one of the old guards of Quake. And then talking to Dehang, he was saying, yeah, this guy's actually really good. Dehang won in the end, but it's not like he won without losing people. Multiple rounds, he would lose out on 2 champions. So Lupin definitely has a decent chance here. But I think Dehang and Base and, everyone he's played so far are going to have such a different style than what he's used to playing.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting game for both of these players. Lupin definitely the underdog, though, but so far he's beaten Vu, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's no slouch. I still hold Vu's frag videos from Quake 3 in very, very high regard. And so I don't know if Base has been informed of, I mean, obviously he's been looking at the bracket, so we know where Lupin's been coming from. But, of course, Base has a bit of experience under his belt as well.
Yeah.
I mean, let's give credit to Base. It's not like he's come in as someone that you would expect to do bad. He actually played against Claws in the upper bracket, and I think he took him to 3 maps. So, that's not an easy feat against, one of the defending champions of Duel when it comes to Quake. So he's definitely put in the time. He's definitely looking good. When it comes to these maps, I mean, of course, if Blood Covenant is left open, Base is 100% going to choose it. But on a map like Awoken, where the pace can be picked up really quickly, I'm a little bit worried for Base. Can he respond the way he wants to? And has Lupin, more importantly, done the research into this? Has he banned away his nicks?
He might need to, especially on a map as small as Awoken. And again, like going to Awoken for map 1, that's like, you know, gloves thrown down immediately. Yeah. There's no time to kind of feel somebody out on Awoken.
Yeah, it's a brawl.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I guess it comes down to then, you know, Base having the experience, can Lupin adapt his strategy quick enough in the time that he has to do it? And again, like you're saying on Awoken, it's a map you have to adapt really, really quickly because you don't have a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, and of course we've got Lupin here looking, well, he's moving a few things around, maybe not looking super calm. I mean, Base is looking as placid as ever. Maybe not 57 BPM placid, but it's getting down there. We're going to have to see.
All right, so we got some picks coming through for Base. We got Visor, we got Ranger, we got Death Knight, and we got Ranger, Death Knight, Galena. So pretty much mirror matches almost
But
between
that
the
Nyx
two.
is gone.
Yeah,
No
that's
Nyx.
true. So I'm assuming that's the ban.
Yeah. Yeah, so on Awoken, no Nyx. So you're right, the research is there. Lupin definitely putting on his thinking cap today.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to make a prediction here and be bold, right? If Lupin's going to win this one, he has to win Awoken. Even though Nyx is taken away on Blood Covenant, I mean, that is Base's home map. So if he wants to win the series, I think he has to come up very strong off the bat.
Yeah, this is an important one for him.
All right, well, Jason Flea, I think we're going to be getting into Awoken, and I'm going to be getting out of here, at least for the time being. Going to get some popcorn and watch the match. Have a good one, guys.
Don't go. Don't leave us. It's been so great having you here again. Yeah, so here we go, Flea. On Awoken,
Yeah, here we go.
we're starting things off.
Base.
Yeah, with Visor versus Death Knight off the bat. We've already seen what Death Knight can do earlier on today with Cypher being on the receiving end of that one against Avik. But let's see. Base holding on his vision. He's not actually using that piercing sight off the bat.
Yeah, it's something you don't see all that often, but it can really pay off if you just hold on to it and the person on the other side just doesn't expect you to still have it. It can really turn a fight around.
And it also messes with the prediction game as well, is that Base, when he wants to force a fight, he's going to have the opportunity now to use that piercing sight to force engagement that he does want. He's finally going to pop this one down, gets the LG out for Lupin, who's already been shredded away on, down to below 50 HP, and might be a chance for the kill, especially now with that Flame Strike being used. Base now knows he can push into this and at least contest heavy.
Yeah, he's putting down some Tri-Bolt spam. Base is going to drop on it. Or Lupin, rather. He's going to back up to Megas for the time being. He still doesn't have a rail, though, Base. That's definitely a weapon that he still wants to get a hold of. Looping around towards LG, onto the banana. Very little delay between the two major items. Heavy is up slightly before Mega. You might be able to get it across with Ranger, but other than that, it's perhaps just out of reach.
Yeah, it should be, especially with Base protected from this position. But I also want to give credit to Lupin in that last fight. He actually was in a really bad position, and Base did so much damage to him, especially with the initial engagement with the piercing sight into LG. But with that final rail he hit onto Base, he actually took the pressure away from him and kept him off his back.
Yeah, also props not to use the flames right away right there, because I would have expected him to use it at the T, but he hung on to them. This is bad for Lupin, though. He's kind of stuck in a corner, but he's just pushing in. Base definitely not expecting that, backing up onto Mega. And Lupin is just charging it over and over, that 100 damage rocket, though. Right on the armor. Can't even pick it up. This is great for Base. He has the opportunity to go for heavy right now, and then might be able to do some damage on Mega as well.
At least get some exit damage when Lupin does pick this up, who smartly enough does head over towards Mega in time. Base going to go for the rail shot here. He's going to miss out on this one, but he's actually denied Lupin the Mega pickup initially. The Dower going to be used just to keep him away. No, he actually goes through it!
Lupin!
Why?
Base not expecting that at all, and now he's trying to get some more damage on. Didn't do a lot at Mega. Oh, almost getting the knockoff rail. Gotta try and chase him down. Heavy will be up first, and then quite a 5 seconds delay to Mega. It's gonna work out in Base's favor.
I think that was interesting at Lupin too, to take that Dower, because it kind of like puts his foot down, like, hey, I'm not afraid to fight you. I'm playing you with respect, yes, but I'm not gonna give you too much respect.
Yeah.
So he catches Base off guard completely. He's gonna come around the corner, and immediately Lupin's gonna hit him with the rocket, keep him at arm's length, and buy him a little bit more time. But he does have an opportunity to make a play happen here. The orb, though, gonna go a little bit too deep.
Yeah, Base having the position down below the stairs. His LG is hitting hard, though. Lupin knocked off, but damn, that rocket out of nowhere taking down Base. Got a respawn right now, but Lupin is so low at this point. Base has some weapons. He's got the rail, he's got the rockets that he picked up off his corpse. Can make it over to Heavy. Doesn't seem like he's trying to push on Lupin right away. Just gonna restack, get himself Heavy. Might be able to push into Mega as well, but that rail, that's gonna stop him for the time being.
It's good timing on that too. I mean, we had Base with full natural stack, and Lupin, who was still struggling to get his armor and his health back, but able to hit a fantastic rail to open things up with. And again, you see the pace being slowed down here between the two. I was surprised to see Lupin actually force that last fight against Base, because he used the orb already. And when we saw versus, Avik versus Cypher, we talked about how the orb being used for movement, or the orb being used for damage. He used it for movement when he was missing that potential 100 damage into the next fight. So brave out of him.
Yeah. Base using that orb right away. Is he going to be able to get over to Mega on time? He will not. But there comes Lupin. good rocket to the Durham, though. We've got Rangers on both sides, so that's always dangerous. People try to stick further back from their opponent, usually, because you never know when that dire rope might come out of nowhere.
As you were talking about before, with the 2 items and the split between times, I mean, it's more doable now with most champions, but with Ranger here, especially if you're on the heavy position, just throw that orb through the window, get over towards Mega. I'd imagine Base is not going to let this go cleanly, though, as the orb's going to be used towards the teleporter, and now Lupin going to get potentially knocked off the map.
Nope. Stays in. Just barely. Base getting Mega. Oh, might get a confrontation here. Oh, Lupin's going to back off for the time being. There's 1 minute left. Both players onto their Rangers. That's a good opening rail from Base. This probably is going to buy him heavy if he's able to position for it first.
I'm not sure Lupin's going to care too much about losing heavy, though, if he can pick up green or the mini there.
Yeah, but those rails, they do hurt.
Yeah, well, he's going to have position around Mega, but Base, he's got to hurry back towards heavy in a few seconds. You can see Lupin looking to challenge out on this one.
Oh, this could be great for Base. Yeah, Lupin kind of caught in the corner, does get out just in time. Can't contest for Mega, though. Base has got every item on lockdown.
Well, luckily for Lupin, Darb doesn't care about stack.
Yeah.
Just cares about being inside of you and getting that frag. And again, Base is just hitting these rails back to back. Nice little rocket jump up. He wants the finisher. The Darb comes through, but it's a little bit short. And Lupin, unfortunately, looks like with only 17 seconds left, not going to have a chance in this round. But he's going to be, on LG spawn. He's not going to have a chance here. And Base should be taking the first round.
He's also on Galena, and that's, there we go. Base just taking him down with those rockets. Galena's probably one of the worst chasing champs. If you have to make up frag deficit very quickly. But he had to go for it. I mean, it was a bad fight to take, but sometimes you just have to do it.
I mean, I'm never going to knock a player in that situation for like, oh, we should have went for that fight. It's like he had to because he had no time and he was down to champion. So either way, Lupin still doing some good things, Took a kill off Base, and he's looking solid. I just want to see him turn that solid play into some adaptation against Base.
Yeah, Base delaying Mega massively. He delayed it for like 10 whole seconds right there. But I think that Lupin has got a pretty good idea of when it will be up, because he was watching Base leave it up for quite some time. That's some good tribals coming out right there. Base still looking for rockets, still needs that rail. Lupin has all of them at this point.
It's so weird to see Base actually hold on to that piercing sight for the first 30 seconds of the round. Now, obviously, you know the spawns of your opponent, but it'd be nice to know what route they are going. Lupin on the Death Knight on the start as well. He has the Flame Strike, and it's going to be hard for Base to challenge this at face value. He's going to have to give that one up. Yeah,
and Base has delayed his piercing sight twice in a row right now. He's got to be careful. If he keeps doing it, that is a pattern that your opponent can definitely pick up on and maybe even exploit.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, is does Lupin know he's been delaying it? And if so, is he going to play around it? And then at the same time, Base, if you don't use it, do you lose it? Well, he's technically kind of lost out on one potential extra piercing sight that he could have had in this.
Yeah.
But that's always going to be situational. It depends on like how you want to use it and what you use it for. So you can't really say he technically has lost one use of it since he's been using it in a different way.
Absolutely. First time around, Lupin definitely noticed that Base delayed it, though, because they got into that fight right in the same spot. Base getting a decent opening rocket. That's a lot of LG damage. Lupin stuck on the high ground, and Base knows exactly where he is. Still's got a way out, though. Dropping into a rail. This could be an opportunity for Base. He's going to try and chase him down. He knows that Lupin is stuck around that corner. Tribolt coming out. Lupin jumping in between. Base has got him cornered right now, but he's got to be careful of those flames.
Yeah, that's going to be unfortunate for him. He does escape, though, most importantly, with his life, and you can see Base looking to challenge out towards heavy. He's going to drop, and they're both going to trade items at the exact same time. I was hoping, actually, Lupin was going to be able to hit that that Flame Strike, because that could have been a lot of damage followed up by a rail shot. He actually could have taken that frag there if he was able to hit that ability.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage either way, though. Base was down to 34 points of health after a significantly stronger start, so Lupin definitely didn't lose that situation.
Oh, he's going to get locked in again. Okay, so Base lets him go freely at the jump pad. Not going to go for the rail on this one. Again, both items, exact same time. Base is expecting potentially Lupin to come in this direction. Now, again, with the piercing sight being there, he's going to be able to challenge out on this one, and he might have Lupin locked in.
Yeah, that LG is going to push Base back a little bit, though. He's got to go back to Mega. Lupin is playing it very cautiously right now because he knows that Base has been delaying that sight all the time. So he's got to be careful because Base might be watching at any given time. No matter where you are, he might know exactly where you are and might be setting a trap for you.
Sounds really like serial killery. It's like he's watching you and he knows where you are to set a trap.
That's the meta.
To catch you. Speaking of catching you, he caught that rocket right there.
Yeah, that's a big one. But he can't follow up with the rail. This is really good for Lupin. Hitting 2 shots in a row. Base down to 100 points of health. Is probably going to be able to get the Mega, though. Oh, so close to hitting that rail right there. Does have his piercing sight ready again, though, so that's going to buy him some information when he decides to use it. He's going to try and set the trap. Good rail. Lupin backing off.
It's just so weird, it seems like, for Lupin, because it's the frag he did get in the first round it was just like a really odd engagement that he, oh my god, Base. Was that Claws playing for you?
Wow.
But his engagement was really weird. Like, it wasn't a clean engagement. It wasn't even necessarily a smart engagement at some points. But it doesn't seem to be the one to force the fights. He's been responding to Base every single time so far, besides that one wonky little fight he had.
Yeah, I think that Lupin's playing defensively because he's up against Base Visor, but on the other hand, Base is also playing a bit cautiously because he's up against the Death Knight, and that can be so much damage so quickly if you turn the wrong corner at the wrong time. That can just completely melt your stack.
Just gotta respect it, you know?
Yep.
Just like the Tri-Bolt. And again, Base gonna have an opportunity. That was a great rail though out of Lupin to maybe keep Base back. Items coming up in about 7 seconds time. Again, Base looking for the challenge here.
Oh, no damage off of that rocket.
I like this play though. He's actually just backing away instead.
Yeah, Base has got position. He's got eyes on both items, and he's going to try and do some damage on Lupin. Got that rail out. He knows exactly where Lupin is. Isn't even going to engage. Just going to back away, leave Mega for Lupin. And we're 4 minutes into this round at this point, so just 1 more minute to go.
Thing is, I feel like Mega Health benefits Visor way better in this matchup than Heavy Armor because of the health pool it gives you to deal with the burst damage that Lupin can do. Armor, I mean, Armor is nice against big damage, but it's even nicer against smaller damage.
Yeah, sure. Definitely true. Knocking Lupin back there, though. That's a lot of damage. And Lupin drops down. This could be it for Base. LG a little shaky. Oh my god, Lupin, so much damage. And he just misses the rail. Mega will be there to stack him back up, though. But at this point, it's basically overtime already. 20 seconds to go in this round. Whoever dies. Base down below, Lupin up above. And he's got that sight. Lupin's still not stacked at all, though. Very little health.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, if you're Base, you're like, all right, well, like you mentioned before, Flea, it's basically sudden death anyways, so let me just restack up properly, get a position that I can force this fight, even though I know I did a lot of damage to Lupin before, and I know he's probably not back to full natural. There's no need to force engagement when you're not ready for it, and this is going to be it. This is going to be the pushing coming through. He's actually going to back away from the fire, but Lupin's still alive somehow on just about 40 HP.
Yeah, and Lupin's got that heavy, but he's got very little health. Base trying to lock him down, but misreads it. Lupin slowly into the LG room and backing back off towards Rockets. Very safe play by Lupin.
And I feel like Base just kind of lost an opportunity there. He had such an advantage, and he's giving Lupin a potential chance to get back into this. The second row's going to hit the third, not going to actually connect because he doesn't go for it, but that will be the round either way. But yeah, sorry, what I was trying to say was like Base was giving Lupin a chance to get back in the round by not finishing him off when he already had a ton of damage done to him. So I was really, it was kind of weird to see that because I feel like most players, well, I mean, I know he's not an aggressive player, but most aggressive players would try to finish that fight right away.
Yeah, it's always a difficult decision to make, because on the one hand, you want to finish it off, but if you push too much, you go plus forward just a little bit too much, you can take so much damage and lose out on all of the advantages that you have.
I'm all about that plus forward, though.
Yeah. We're off of Base right now. Base getting to sell the rockets. He still needs LG. Lupin does have those weapons that he does not. We're again watching Visor versus Death Knight. Definitely seem to be the two champions that these two players are the most comfortable with.
I won't lie. I'm actually really surprised that Lupin isn't running Visor himself. I mean, he's basically a must pick or a must ban.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
And the Galena, I mean, the Galena's nice, but, you know, start Galena then. You know, use the Galena for the totems. That was a great rocket to rail.
Base pushing in. Lupin dodging in place. Takes the rocket to the face.
Oh my god, I was had a heart attack. If that rocket hit on the respawn and then the rail, I would have walked out of here. I would have dropped the mic and be like, yeah, that's it. No one can top that play.
That's frag moving material right there, if that had happened.
Oh man, that's his own frag video right there.
Base, I don't think Lupin knows where he is. He's going up. LG comes out, but he misses the air rocket. Mega is there, or nope, doesn't even need it. Just finishes it off with the rail, and Heavy will be his reward for taking that fight so cleanly.
Oh my!
And, Lupin still staying in. That almost knocked him off the map.
Yeah, but he's in a bad position. He's not the HP, doesn't have the armor. Now he might be chased down by Base here. He's going to continue for this rampage. He's looking for the shot. Doesn't have the rail out for this opportunity. But now he's got Lupin locked in here. Lupin, he's trying to use the LG to get away from this one. But Base, it's just an easy rail shot to almost finish this off, and he just can't connect.
Yeah, no, Base kind of threw that one right there because Lupin shouldn't have dropped down. He put himself in such a bad position. I don't think he really realized how close Base was behind him. But still, Base has got full control. He's got the stack. He knows where Lupin is. Lupin kind of stuck. Doesn't have any armor. Just has around 100 points of health. Nicely done. Holding out that nail gun to not make any sounds.
You know, I'll give Base this credit. He is just choking this map of resources for Lupin. There's no major item pickups for him. He's denying hourglasses as well as the best he possibly can to stop those totems from being picked up. Lupin now, that little health bulb just gave away his position. Yeah. And now Base going to take that first map here in the series.
3-0. Very convincing.
Very.
Yeah, this is a Base. I mean, I think this is what we expected. I think that Lupin is a great player. He beat Fu, but I was not expecting him to beat Base as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, you can see some frustration on his face there. You know, it looks like a relatively young player. I actually don't know his age. But looking at the series, you know, with Blood Covenant coming up next, like this is the map that he had to have won to have a chance in the whole series, I feel like. Unless this is like a great pocket pick for him, base and Blood Covenant are like this. They're like literally hand in hand.
Yeah, he loves that map. He absolutely does. So this is going to be so difficult for Lupin. Looking at the scoreboard, though, base definitely dominating that entire game. More damage, better item control, and the accuracy, 37% to just 22% on Lupin. That 46% railgun and then 42% LG from base. That's so difficult to go up against.
There's a big difference, though, in the rails. 25% to 46% accuracy, but also the damage, like 1,000 between the two in that one.
Yeah.
With 28 shots attempted out of Lupin compared to the 39. And, I mean, we saw base hitting those shots. And if you're hitting your rails, doesn't matter who you are, you become instantly scarier. So a little unfortunate he wasn't able to get a lot of damage down. But I'll give him credit for his survivability. Like, he was not going down easy. He was not going out without a fight.
Yeah, he took it. It's still the final minute several times. Next map, Blood Covenant. So this is base's home base, so to say.
With no Nyx, though.
No Nyx.
Like, his Nyx, him and Agent on this map just look fantastic. I mean, Claws as well. They always look amazing when it comes to this map, especially with Nyx. But base doesn't seem to be too phased in this matchup with not having his like favorite champion available.
That's true. That's true. It's always lovely to see two Nyxes go up against each other, and then one pops the Ghost Hawk and the other follows right after. And they're just standing, got a silent standoff. Won't be happening this time around, though. No Nyx allowed.
I hope Lupin, though, goes for Visor this time.
He should.
The thing is, yeah, his rail, he didn't take as many rail shots as his opponent at base. But his accuracy was really far behind, and obviously the piercing sight helps out a ton with that, being able to see where they are. But I'm hoping to not see Galena, because the time we did see his Galena, it just didn't really do anything. He didn't have the time because base had so much control of the map that he wasn't able to get 3 totems down, and he wasn't able to set up for the overstack. So I'm hoping he changes up his champion picks this time. Obviously, we're going to see as we're about to load into this, but you know, base is looking good. And I'm seeing why he took a map off Claws.
Yeah, base is looking so strong right now. Definitely agree with your champion picks. I mean, Galena, just on this map, she's not as effective as she is on Awoken, and Visor is all the more effective here.
Well, I mean, even Galena, like, Galena's mostly like a first pick on Awoken because that's your easiest opportunity to get 3 totems down and to maintain an overstack. So even then, it's a little bit rough for him. But we do see the Visor picked up this time out of Lupin, so I'm going to be happy to see that. And the Doomslayer as well. We've seen him getting a lot of respect as of this tournament, followed up by a Death Knight out of base at the end. So we're going to see some burst potential out of him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, base going for the Death Knight that's got that fire. Really careful. Lupin's got to be definitely careful dealing with that, that's for sure.
And there's a lot of opportunities on this map, too, for these like close range engagements.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously not as much as Awoken, but, you know, if you play very sneaky and you hide around a corner, which we've seen base trying to do for the last map, like, it can completely catch you off guard. And if you're Lupin, who already seemed to be really frustrated from the first map, I think that could set him off and, not say tilt him, but really kind of get him down on himself.
Oh, yeah, I could definitely see that happening. Base trapping, like, the teleporter exit with that flames. That could throw Lupin off, definitely.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to load into our second map here of our penultimate game of the day. It's base up against Lupin, and it's going to be on Blood Covenant, and we're going to be starting things off with a Visor versus Visor. And you can already see Lupin off the bat using that piercing sight.
Yeah. Oh, getting a little bit of nail damage right there, but base definitely retaliating with that heavy machine gun. So powerful.
I feel like I haven't heard anyone talk about it just yet, but that change to the spread of it scoped in, like making it a lot tighter, a lot easier to hit, like that was a massive change, and you can do so much damage with it now.
Yeah, it can go toe-to-toe with rail and even out-damage it. I think it's got a higher DPS than the railgun at this point, but you got to hit those shots.
Yeah, very true. You can see Lupin going to be holding towards bridge, trying to deny rail away from base, who already has it though, so it's not going to be working out too well for Lupin off the bat. He does have the weapons he needs.
Lupin will be looping over to the Mega Health. Base will be picking up heavy. Very little delay between the 2 items. Lupin using his side base. Again, hanging on to it. He's delaying it. Waiting for Lupin to come out of the teleporter and still misses the setup rail.
Kind of surprised to see Lupin actually pass off the tri-bolt this entire time. He's been sitting towards Mega for like the last 15 seconds, and yet he didn't even bother to collect it once. Don't know if that's an oversight or me reading into it, or maybe he just doesn't favor that weapon as much. I know if I look back to what happened on Awoken, he didn't have, I think, any shots on the tri-bolt, period, or at least it was way lower than base. And we know how strong the tri-bolt is. You know, there's a reason people use it nonstop to spam.
Oh yeah, tri-bolt can be such an effective weapon on some maps because sometimes you just have the perfect range, the perfect angle, and you can just do so much damage. Those balls exploding in someone's face. Stacks are very, very equal at this point. Lupin waiting at rockets. Game being slowed down a little bit. That's something you see very often with Visor versus Visor.
finally he picks it up. 1:40 in when he spent about 1:20 of that on this Mega side. He's actually not transitioned across the map too often. Once he got the rail, he's kind of backed away from that area. He's already been taken low here. Base, again, still hitting these rail shots. And it looks like, I don't know, it looks like Lupin's giving Base too much respect now.
Yeah, might very well be. Oh, that's a good opening rocket, though. He's going to push in right after that. LG out, but Base, good defensive rockets pushing Lupin down. Still Lupin leading in the stack right now. Both major items up at the exact same time. That tribal, that could have hurt. Lupin using the tribal. There we go. He's doing it.
He's missing a lot of his shots here, though, on the jumps across Base. Going for those mid-air flicks. He's not hitting them at the moment. Piercing Sight's going to come in. Will we see the rails come out of Lupin? Or if he misses that shot, Base can pounce on top of him. He still has a stack lead as he has the full natural. And Mega's going to be up. He just needs to dodge away from this rail, but that's going to be a great shot by Base. And Base can continue to look for the pressure, but he doesn't have the HP to necessarily do so.
Yeah, Lupin might be able to do something here. Nope, he misses the shot. He wanted to try and do some exit damage, but right now we do have bit of a delay between the two major items. There's around 8 seconds between the two of them, so that could allow either of these players to set up some kind of control, get an orientation going. We've got probably Lupin. He's got the stack advantage, he's got all the weapons, and he's in position for Mega first. He's not intending to let Base on this.
I'm going to hear him above him now. I'm going to go back to the teleporter here. Base backing away and giving respect to Lupin. He's actually going to ignore the Mega, trying to challenge up towards Heavy. This is a smart play. He's actually right above him here. He's going to spot him out as well with the Piercing Sight. Going to actually meet him towards LG, at least try to catch him off guard. He's going to actually finally get the fight he's looking for against Base. The LG is melting him away, but Base is still alive.
Yeah, great rocket by Base, because that saved his life, that one. Just 100 damage pushing Lupin back, and now Base might actually make it onto the Mega if he's fast enough. Yeah, Lupin isn't going to go for the rocket jump. That's what you'd expect him to do up to bridge, so that he's got that quick route over to Mega. Setting up on the top. Green armor, he's just trying to slow it down. He's trying to hear out for Base. He knows that Base is somewhere to the right because Base can't really get away without him seeing or hearing him. Goes for the nail jump. Almost makes it. Almost makes it. So effective if you can pull it off, but it's difficult.
Yeah, very, very difficult. Mastery of movement in this game. There's only a very few players out there that really have it, especially in thinking about nail gun jumps. Nitrino instantly comes to my mind, especially when he has a Nyx. He can pull off some very, very pretty things.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Blood run down from the blood pool up to rockets. It's one of his favorite jumps. Love seeing that one. Now we're 4 minutes in and still no frags. Visor versus Visor, just a really careful game. Both players kind of trying to give each other perhaps a bit too much respect. They're not really pushing in on many items. They're very often just content with picking up the item that they had lost.
Well, I was saying before about, it's nice to see Lupin start to get the fights he wants and start to get more comfortable and be aggressive, but I also forget that Base likes to play Blood Covenant this way and plays so slow and so methodical that it really kind of, if you're Lupin potentially, can throw you off. It can really frustrate you in this slow kind of style that you want to force fights, you want to, gauge, but Base just constantly keeping his distance and eventually looking for that one fight, which is all he needs to finish off the round. But that's a great double rail.
Yeah, it's definitely something that affects a lot of players, myself included. I'm just the kind of person who wants to go, 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 but then if just the game just drags on. Lupin out of ammo, very low. This is Base's opportunity.
He's going to spot him out. LG looking good. Rocket as well. Base not going to go for the rail shot there. Mega's going to spawn in about 1 second time. Lupin, unfortunately, going to miss that shot, but he should have Mega here in just a second. He's definitely going to need to pick up some rail ammo. This is a very, very rail heavy map if you guys are unfamiliar with it.
Oh, Base might hear him if he drops down. He's not going to, though. Lupin backing away, going up the bounce pad, and we might see the final confrontation here. Nope. Lupin using that heavy machine gun so effectively. He notices that Base is using the side. He knows that he can't, or that he can take advantage of that in a little bit, since he will have his side up in around 15 seconds.
Just don't pull a Dewey versus Chance here. Don't let this last for like 15 minutes of overtime. There we go. That's
Base
the fight.
looking the wrong way. But the rockets, out of nowhere. Very surprising that Base got away with this. And this time Lupin is going to go for the rocket jump. He's just trying to cut Base off for Mega, and Base is going for it.
Oh, the switch is the wrong time. He goes to rocket when he needed to have the HMG or the rail out, and he still does not have rail ammo. Keep in mind, he tries to go for the shot there. I think he's forgotten. He still has not picked up any ammo off of this. And again, that's a massive opportunity. Like I would assume most players in that situation, like the top level players, would have guaranteed that frag, especially having the jump on Base.
Yeah. Hands down the worst sound in Quake Champions. The click of an empty weapon when you don't expect it. And it happens to the best of us, as you can clearly see. Yeah, Lupin definitely frustrated with himself. He's just firing around with a machine gun. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out there, though. Base got to be careful.
Continuing to spam away, and again, Lupin can continue to hug this side of the map. Still missing out on rail ammo for the last, what, two minutes of time almost at this point?
Nope. And still Base will deny it even longer. Got to use the shotgun instead, but there we go. Rail finally back in Lupin's hands after being parted for so long.
Oh, he's going to hear him coming off the bounce pad towards Rocket's going to push in. The first one's going to miss. Base does actually alter the angle he was going to shoot at, trying to go a little bit closer towards him and prevent Lupin from pushing. He's going to drop with the rail. A missed jump coming through. 35 HP left, and Base will get the frag and get the round on the board.
Oh, man. Lupin, that might be tilting him. That might be the moment
I'm looking at his
him.
camera right now, and he looks really frustrated. I mean, imagine playing like 7 minutes of a round without one frag and then coming down to a missed jump out of yourself.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to hurt.
And that overtime was just like Lupin in control, and then suddenly Base turns it around, Lupin almost dead, and then Lupin turns it around, Base almost dead, and so then Base just turns it around right there. He went for the style points, dropping down with that rail. Shouldn't have done that, missing that shot, so crucial. Taking a rail at the start of this round too, Base continuing his onslaught.
I can almost guarantee I know what's going through Lupin's head. I almost guarantee he feels like he's just being constantly controlled by these rails. Base is just not missing very many rail shots, and Lupin's going to get frustrated off of that. He obviously wants to pick up rail himself, which is why he went for HMG, just to have some sort of weaponry to fight long range. But that pixel shot on Lupin down to 40 health, he actually even challenges it yet again.
Yeah, Lupin really needs to just reset mentally, because that first fight, we went almost 7 minutes without a frag in the first round, and now he almost died within 25 seconds here, taking that fight with Base at the top of the Rockets. So he really needs to reset, not play too aggressively, not let the tilt get to him.
I saw that rocket coming, and I was imagining, well, the worst case scenario for Lupin if it hit him midair into a rail. But he does get the Mega, and again, if we were to look at a heat map of this not series, but this map so far, it's basically been Lupin on this half. Like, we've hardly ever seen him go over to heavy. The only time he's really gone there was when he was trading items with Base to give him Mega and for him to take heavy.
Yeah, Base definitely more mobile on this map. He's taking shots from everywhere, every angle, every corner. This is good from Lupin, though, getting a good rocket from above, trying to chase down Base, but won't make it in time. Base dropping down, might be going up the bounce pad. That could be so risky. No, he will not go for that. Heavy is up, and there is a bit of a delay between the items, and there's 5 seconds in between the two of them. Oh, this could be a lot of damage coming out from Lupin. Switches to the LG. Base, can he get out? Yeah, with like 5 points of health, and Lupin will chase him down. That's good. That should give him a bit of a morale boost.
So now I want to see his control. Now that he's been able to get that, okay. Well, now control's just been thrown out the window. Nice little shove comes in from Base. But I want to see control because we're actually dead even in terms of major items between the two players. 9 and 5 in the respective starting points. Lupin now on the Doomslayer. First time we're going to see him picked in the series. He's going to be able to pick up rail off the bat, and he's already looking quote-unquote better, just the weaponry that he does have. But now he's in a really interesting spot here. The orb comes through.
Oh, the damage from the orb. Like, even if you don't get the frag, you can still do 100 damage if it just goes straight through someone. So really nice play by Base. Lupin down to his final champion right now, and Base looking super stacked. Got that Mega just in a few seconds. Lupin, luckily for him, doesn't go for that orb. Base completely lost sight of him right now. Mega will be going to him, though. Heavy will be the next major item to come up. And Base is using the Tri-Bolt.
Oh, that was a great rocket jump. He wants this chase. He wants this frag. He wants to be one round away from getting through into tomorrow. And Lupin with no HP. The shotgun blast is going to be eaten by the wall. He has no health left. I think Base knows it.
Yeah, Base is going to back up to the Heavy, though. He kind of lost track of Lupin right there. Doesn't want to take too many risks.
Mega's in 5 seconds, so it's not like he can even pick that up as a backup plan. He has to back away completely and just continue to get these 25s. Is now Base with Die Orb ready to go. He can look for the fight to happen yet again. We can see he now knows exactly where Lupin's going to be, and he's going to force out a fight potentially into Banana.
Yeah, this could be really good for Base. He saw Lupin use the orb, got nothing out of it at all, and now he knows that his opponent doesn't have that orb available to him for another 15 seconds or so. So Base might, if he gets a fight, he could probably take it home right here.
Lupin needs to avoid every single fight he possibly can. He's in a really rough situation, right? Because he's got a minute and a half remaining. He's not even back to full natural stack. Nice little fake rocket jump by Base there. It actually catches Lupin looking the wrong direction. But he has to get a frag here with a minute and a half to go. And he's been able to finally restack back up, but the fights still have not been going his way.
Yeah, it's definitely Base just, coming out with the rockets. And there we go, Lupin will fall, and that's going to be Base taking home the second round. This could be the end of the series already. If Base takes home the next one, it's a quick 3-0, 3-0.
Yeah, one left to go here, Flea, and that's really unfortunate for Lupin. You can see he's like, yeah, all right. After he finally worked so hard. I mean, over the course of those 2 rounds, it took him, I want to say, 8.5 minutes to get that first frag on the board, and then once he did get it, it was quickly shut down just by the Die Orb kill out of Base.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, you gotta kill. You know, you finally got some stress off of you. You know, some weight off your shoulders, and then you're dead again. So.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it a lot today, but the tilt factor is really a major aspect of Quake. If those things just keep happening to you and you finally feel you're catching a break, and the next thing you know, you've got that orb instantly dead.
Well, here we go, Base. Uncharacteristically, going to miss that first rail shot here.
Yeah, Mega will be up first. It's gonna probably go to base. He's got position for it, but there's just a 3-second split with Heavy. Oh, that rocket could have done a lot more, but the combo into the rail, that's gonna be nice. Base trying to chase him down. Is Lupin gonna go for it? He should not. He's even gonna drop down and take the fight.
Yeah, he's actually seriously going to go for it here. Base, if he's not missing these shots, Lupin should have been punished. That actually almost should have been a kill out of Base, actually, because of Lupin going for the heavy armor there. But he gets it. He gets away scotch-free, luckily for him.
Yeah, definitely. Base could have done more with that, but Lupin played it well. He was out there just in time, very quickly. Base still setting up. He's got the Mega in just a second, and now there's 10 seconds before Heavy, so that's a lot more time for Base to make it over there on time, get set up, get all comfy, and take it as his own.
And he's got a piercing side advantage, too,
yeah.
by about like 20-second window. LG's not going to land. The Tribal going to be spammed over towards Rocket. He has the time, he has the ammo to continue to do this here, and Lupin just being melted another time, and now Base is 2 frags away from getting through.
That tracking, though, that was just perfect. Oh, Lupin is just pushing in. He goes for the orb. That's not gonna work, though. Base just taking him out. He's got the Mega to fall back on. It's gonna get so stacked right away.
And yeah, Lupin immediately turns tail and runs away from this one, but he's still not safe here. Base can get on the high ground.
Yeah. Base not even gonna go for Mega. He's just leaving it up, and he's gonna find Lupin. Lupin's got nowhere to run. Base is just toying with him at this point. One rail. One more would do it. Can he find the shot? So far, he won't. He's just gonna retreat back to Mega. He doesn't want to leave it up too long, because then you risk your opponent just sneaking out somewhere, picking it up for himself.
God, he had him locked in there like he was trapped in a cage, too. Lupin, like, just getting a second to breathe here and a second to think. But again, Base is back on the chase.
Yep.
He's going to hear him going up the bounce pad if he does go that route. We're going to hear him picking up the light armor in a second. Yeah, he has the first rail through. Now Lupin, with not a lot of HP, he's just being locked down and fully controlled.
Yeah, Base has got control of the top now. Another vertical rail. Is this going to be the end? Lupin tries to get out. Base, click. No ammo left. Very nice rocket jump, getting a lot of horizontal speed. Both major items up. Which one is he going to go for? He's just going to go for Lupin. He doesn't want to take anything. Oh, oh Lupin even throwing out the smiley.
What is he doing? What is his hand move? What does this mean? Does that like take a picture or something? Look at that. Watch him.
He's saying, clip it. Let's see.
What does that mean? Is he like framing himself? He's framing the shot?
He's like, clip it.
Is that something in is that what it means?
I don't know.
Is it something in Russian? I don't know.
I'm not familiar with it, but still, Base very convincing. Didn't drop a single round. 3-0, 3-0.
I think I feel bad for Lupin because I feel like he went up against a different beast than he's used to.
Yeah.
Especially up against a Hang. You look at how that went, and he was locked down to Mega's side for the majority of the game. The only times he was able to get free is because Base let him get free. It's not like he was willingly able to just break that control whenever he wanted to, and he wasn't able to fight back. He wasn't able to make Base respect him, I feel, at some points.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, many of the previous games we've been talking about, very equal players, and then sometimes you got a few fights or a few decisions that were made the wrong way, but this time it was really just Base outclassed him.
All right, well, that's going to do it for that match, unfortunately. Yep. And fortunately for us, guess who's back on the desk in his purple shirt? It's Jahar.
Oh, man, it's getting more purple as time goes on, I think. These matches are having an effect on me. Yeah, poor Lupin there. I mean, he could be the Bane of Vu, but couldn't quite be the Ace of Base.
How long have you been working on that one?
My team of writers has been working overnight.
I think you should probably hire some new writers. No, yeah, the thing is, like, Lupin had some signs of good moments, right? Yeah. Like, when he actually was able to get aggressive and able to force the fight he wanted, he looked solid. But the problem was those opportunities became very seldomly. He couldn't deal with the rail that Base kept hitting him with time and time again, or at least he couldn't combat at the same kind of accuracy level. Because obviously, if you take a rail, you want to be able to apply a rail back to them so it's an equal trade. But it just seemed like non-stop Lupin was always on the back foot.
Yeah, and many of the opportunities that he did get were really just Base. I don't want to say let him, but Base just let him get out so many times and let him pick
I don't
up
want to say
so
let
many
him,
items.
but I'll say it. No, you're right, though. You're right. Like, that's 100% true, especially on Blood Covenant. Again, you look at the heat map of that match in particular, he was locked to Mega side.
Yeah.
We saw him, not have rail ammo for like 2.5 minutes because he just couldn't get to any of it. And then at the final point when you had Base, like we were talking about how he backed away to Mega because he didn't want to let Lupin pick it up. But you see every angle, he was rocket jumping up to contest him. He was, coming back down, and there was just no chance for Lupin to ever breathe.
I think this has been one of the most biggest difference in caliber that we've seen today. Just Base was outclassing Lupin every step of the way.
That being said, the Blood Covenant rounds took quite some time. It was actually maybe the longest EU Blood Covenant round I've seen in a while. I looked up and I was like, how are we only 28 seconds into this round? And it was overtime.
Yeah, yeah.
With no frags. Yeah,
I mean, that's
whatsoever.
base, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how
Yeah.
base plays this map, and even without Nyx, he's still able to do it with the visor, even delaying his piercing sights. Actually, something Cooler used to do. Sorry, no, it's actually the opposite of what Cooler used to do. Cooler used to use it non-stop, but we see players like Cypher like to delay it, to use it when they want it, when they need that information, when they're unsure of themselves, or when they want to force something out. And base was doing the exact same thing.
Yeah. You really have got players that are super aggressive and that just get anxious when the rounds last too long, and then you've got the completely other type of players like base who are really just like, this is fine, I don't mind. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, like, you make a mistake.
Let's break
I'll
a
just-
record here, boys. Let's go for 20
And you
minutes.
can see there, he was totally unfazed the whole time. Like, base was just po-faced, stone-faced.
As we know him.
Yeah. So we're I think Lupin has got a lot to be proud of. You know, again, being able to take down Vu is a big accomplishment, but we're going to be waving goodbye to Lupin.
You know, credit to him though.
Yeah.
Because you know what, he's been grinding, right? He's been grinding in the Quake Open League Challenger division. He's been constantly trying to improve, and I hope that he takes the experience from this LAN event, takes it back home with him, and hope to see him in Elite soon.
Well, it's been a hell of a day. But we've got one more match in the groups before we get into our group, or one more match in the preliminary playoff or preliminary brack-off. Yeah, one of these things. So many games. Watch the Quake to watch all the Quake here. Yeah, but we've got one more before we get into the group draws, which again I'm really looking forward to. One of these guys will be getting into the big bowls of what are they, Kinder eggs, I think?
I don't think they're actually
things?
Kinder
Okay.
eggs, but it's like the easiest way to describe it.
Okay,
You know, a name
cool.
and a ball that you open.
Right.
Not rigged at all when we get all North
no,
American
No,
one group.
absolutely.
We're going to have our
The
hands
like
full
2
of
players
balls,
we have
but
at the moment.
we're going to figure out whether Waz's name is going in the ball or Kilson. So we're going to be catching that here in a very short while. Don't go away. This is going to be a hell of a match.
Oh, this feels like a wicked hangover coming on. Look out below!
one more game before everybody here at the PGL Quake Champions Open can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief knowing who's into group stages tomorrow and who's not. We've got Kilson and Waz coming up here very soon. And again, getting into these lower bracket matches, all the elimination stuff, you can definitely feel the emotions rising a little bit. But rising along with me, we've got Jason Kaplan and Flea. How you guys doing? Hanging
Good,
in
you
there?
know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm running out of steam as the day goes
Flea's
on.
the only guy here, pretty much, you and Zoot, who like aren't going to be jet lagged.
Yeah,
So
yeah, no, just a 1 hour time difference for me. So
just crazy ambitious.
Well, I mean, Zoot was crying about being jet lagged. He's like, oh, 2 hours.
Yeah, that boy just refines wine like nothing else.
No, but I'm running out of steam. But to be honest, these games are keeping me going. Like even the last one, even though it was very one-sided, it was really cool to finally get to cast some of these matches and see where people are at in duel, and then to come into this game, you know, Kilson Waz, like Kilson knocking out Zron in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
I never would have expected to say that they were both in lower bracket meeting, not even a qualifying match, in a regular match before that, an elimination match. So it's been a really crazy tournament so far.
Absolutely, and I think tomorrow everybody who's been eliminated gets to kind of fill the seats up, you know, take off their competitor hats and put on their spectator and audience hats, and you know, we'll have some hooping and cheering for sure.
Or do money matches back there
Hey,
against each other.
There we go.
Some
Yeah,
win
that's the
some
thing.
money.
That's exactly it. So yeah, now that we've got the upper bracket totally filled out, the big question mark is these last two spots in the lower bracket. We're going to be taking a look at Kilson and Waz, but down there, of course, we've got Rafa and
Nico.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, Nico beats Sip.
Nice context, yeah.
I think that's
Thanks, man. Give me 40/20 vision. I can see through the TV. Yeah, so Nico actually, he's like a relatively new player in the scene. And there was a lot of questions about him when he first entered, but he kind of came in with a big splash. I know he was originally, I think, a team player. I know he tried to like go for like the 2-on-2s. He tried to pair with Meowt. I think it was a guy. I've seen him quite a bit. But it's nice to see, you know, he's able to beat someone like Sib. He's able to kind of make a name for himself here. And more importantly, the one thing I love about this tournament is a lot of people who don't have LAN experience are going to get it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely true. I think this is one of his first like really big tournaments that he's a part of. I mean, he very often plays in the online tournaments, but this is a different beast altogether. So it will be a great learning experience for him, and he's doing so well.
And he's playing Rafa, so if there's anyone you could play for learning experience, it's going to be him.
Yeah, he gets to have a similar experience to what Sib had in the QL a bit ago. But yeah, of course, we've been saying this for the past few games. We've got a bit of an underdog here versus somebody who's kind of the usual favorite, at least with that matchup. So best of luck to Nico. When it comes to Kilson and Waz, I think there's a little bit more up for grabs. Kilson, of course, one of the most consistent players in Quake history. Waz has been all over the map in terms of like what he's playing, who he's playing with, a lot of team mode stuff, always been like a real staple, but now like all the spotlight's on him.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be considered the underdog if we're to look at it in the matchup. Thing is, we know his, and I'm going to give Dehang credit for this, because I actually talked to him before the match about Waz a little bit. You know, he's one of the best in the game when it comes to movement, so that's why you see him used in like team modes, like when we saw him playing in Sacrifice with Liquid. He's very flashy, so he's not really basing his play around controlling the map and controlling items. He's more based around just making those like really cool kills happen or those really quick frags. So I think up against Kilson, it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to work, because Kilson, I almost want to say he's like very methodical in the way he plays.
Yeah.
And I know we're talking about it off air, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it till I run out of breath. But his rails, again, I wasn't around during Quake Live, and I always hear the stories about Railson. Yeah, thanks, man. About Railson, but we have not seen it in Quake Champions. And the only tournament he's really done well in was the Italian Open, where he beat Vu in the finals.
Yeah, and even now, he lost against TNZ earlier. So usually I would definitely go ahead and give this one to Kilson if I had to pick one of the players to win this. But after his performance against TNZ, I don't know. I think Waz has got a pretty good shot at making this one.
And I feel bad for Waz, too, in a weird way, because he's always in the shadow of Rafa Dehang, right? He's on Liquid. People forget he's on Liquid.
I don't forget.
Okay, well, because you're North American. No, but like, he's on Liquid, right? And he's just not been able to break through as a dual player, but similar to Silence Up, he's not a dual player. But it's cool to see that he's made it this far in a mode that he's not used to.
Yeah, and this might be his one big chance. I mean, if he can pull through now, he's up into the final 16 tomorrow, and who knows? If he gets some good brackets, good group, might make it pretty far.
If he's paying us enough under the table to draw him in a good group.
We're
Or we pair him against
all gonna
Rafa
be
to
good
hang in the
groups.
same
Yeah.
group. It's all of Liquid in one group. I'm calling it now.
It'll all be above the table, I'm sure. Yeah.
Maestro Liquid. We're open to offers right now, I would say.
But you mentioned Waz mostly being known as a team player, and yeah, it's not like being a team player is like second fiddle to being a dual player. Like just the focus is a little bit different. So Waz gets to specialize on things like movement, like you said, like his tech in like Troubled Waters and Quake Live is always one of my favorite things to watch. One of the things that's been a factor in this tournament is how often do you get to kind of let your movement shine? Is your opponent doing their homework like they should and maybe removing that Anarchy or that Sorlag or somebody else that allows you to kind of, show off a little bit. But we're getting into Awoken again, and I know I've been saying it a lot today, but Awoken gives you no time to figure out what your opponent is going to be doing off of a first spawn. And I'm just saying this because, like, if your opponent spawns Rail, you need to have some idea, some historic knowledge of, okay, are they going to go Mega? Are they going to go Heavy? Are we going to be looking at them, like, pushing forward into the LG immediately while I'm still back there getting armor? And so you really need to know things like that getting into Awoken. And again, I just hope both of these guys have done their research, studied some clips, studied some VODs.
Yeah, and we did have we did have a quick switch up on the maps as well. It was originally Awoken, Blood Covenant, Blood Run, but I think it was updated to Veil being second and Corrupted
That's
Keep third.
interesting, though. Veil is a map that we haven't gotten to spec together yet.
Veil is my least favorite map, hands down. I will say it till this day. I still have trouble navigating that map for some reason. Awoken came out, I was like, okay, good. 10 minutes on it, I'm good on this. I've been trying to grind Veil, and I just cannot figure out the map for some reason.
In Veil, you have to look up sometimes. I know it can be confusing.
I'm usually looking down because I'm so tall, right? So I'm not used to having to look up. And plus that jump to teleporter, I can't tell you the amount of times I've died doing that.
Just don't do it, actually.
That's what I've had to go for.
Just don't do it.
Yeah. It's really a love or hated map. I mean, I know some people who really, really love it and who really focused on it, and they got a lot of elo just by focusing on the map that many other people at first really didn't like or didn't want to play.
And it could be so powerful knowing that your opponent hates it. That's one thing to love about it. Yeah.
Because you hate it, I love it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the tactic.
Yeah, if you're good on the map and you know that your opponent hates it, they have to ban it because they know that you're so good on it. So that basically gives you a free map in the pick and bans.
And speaking of bans, I'm curious what was banned away by both these players. Waz isn't a clutch player, is he? I don't imagine him being a clutch player that often.
And to my knowledge, he isn't, no.
So we've got Galena taken out by Kilson and Nyx taken out by Waz there.
Okay.
So fairly conservative stuff, but as we get into Awoken, not having a Galena on the board will obviously have an impact, and I don't think these rounds are going to take very long.
Well, as you mentioned before, with the Rail spawn, being the other player, you have to kind of know or guess where they're going to go. Visor should be 100% pick out of both these players. And I'm actually curious, Jahar, not seeing Lupin take Visor in his last match against Base on the first map. That was super surprising, especially on Awoken.
He paid the price.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Yeah, getting that information is going to be vital here. So a bit of a safety pick for both of them. Pretty symmetrical at the moment. And, of course, not having Galena means we could have, again, always my fingers crossed for Keel. Just so much fun to see.
I mean, Strog and Peeker's not bad. BJ's not bad.
Death
Keel,
Knight.
like you said. Yeah, Death Knight as well.
I mean, on Awoken, he's one of the best champions to pick, I think.
Hey,
and there we
it
go.
is.
Wes is picking him.
And with that, I think we're going to be hopping into Awoken. Best of luck to Kilson and Waz. But I think it's time for you guys to shine.
All right, well, let's kick this one off. Fleet, this is going to be interesting. Do you have any predictions, by the way? Because we haven't done predictions, which I always hate doing.
That's true.
But who do you predict to take this one?
I'm still going to say Kilson 2-1, but I think it can really go either way. So
okay. I'm not going to do predictions.
You're not going to do predictions?
I like to be the one to ask for them because then that way I can not say them. But I think I want to say Kilson 2-0, but I'm open to Waz surprising me here.
Yeah.
I don't want to count his skill out, but I feel like with Kilson beating Zron earlier in a 3-mapper, I feel like he's woken up today, and he's finally realized, okay, crap, I have to play. I can't afford to lose anymore.
Woken up just in time for Awoken as we're starting this one off on Wes. He's picking a Visor as his first one. Kilson is on the Ranger. So far, Kilson went for the Mega site, went for Heavy. Still lacking that LG though. Was really wants to get on top, picking himself up that LG. Didn't have the opportunity to do so just yet. And it looks like Kilson has got everything except for the rail. So both players at first just winning each other out a little bit, and they're going to go for the safety weapons. I mean, got to get that Holy Trinity first.
Yeah, you don't want those scrub weapons.
Nope.
You see the Dire Orb used here to Kilson to take away Mega. Heavy is actually available, and Waz actually doesn't even bother to go for it here.
Yeah, very aggressive play by Kilson right there. Going up to the rail ledge and trying to get some more damage, and he hits the shot too. Is he gonna push in? Yes, he will. LG out and at the ready. There come the defensive rockets, but was going off the map. Ring out. That's a good start for Kilson. And he's got a good delay between the two major items too.
Yeah, to be fair, I think Waz was never going to escape that situation.
No, definitely not. Trying to just do as much damage as he could, but ultimately just go over the edge.
So Waz actually, you can see, he doesn't have an exact timing of Heavy. Now he's going to be locked in this position with not a full stack of armor. The Dire Orb comes through, almost goes straight through him actually. And Kilson's looking for the rail shots again. Railson, will he come into light and missing those 2 shots? I'm not going to say I called it, but no, yeah, unfortunately missing those 2 shots, not very like Kilson.
Yeah, that was definitely good for Waz. He's set up near Mega right now. He's trying to just choke Kilson out of that item. Got the setup. He might be able to pick himself up Mega and then just go for Heavy, but here comes Kilson up to the T. Almost out of rockets though. Kilson's got to be careful.
Wasn't a lot of damage, but that was a good prediction there.
Yeah,
and again, double 41s,
oh
up to triple 20s. He might die to fire though if he takes any damage.
Yeah, trade. Great, that's definitely gonna favor Kilson since he was 1 champion up already. That's a good rail at the start. Railson once, twice. Can't hit
3
the first
times
one.
the lady.
Oh no, Kilson. Oh, you will find it at the end. Clutching for a second right there, and I was clenching because the drop down right there with just a rail, that could have gone wrong so easily.
Yeah, and you see here, Kilson, that quick finisher. I mean, that was a pretty much fight that you're almost guaranteed to get if you're in his situation. I don't think Waz could be that upset about that because he knew he wasn't at a health advantage. He was at a major disadvantage, and he was at a major positional disadvantage at the same time. Kilson takes away Heavy.
Yep, good opening play by Kilson. He used the orb because he wanted to try and see if he had a shot at Mega as well. Because very often players will leave Mega up to go get LG first. That's what he was hoping for. Doesn't get it. Rockets fight at the very start, and both major items up at around the same time.
Thing is, like last time Kilson did win something was in November. At least, sorry, a LAN event back in November for the Italian Open. Okay, all right. Maybe he heard me talk about his rails.
He's at 54% rail right now, 11 shots, so he's warming up. He's getting there.
And he's going to get Heavy off of this too, so he's going to be so stacked. He also keeps a split between the two, a healthy split to make sure to get towards both. And now Waz playing on the back foot here with that Ranger with Dire up in 4 seconds. He's going to need to put up a kill here. He's going to need to get something going just to get some sort of, not motivation, but morale boost into this match.
Yeah, good opening rocket by Kilson. Was caught out in a bad position. Now Kilson's got the position, he's got the timing, he's got the stack. He is set to take both of these major items. Oh, fucking the wrong way though. There comes Was. Bit of LG damage coming through. And Was actually getting position onto the Heavy. Kilson is gonna push in. Was kind of stuck right there.
God. These shots. Oh my god, kill. Okay, yeah, don't jump off the map. Oh, no, you're back in! What is going on against the frag? Kilson!
16 points of health somehow. That was very quick thinking from Kilson. Off the map and right back in with that orb. Beautiful play. Pretty low on stack though. Not sure if he can participate in the fight for this Mega.
Waz has to be so frustrated. He's like, I knocked him off the map. Wait, he just orbed back in. Wait, he just hit with that shot. Oh man,
God.
that's... Look at his beats per minute, 146. Like that was a squeaky bum moment right there.
Kilson, you monster. That was an amazing round. Very fast.
He almost rocket jumps off the map, and then he almost gets knocked off the map with the tri-bolt, then comes back in. Like, oh. That was a thing of beauty. That honestly was.
Definitely a thing of beauty. And we're off on Kilson's point of view again. There comes Was picking up Mega. Kilson retaliating so quickly with that LG. Wants to get himself the Heavy. Is he able to?
I also just have to apologize if I blew anyone's eardrums out there by going into the falsetto with my voice, but that was just ridiculous back-to-back events.
Yeah. Kilson somehow tried to pressure with next to nothing of stack to his name. Mega up in 5 seconds and a big delay before Heavy. Kilson's got that BJ and he's got that LG ready too, so that dual LG could come out at any time right now. That's scary for Was. He needs to be careful about that.
There we go. It's a good little initial rail to keep Kilson away, to keep his distance.
Yep.
He also has a chance to go towards Heavy, but it looks like he has... Well, the thing is, he picked it up last, if I'm not mistaken, before that kill on Kilson happened, so he has the timing on it, but he does give up the position. Does come with the LG, look to knock him off the map. Doesn't actually do it just yet as he knocks him into the corner.
Yeah, barely staying in. Mega up in 10 seconds. Oh! Good rocket from Kilson though. He did go down, but he hit that final burst of damage that's going to help him out in the next fight.
You know, momentum is something that I love to talk about and probably gets over-talked about at some points. As we see them going for a LG versus LG battle.
Oh my god, Kilson just pushing in. Just with the LG in the side.
He won that battle even with Waz having Mega.
Yeah, that was amazing.
But yeah, momentum, sorry, I was wanting to talk about that. Okay, come on, guys, let me talk about my point. Kelson's looking for the follow-up fight. He doesn't have rail, but he's going to actually look to get on top of the great die rub away from Waz. The Flea, finally, as they give us a second. Momentum is massive when it comes to Quake Champion. God, guys, let me.
They give us a second. No, they won't. There comes Gilson ready to finish it off. 2-2. Waz just has 1 life left.
No, I don't want to talk about, forget, I don't want to talk about momentum anymore.
Let's talk about momentum after the map.
Yeah, maybe that's the best time we should do it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I think we have a second. No, maybe. Momentum's massive. Okay, fine. I'm done. I give up.
Almost off the map, though.
Oh, a second shot as well.
Second shot would have been beautiful. Was jumping on the ledge just a second before Gilson landing that rail. Mega will be up in 10 seconds. Gilson moving towards it. Oh, he's doing so much damage, though, Gilson. 56% rail after all this time.
I think Waz just fire striked as well up there to deny Kilson from getting in that position. He's actually stuck on the rock there with the destructible environment. And Waz will get the kill. And Waz will get the round actually off of that.
Yeah, good for Waz. This might mark a comeback. This could be the turning point for him.
So momentum.
Some momentum. That's what he needs.
Momentum is massive when it comes to Quake Champions. When you're feeling yourself, when you feel like you're feeling like you're playing to your peak performance and you're getting these kills back to back like Waz was, it's really hard if you're the player on the other side of that game to stop that momentum and get back into it and to pick up a good frag.
Yeah. We're on Waz's point of view right now, landing a good opening rail on Gilson right there, but he's lacking armor. That small armor there at T will help him out quite a bit, but he still needs that LG, and that's something that Gilson does have available to him at this point. Mega will be up first, but there's very little delay between the 2 items.
And LG going to be the bane of a visor as well.
Yeah, he doesn't have the side up though, so that's unfortunate for Waz. He can't really predict exactly where Gilson is going to be. He hears him though, he knows that Gilson is above him. There comes the drop. Good rail from Waz. Gilson pushing in relentlessly, but he's so low. Is he going to continue? He will, despite taking a rocket. He's just going to go for heavy, but he's so low. 1 rail will kill him.
Oh, he has Mega. Yeah. Going to rocket jump over. He knows Kilson's still low on HP. It's another great round. 1 more to follow this up would kill Kilson. It would slay the beast, but Kilson gets around the corner in time, and Waz just not hitting the shots he needs to get a massive lead in this game.
Yeah, just want to give props to Waz for waiting with the side right there, because he did have it available to him earlier, but he just waited because he knew that Kilson would just pick up heavy, and so he waited until after Kilson picked up the item to then use his side to know exactly where his opponent would be. Very clever play. Oh, taking a lot of damage from that tribal, though he's got to have Mega to his back so he can stag back up, but he's majorly lacking armor right now.
Yeah, and you can see Kilson's been able to steal those one away too from the damage he took prior. Kilson actually be back on natural health, but overstocked on armor, and Waz knows he's right around this corner here, but you can see Kilson expects it. Kilson will eat 61 damage for his trouble.
Yeah. Gilson might get himself Mega this time though. He's had nothing but armor for quite some time right now. Waz is favoring heavy this time around. Oh, that's a sneaky rocket. 41 damage out of nowhere. Gilson just looking around like, where did that come from? Heavy going to Waz, Mega going to Gilson. No delay between the items. Waz is still over at that rail site. He's got all the weapons, and Gilson does too, so both players pretty comfortable. They don't need to go anywhere specific on the map. And here we go, we're gonna see our next big fight. Gilson using the orb, and he gets him with the rockets. Nicely done. He needs stag though. He's at 50 points of health. He's gonna pick up those 2 bubbles. But he needs to play it carefully right now, especially because he's up against the Death Knight. And that fire, that can hurt so bad.
Yeah, both of them gonna have very offensive abilities if they do round the corner into each other. I did like the engagement of Kilson too, looking for damage in that area with the die orb that he had before. But Waz, we haven't really seen him hit too many of these fire strikes just yet. Hasn't had as many opportunities as he was probably hoping for.
Yeah.
Kilson playing is very sneaky. Here's him go around towards LG.
Yeah, and at this point, as far as the items go, both players have the exact same amount of megas and armors picked up, so very well balanced in terms of items control. Gilson setting up over at that rail.
Sorry, a Thanos meme just popped into my head when you talked about everything being balanced in terms of major item pickups.
They're going to be picked up at the same time. No delay. Gilson looking the wrong way, taking a little tickle of LG right there, getting out of the room relatively unharmed though. But he needs to be careful. Both players right now have got an ability that can do so much damage so quickly, so they need to be careful and mindful about the fights that they do or don't take.
And if you're Kilson here, I mean, you're up 2-1 in rounds. You're up 1 frag here in this round. That could get you into match point.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to force a fight either. You can just play this cooler style. You know, drag out the last minute and a half, force Waz to come to you, where you can use your orb offensively. And he's constantly trying to keep his distance. Yeah, he's trying to keep these items, but he's also not giving opportunity for Waz to surprise him. He's always pre-firing these corners.
Yeah, really good plays by Kilson. He just gets himself Mega, and now he's just trying to do damage to Waz. Waz kind of stuck right there. Kilson, nice orb. Got some distance on that one too. Looking really solid right now. Still on fire, but that'll pass any moment right now. But that's great for Waz though, because those fire, you can see the damage takes through the walls. So Waz knew exactly where Kilson went because he was on fire.
I want to know, what kind of fire is that, or what kind of water are you in when it comes to Awoken? Because you would imagine the water would put the flames out, the rocket jump up, getting really aggressive. A great rail to keep Kilson at arm's length, but that's the follow-up shot out of Kilson, and that's the third round.
Beautiful rails by Kilson.
Yeah.
Is he slowly starting to live up to that rails? No, not yet.
Honestly, it's kind of like, you know, Razy's keep. But he's like not been winning Corrupted Keep for a long time. It's kind of like, well, Kilson has not been performing with Rail for so long in Quake Champions that he has to prove it to me. We saw some good things.
Though. 65%.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't complain about that. He's been doing some good things. But it's not the legends I've heard, you know?
Yeah.
It's not the story of Kilson and what he can do.
Well, as we were discussing with Jihar earlier, I mean, it is, of course, different. It's a different game, different altogether. Gotta be careful with that.
Sorry. Anyways, yeah, we're about to hop into, there we go. You see the stats on the screen there.
Yep.
And we can see, like I said, Kilson 60. Thing is, I know I look like a dick saying, yeah, his rail's still not there for me when he has 65% accuracy, but I don't think anyone can argue with me about the domination he had in Quake Live with rail versus the domination that he does not have with rail in this game. It could, you know, count it down to the meta, could count it down to champions and abilities, but he's not lived up to that legendary status that I've heard. He needs to have like multiple games in a row where he's performing like that for me to give him that title back.
I think it overall just might be more difficult to hit the rails on this game because you've got so many different hitbox sizes, so many different movement speeds. It's so much more difficult to actively predict exactly where your opponent is going to be.
And as Jihar was saying, it depends on the packets and the order, and I'm pretty sure he's trolling the hell out of me with that one. But yeah, still, I mean, that doesn't really matter too much because we're going to our next map, and now Kilson's one map away from getting through into the main event.
Yeah, and if I do believe this is Waz's pick, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting because, as we said earlier, Veil is really the kind of map that many people, they're either really good at it and they love it, or they are not that good at it
It's a very polarizing map.
Very polarizing, definitely.
Yeah. And I don't actually know how much time Kilson's put into this map. Because thinking back to like when we had the Italian Open and when we've had the Beat Invitationals and the Quake Open Leagues, Veil wasn't even in the pool.
That's true.
If I'm not mistaken. So I would imagine if you're a player like Kilson and you're experienced and veteran as he is, then you're gonna know your weaknesses and you're gonna know that this map will probably be one of them. And I'm imagining he's put in the time to kind of help with that.
I don't doubt it. Any idea of what the champions might be? Because this is a very different map than Awoken, obviously.
Kiel.
Yeah.
I would imagine Kiel.
Galena was one of the bands.
Yeah, it was one of the bands.
So can't pick that one.
Kiel, Death Knight, Ranger. I think we're going to see at least two of those three, not necessarily in those order. Visor, potentially. I don't think it's as a necessity on this map as it is in other maps, but it's always a solid pick no matter what. Yeah.
This is Kiel City, though, and immediately was picking that Kiel and Kilson, countering with the same Ranger.
Oh my God, Death Knight.
Yeah,
I'm going to look like a god if you go Death Knight.
DK, let's do it.
Just don't do Galena. The amount of times we've done tournaments where they're like picking picking band champs.
You might be dead on with
I
those
am a
picks.
god.
Impressive,
I
Jason.
am a god.
Gotta give it to you. Well done.
It's not really a hard thing to predict, though, right? It's not hard at all. Take 3 offensive ability champions, use them on a map with tight areas, and then profit. Or question mark, and then profit.
Small map, all-out brawl, lots of tiny little winding corners.
So
and
fast
areas.
map, right? We're expecting fast play to both.
Yeah, I think this is probably not going to be a very long map at all. No overtimes.
Yeah, I would imagine the same. I'm trying to think who's done the aggressive play better between the two, because I feel like when Waz got those 2 kills on that round of Awoken, like he picked them up so quickly.
Oh yeah, he one after the other.
But Kilson had the better control once he did get the initial frag.
Yeah, and this is Waz's pick, so maybe he's got the key to the map.
Well, we'll see if he does have the key to the city of Vale of Nath. We're going to hop into this one, and we're going to find out if we're going to a 3rd map, or if Kilson will take this in 2 and get through to tomorrow.
Waz starting off on the Kiel. Kilson going Ranger. Waz will get that mega side of things. No one has got the rail yet. Rail is kind of like on the outskirts of the map, so it's a bit of an investment to go over there. It's always a big risk. Taking a bit of damage from that Tri-Bolt. Kilson got the mobility, but Waz has got the tankiness, and he's got the ability to put out the damage. Taking quite a bit of Tri-Bolt right there. Mega and Heavy up at the exact same time. Was is pushing away from his first item. He might actually drop on this, but Kilson uses the orb to get it instead.
Oh, Tribal spam that. He's actually denying this one. It's actually creating a large gap in time. Oh, so I imagine maybe a shotgun blaster instead of rocket as he's trying to look for the direct, but he will give it up, but not before doing some good damage to Waz.
Yeah, definitely was. Took quite a bit right there. He's not fully stacked on armor. He's gonna be close to that level at this point, but no close engagement yet. I mean, we've had some like passing fights, but we're a minute in and we haven't really had like that one real confrontation where something's got to break.
Well, I mean, they're both very scared because you know those pineapples around the corner can blow you up. You know, the die orb can just instantly decimate you. So kind of fast play that we're expecting. They're kind of giving respect to each other and respect to the abilities that each champion does have.
That pineapple though, doing a little bit of damage right there. Kilson getting Mega, was taking Heavy instead, and still no frags. A minute and 30 seconds in. This is being played much slower than many Veils that I've seen in the past.
You know, you talked about this rail room, you know, as being something you don't heavily focus on. It's very easy to get caught out. I was expecting Waz to actually be there more aggressively. If you think about, you know, the amount of hourglasses there and the pineapples, that that tribal.
Taking quite a bit of damage right back though. And it took Waz a minute and 30 seconds to get his rail. That's how long it took him to get a hold of that weapon. He does have it now, though.
Why need a rail when you got tribals like that?
Yeah. And you've got those grenades as well. Lots of damage being exchanged. I mean, this is pretty... this is pretty crazy. We have 1,300 damage done and not a single frag so far. But this might be it, though. Was has got Kilson locked in, missing the rail. Taking a lot of damage. This is an opportunity for both of these players. Kilson finding the angle first, though. Nice shot, getting first frag of the second map.
Yeah, but it's all coming down to this. Can Kilson restack quick enough in this time? Waz already used his orb trying to catch him off guard, and that's a good rocket to start things off with. Can he push into the teleporter? He's looking for the rail shot as well, and Waz will escape. But most importantly, Kilson's stacked after that last fight. He's been able to get back to basically full natural now as he's missing 50 armor. And even get some extra damage onto Waz here, so not giving him a chance to make a kill happen off of the damage Waz just did to him.
Yeah, good for Waz is that he did manage to get rail very quickly this round. Almost immediately after respawning, he got himself that weapon. Oh, so crucial, and there's very little delay between the two major items, so this could be good for Waz. Kilson just knows that he's down there, and he's like trying to figure out which weapon he should commit to, or which item rather. It will be Mega, and then Heavy will be going to Waz. Nicely played by Waz, seeing the opening, knowing which item to go for. Kilson still has that top control, but he needs to lock something down.
You know, Flea, I know how we mentioned we're probably not going to see any overtimes on this map, but I actually think we're going to see it now that I think about it with this. With Kilson having that 1 kill lead, and it's going to be Ranger versus Ranger. I almost expect him to just, again, keep Waz at arm's length. There's no need to force a fight, to give him an opportunity for a die orb kill, but this time he actually goes in because he knows he did the damage, and with 3 HP left, he gets a second frag.
3 HP, wow. Taking Heavy right there. Looking for those health bubbles. Oh, careful of the acid, because if you land in that, that could have ended it. Kilson looping back around. He still needs that health. Waz is looking very comfy right now. He's got himself a Mega health. He's got that ability. Kilson dropping down in the flames. Surely he will go down to the acid even. Yep. And there goes Waz. He's got a minute left and he needs to make a 1 more frag. Kilson picking the kill. I think that was the smart choice to make. Getting bounced around with some rockets, but those nades, oh so strong. Kilson taking round 1.
Tribal plus pineapples. That's like so many explosions going off. It's like a Michael Bay film here in Quake. That's ridiculous. But again, yeah, you see here, like there was no need for him to necessarily force the fight. And you saw him with 3 HP left surviving that. But he felt like he had the right moment. He turned the aggression on, and you know what? He's got another round under his belt.
Yeah. This is a difficult map to run away on, though. This is like a really difficult map to go passive and to just avoid a fight for like a minute and a half. So at one point you do have to commit, because if you give your opponent everything, they're going to find you sooner rather than later.
Well, also knowing that the orb was down from his opponent, from Waz, it's like, all right, well, I can go in safely now and not be afraid of you at all.
We still haven't seen anyone use the outside teleporter. Maybe they're a little bit afraid of it, because it's...
Waz did use it once.
Oh, Waz did use it?
Yeah,
okay.
he did come through there when we saw Kilson at Rail.
Okay.
But only once, though. And it's, I mean,
it's always
I can't
a risk.
make the jump, so I never go for it.
It's a risk, you know, because if you just get it slightly wrong, that's instantly dead.
Yeah.
Waz will get himself onto that Mega health, outstacking Kilson slightly at this point. Kilson getting out of that room is going to go for his rail. His beloved railgun will find it. And Waz is pushing in.
So many good puns here. Keelson, Railson.
Oh. Can he find? No, no. No damage being exchanged whatsoever in that situation, and Kilson does have the top ground. This is good for him. There comes Waz. Just 17 damage though. the orb, and he will take him down.
Can he get both items as well off of this? Where's the respawn? Uses the rocket jump back up towards Heavy. He's going to look for the drop onto it. And again, he denies both away. You can see Waz respecting that, though, as he looked for the rail at long range. And again, Orb doesn't really care about stacks, so it's not that big of a loss for Waz.
Yep.
But he has to be very aware of when his Orb's on cooldown, that Kilson's going to look for a fight.
Oh my god, there he comes. Kilson, he doesn't go for the orb. This should be another frag. Yep, Acid will take him down. And Kilson, one frag away from taking home the second round. He's got a good setup right there. Mega first, and he's got the time to go for Heavy. He's got a few seconds. He needs to be very fast, though. At least he'll be able to do some damage if Waz goes for it. Can he figure out? Oh, he's looking the wrong way entirely. Taking a lot of flame damage, but nope. Quick reaction, though. Really nicely done by Kilson. That 180 instantly into the orb.
Through the fire and the flames, Kilson will orb you. I think that's how the song goes.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate for Waz. I mean, it was a good setup. It was a good prediction. I don't think he actually connected with that many meatballs off of that.
No.
Funny enough. Kilson's like, yes, I did it.
Kilson doing well. I mean, this is it. This is the make it or break it for Waz. This could be the final round of his tournament life. He needs to make something happen right now. Kilson getting himself railgun. He still needs LG opening up with one good rail, two good rails. Is he going to orb for it? No.
Oh. That would have been the cockiest play of 2018 if he went for that one.
He could have pulled it off, though. Definitely could have pulled it off. He had the stack advantage. But, you know, those pineapples, those grenades, you need to be so careful because they can do so much damage so quickly.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, people always complain, like, oh, Dire Orb, the insta-kill, it's not fair. Well, I mean, you have to play around it. It's like, you know, playing around whatever's strong in the meta right now. You have to respect it, and you have to adapt your play around it. And I think, you know, Kilson's doing a real clinic here, showing that he's respecting the orb every time it's up. He's not forcing fights that he doesn't need to when he's against the orb. And he's even respecting the pineapples. So he's respecting the damage these abilities can do, and he's playing around it. And that's what you have to do if you want to be one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and here we go. Waz is trying to chase him down. Really good use of the orb right there, because that is like the corner of doom. If you get stuck there with an opponent above you, you're basically done. So clever play using the orb to get out of there. There comes Waz through the teleporter, getting knocked down. Kilson himself low, but wow. The shot from Kilson. Getting first frag in what might be the final round of today.
Oh no, Waz! He tries to go for Heavy! The Dire Orb does not work out for him. It's actually...
Oh, that was close.
Oh, the bane of his existence there. Now the Death Knight, and this is Kilson spot him out already. The Dire Orb will come through, and Waz's tournament life looks like it will be ending here. And Kilson, look at that on the screen. He's happy about that, especially with how the day started off for him, with him losing to CNZ, and then him skating by, not even skating by, barely beating Zron. He's got to be happy about making it through to tomorrow and having that chance to play for the money.
And deservedly, too. I mean, he deserves to be in the final 16, I think. After what we've seen of him today.
I don't know why, but in my head, I feel like he's like screaming, Yosh! But he's like not Japanese, so I don't know why he would be saying that. But yeah, his rail working out for him in the end. Playing very smart. I think that's really nice to see out of Kilson, to play with your brain.
Yeah, definitely not relying just on that railgun, but playing a very clever game. Taking a look at the scoreboard, we see slight advantage for Kilson in terms of item control. Definitely doing most of the damage. More accuracy too. Really nice play from Kilson. Hitting just 33% railgun right there though, so might have dropped a little bit.
I mean, he didn't take that many shots, to be fair. And the shots he was going for were pretty ridiculous to hit. So, you know, I'll give him a buy on this one. We'll pass for now.
Definitely.
So, you know what it's time for right now, Flea?
Yeah, we're about to draw the groups for tomorrow.
Magic voice is going to come into our ears.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why we're going to welcome someone back as our host. Jahar, welcome
Very
back.
soon. Very, very soon. But yeah, that matchup, Kilson and Waz, I was really wanting to see Waz, you know, having that pick for Veil of Nath, you know, do something magical on it, give us a little bit of that Wazzle Dazzle. Because, again, it's a map that's pretty contentious, and it's one that can make you some enemies. Didn't really make an enemy out of Kilson, though.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we look at the whole series, that just Waz had one time that he got going.
Yeah.
One time that was on Awoken. Yeah, the one round he picked up. But ever since like that, before and after it, it was just it was the Kilson show. Yeah. And he really showed that he's still got the control down.
Did Awoken make you a believer in the rail, by the way?
No, still.
No?
No, so the thing for me is, I was saying this before, is that, these are Kinder. Wow, who ate all these Kinder eggs to bring these out? So for me, it's like, it's about Razy's Keep, right? It's everyone calls it Razy's Keep, but he had such a terrible performance on it for such a long time that it was coming into question whether or not you can still call it that. I want to see Kilson for like 5 games, maybe 10, pull off the rail accuracy.
And what accuracy would he
Jeez,
need
man.
in your eyes? 65%?
It's not necessarily about the accuracy. It's about the shots you're hitting for me, for rail.
By the way, I love what your vocal cords did. When,
yeah, so you did hear that. I'm surprised you can still hear me after that.
I didn't even hear it on the stream. I heard it like through the walls.
I think every dog in like a 3-mile vicinity around here heard that high-pitched squeal.
Police has been called. Noise complaints already.
Yeah, we had a
Thank you,
complaint that a
Jason.
woman was being murdered. Oh, that was just me.
That was
just me.
planned, by the way,
That's
right?
just
Like
Jason.
that was fall off the edge, throw out the orb. He thinks I'm already gone. Surprise.
Oh, yeah, totally right. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, totally. He did it for style points.
Yeah, absolutely. You know him. You know the man. Gotta love him.
But I mean, Kilson was really just playing off his tits today. Like honestly.
Now I wanted to see this Ron match that he played
Yeah,
because that
yeah.
went the full 3 maps, and that actually came down to like a 3-2 at the end, if I'm not mistaken. And that angle, I don't know if that was intentional to Kilson there, but it
was
made
weird,
Rockets
yeah.
really hard to hit.
I mean, from that little shake of the head, it's like, yeah, I probably didn't want to be up there. It's awkward to try and turn a leave, so you don't really go for that. But, you make the best out of it. And Kilson honestly did. Again, like, I wanted to see Waz do something crazy on Vale.
He played well, but Kilson was just too strong for him.
I mean,
that sums
that's
it
the
up,
quick
yeah.
analysis
Yeah,
of it.
that just. I mean,
He just shot the guy more. That's
yeah,
all. Yeah.
sometimes that's all that you can say.
If you point at them and shoot, you generally do damage. And if you do
is
enough of it,
the best
you
advice
eliminate
you can give
them.
anybody. Just don't miss them ever.
Thing is,
all good.
what scares me about Kilson is that his rare looked good here, but his LG as
Yeah.
well looked pretty good.
That last round was just unfortunate.
Yeah.
Really. I saw the play on the heavy, almost getting it, not quite getting it.
Yeah.
Well, I like that. If Kilson, I think if he can like bring his rail up to par with what everyone knows it to be, his rocket's already there. His LG is getting close. Like that triple threat of the trinity of weapons. Like
Yeah.
that's some serious work. He already has the mind, as you see, and he's one of the few players that I've seen like obviously respect the Die Orb and respect the Flame Strike and respect the Pineapples. Like he's playing around that particularly. He was able to punish Waz when Waz got aggressive with the Ranger versus Ranger when he had the Orb on cooldown. He's like, all right, I can force a fight on you now because I know I have the better stack and I know you can't instantly kill me. So that brain play and his accuracy, it's starting to really come together, and I hope to see him coming into DreamHack Winter.
Yeah.
And I think someday he'll make you proud with this rail. Someday.
One day.
Yeah.
One day. Let's hope so.
Let's not get our hopes up.
On Vale, if you're in control, it's not really about the rail anyway.
Oh yeah, no, because it's such a vertical map. It's
Yeah.
so difficult to hit many of those rails.
Say that to Claus. I'd be like Claus is like most used weapon probably in
Jeez,
that one.
such a fan.
But look what we got ahead of us.
Yeah, look
Yeah,
at this,
this is
everybody. So
interesting.
yeah, we've got these now. Looking forward to our bowls of balls. They're not exactly balls.
Thing is, these
They're more
are legitimately like the insides of a Kinder Egg.
Oh,
so
like with the
who-
chocolate looked
So
off.
who ate 16 Kinder Eggs to get to this
To
point?
be honest, 0-4 has been jittery all day.
That is a good
I think I figured it out.
I think I saw him like in a sugar coma with like chocolate drooling out of his mouth. But no, this is draw time, right? This is where we get to find out the groups for
So
tomorrow.
I've got 8 here. You guys have got 8 there.
Yep.
The way this is going to work, it's 4 players per group, and I'm going to be drawing a player here, and you're going to be drawing a player there, and that'll be not only 2 of the players in that group, but the first matchup. So it's going to be matchup, and then another matchup, and then we get on to the second group, and keep doing that until we're out of balls.
Okay. Well, why don't you start us off here? Let's kick this one off.
Oh wow, I'm so excited. I'm so nervous. You want
like Christmas.
Okay.
Well, okay. So who
yeah,
gets
like-
to do it first
yeah,
is the
you
question.
You can
Probably
go
do this.
first. How do
Yeah.
you open them?
It gives,
even?
it gives me the.
I don't actually know how to open them.
Okay.
Okay, you can go first.
Okay.
You
Well,
can,
I'm gonna wait
Alright.
until
You can embarrass yourself.
All right.
fidgeting.
You wanna grab yours?
Okay.
So that it's
All
like
right.
a double blind.
Let's get the
pick,
camera on
yeah.
me. I don't want anyone
Yeah.
saying rigged in chat. Okay.
They're gonna say it anyway.
Not even looking at the
Yeah.
balls.
He's,
Okay, we got one.
he's feeling for the one with the
I know
bump.
who this is. I'm calling it right now. This is a loser, right? This is gonna
A
be.
9 lump. All right.
Yeah.
This is gonna be base. I'm calling it right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's not gonna be him.
All right. So here's this one. It is cooler. Yeah.
Okay.
So you think it's be cooler base?
I don't know. If I get this right, I'm gonna be like the
You're getting
ultimate prophet.
terrified. Yeah.
Whew, I don't want that kind of pressure on me, you know? All right, so here we go.
So Group A cooler versus.
Oh my God, how did that happen?
Did it really?
I'm gonna show him first. For,
Okay.
give you the privilege to
Yeah,
let me
yeah,
go
yeah.
first.
Oh, you
All right.
palmed the real paper. Yeah.
Dewey.
Oh
Dewey,
my God.
Maestro
Dewey.
Oh,
Oh, we're on this
jeez.
camera. There you go. Look at my pretty little face.
That's
Dewey.
That's a rough start for Dewey.
All right, so Dewey versus Cooler.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
gonna be our first matchup here.
It's
and
already
that's,
a death group.
Yeah.
Like first match is
To
a
be,
death group.
let's be fair though, right?
Yeah. To be fair.
Cooler can get tilted really easily if you're killing him with Dire Orbs.
Oh, yeah.
So I would imagine he's going to have to ban Ranger
Keep
in that
that in
matchup,
mind,
right?
Mike, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's Dewey's specialty.
Yeah.
The Dewey Orb, so.
Just like how Railson is Railson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so our second pair of
Yeah.
of Kinder Eggs for our
Peas
Group
of a
A
pod.
with Group A. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be oh, more Maestro. It's gonna be Claus.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Claus Cooler. That's why am I clapping? I'm really excited for that.
This is the deathiest of death groups.
That is
yeah.
a hilarious group for so many reasons that I can't say on air.
Yeah.
Well,
It'll be like Italy all over again. It'll be great.
Yeah,
well,
we'll see.
grab your next
Yeah,
egg
let's
there.
just give it a good
Yeah.
shuffle.
Can you give me a prediction
let's-
of who it's
let's
gonna
pick one. I'm not gonna go ahead and do that.
I'm gonna guess it's gonna be. I'm gonna guess Garpy. Let's just put another Maestro player in there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it is. Let's take a quick look.
Gotta hold it up so people.
Yeah, it will be Claus versus Base is going to be.
So I got base in
one
there
off.
eventually, right?
Yeah,
That's a
Base.
very CIS heavy group with one North American.
I'm so sorry, dude. I
Wait,
feel
Claus
bad.
versus base. That's
Yeah.
a rematch
Yeah.
because that's how Claus
Yeah,
qualified through.
Exactly.
So that for everyone wondering at home, there is potential for rematches. It's all completely random, so it's completely fair to everyone. So now Claus gets to look at this. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, that was a 2-1 for Claus. It was actually like a relatively close
Right, I
game.
think so.
And with what we saw Base doing today, like that's a fire match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a shot at redemption right there.
Yeah, it really is. And then what Cooler
Cooler
Dewey.
2-0'd Rafa again.
Ooh.
Once a year. You know, it's that time of the year. And then Dewey.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
If Dewey wanted to give a name for himself and prove to everyone, he deserves to be top 8, this is the group to do it. I
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
like.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm
Absolutely.
terrified
Jesus.
of this group, but I think that's going to be the trend for all of these groups. So there's Group A, Coolers, Claus, Base, and Dewey. We don't have all the Maestro players lumped up in one group, at least.
Well, that's
Yeah.
nice to see. We might have all liquids together, though. That's still possible.
That would be a one-what group.
Yeah, Rafa versus Dehang is the first match.
All right.
Since Rafa came in through the
So
lower
again,
bracket.
let's both grab at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is it.
All right, I'm going to hold this up and keep it up.
Right. Cool. Well, what's in there? Yeah. The papers are really folded up.
I'm kind of
too.
really hoping there's like actually a Kinder Egg surprise in one of these. Like, oh, hey, a little surprise
Oh,
I can keep
nice,
for later.
Yeah. Well, the surprise of the first match of Group B is gonna be Wenger.
Okay, so the Italian
okay.
stallion, the new one
The new
since
one, yeah.
since what's his
The
face?
old one got put out to pasture.
Yeah, he
Taken
did.
out back.
Yeah, I miss him. Him and
the
Hal
head,
were
yeah.
great together. Okay, so we got Wenger, who's also trying to prove a name for himself too. He's been
Who
on the
isn't?
grind.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was gonna fall off. Okay, oh, I'm getting there. We got Agent.
Oh.
Wenger, Agent. The funny thing is that this is kind of a grudge match, right? Because Wenger took Agent's spot to play twos with basic QuakeCon because Agent couldn't go. So, just a little knowledge for you guys at home.
Might be some emotion.
A little bit of grit. All right. So the next pair, Flea, you want
I'll-
to reach your
I'll
hand in there?
Click one too,
Yeah.
sure. Right away.
Higgs don't want to stand up.
All right. Trying to get more efficient at this, but it's gonna be Dehang. If it's Rafa, I swear to God.
if it's Rafa, I think everyone in North America is gonna fly here and kick your ass, please. So
Yeah, okay.
It'll be your fault,
Let's
too.
see. Is it Rafa? We're about to find out.
Show
Let's
me
take
first.
A look.
Show me first.
Yeah, I'll show you first.
if this is Rafa,
I'll
I'm
show
gonna
you
die.
first.
Oh my God!
It is the one and only
No!
Liquid Rafa
No!
who will be going up against the Hang.
So,
Oh my
okay,
God.
for everyone at home, just to bring this up, Flea did say first, watch Rafa and Dehang play each other. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
send your hate mail to him.
I'm gonna buy a new car after this. Thank you, Liquid.
Cooler,
No, completely
why?
unrelated, but
This is all your fault, Cooler.
So, so you've been rooting for Dehang for 10 years. You're gonna continue that rooting here,
Yeah, actually.
because then that means
yeah.
Rafa's gonna win.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh.
we've seen Rafa and Dehang match up against each other time and time again, and actually it's a bit of a 50-50, honestly.
I think I heard like Liquid scream from the other side of the building.
Jeez.
So Wenger and Agent. That's a grudge
They're all
match in
eating
its
dinner
own.
right now. Should we be doing this while they've got like knives and forks and potatoes?
they were
Like, is that
plastic
safe?
knives. Plastic knives. So
Okay,
relatively
You
safe.
can, you can make shanks out of those
Gonna walk
really
in there,
easily.
It's gonna be like an abattoir, like bodies everywhere.
Oh God, that's gonna be. I mean, the thing is, like, there's gonna be no easy group because we have the 16 best duelers in the world playing here. Like,
yeah.
this is not gonna get
And a
easy
bunch
for
of
anyone.
other people. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can look at every single one of these groups and be like, whoa, this is the dev group, this is the stacked one, but it's all of them.
I think I need to revoke your picking privileges here, by
Def
the
all the
way.
way down. All right. Group C. Let's do
Jason?
it. Reach in and
Man,
grab
I
one.
don't want this pressure on me
Yeah.
anymore. Like, Zoot was really disappointed he wasn't doing this portion, but I think if, he should be happy he
I
didn't
thought
pick
that
that.
one was empty for a second. A minor freak out. It's going to be Razy. Okay, cool. Are we going to have another UK player in there?
Was it Garpy's the last one?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
I don't want this pressure. I don't want to live this life. This is the worst timeline right now. I like how your eggs are all yellow and these are all orange, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good system.
Great color coordination. So who did we not want to see?
Garpy, you said.
Whoever's in your hand is who we didn't want to see.
If it's Garpy.
We got Cypher.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
Okay, interesting.
Cypher, Razy, right?
Right.
That's going to be an interesting matchup, actually,
I
because
think so,
Razy's
yeah.
been the grinder.
Yeah.
And Cypher just kind of... Ooh, that's going to be interesting, actually. I don't know who's going to win that one. Because we didn't get to see a single Razy match on stream, if I'm
No,
not mistaken.
no.
So we don't
Yeah,
know
no.
technically what kind
Or
of...
Claus, for that matter, and he was a little bit salty about that. It's like, oh, I'm not good enough or something.
Yeah, winning 2 Quake cons back-to-back, not good enough. Like,
He'll get
come
his
on.
time.
Yeah.
He'll get his time.
All right,
Okay,
Flea.
let's pick another one.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Group of C. Pair number 2. It's going to be Toxic.
Ooh.
Toxic. Okay.
Yeah.
And Toxic will be going up against, let's take a look. It will be Toxic versus
Not
Garpy.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yes, Garpy.
So
This
two
time
maestros
around
How does
it
it
is.
keep
groups.
happening? Ah, jeez.
Yep.
Okay. At least it's not the first match, but that is rough. That is
Yep.
rough.
Yeah, we didn't get to see Tox at all today.
Unfortunately,
Unfortunately.
no.
No,
But again, I think we went into today being fairly confident we were going to see him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some people
But
thought...
Toxic and Garpy had to play in the upper bracket today, so they're right back
Yeah.
in the groups.
And Tox 1-2-1, I think it was, against Garpy as
Yeah,
well.
yeah. Yeah, that match apparently went on forever.
Mm.
That was a long one. So we
So
could see a
Razy,
bit of a rematch.
Cypher, Toxic, Garpy. That's
Jeez.
insane.
Do we mulligan this whole thing? Is that what we do?
Can we do a redraw? Like, is that possible? How about we have them dueled for groups, right?
Yeah, duel
Let's
for
do this
group.
all over again. Oh,
That was
man.
kind of the idea, yeah.
So that means we have one group left,
Yep.
and we know the 4 players left in this group. We got Claus still. No, Claus has been picked. I don't remember who's last. Let's just open these, and
Let's
we'll do it
just
that way.
open them.
It's been a long day.
Yeah.
You're so excited. All right.
No, not that one.
It's the last group.
That's the wrong one, Jahar. It's the wrong one.
It's the last group you really did me in. So, all right. So, first player for Group D is going to be Avic.
Okay. I was actually kind of hoping him and Cypher to be in the same group
Yeah.
again. So we had like team kills happening everywhere with Liquid, with Maestro.
Yep.
Okay, so we
Yeah.
got Avic and his opponent. Should have just juggled these.
And nothing could go wrong with that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
actually taught myself how to juggle.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Pick up chicks.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was for. And do you want to know how many chicks it's picked up? A goose egg. All right, C&Z. All right,
Okay.
so we're
Alright, cool.
keeping it still in that region. Avic versus C&Z. That's going to be an interesting one. C&Z is surprising, I think, a lot of people
Yeah.
out there
Yeah.
with his performance in this tournament.
Don't think many people would have expected him to make it through today, too.
Yeah.
So, props to him.
Which means for our last random pick
Yeah,
of
which one shall we
For
pick?
those of you out there who have been doing your homework and keeping up, you'll know exactly what this is. I won't
Yeah.
pretend to be paying.
I literally
As
have
much
no idea. Well, there's a Kilson left. Should
Yeah.
be for losers.
Right. And of course, it's going to be Sirius, our surprise today, I think.
Yeah, and Sirius will be going up against the one and only Kelson next.
All right. So that's Group D. Kilson Sirius. That should actually be a fantastic match.
You're way more organized over there than we are, by the way. He put his back in the
Yeah, mine
eggs.
are
I
back in
closed
there.
mine and left
Back
him
in
out.
the eggs. What?
Yeah, they're back in
Okay,
the eggs, just
yeah.
like that. Didn't close them, though, but
Oh man, so we got some sick groups.
Yeah.
Avic versus CNZ, Sirius versus Kilson. The thing is, there's been a lot of talks about like, yeah, Sirius is going to win this tournament now. After seeing him today, and even some people thought before the tournament began that he was going to. And I think for him, like the pressure that he's going to have to overcome to win this tournament is insurmountable. Like with the pressure's been on him as being an onliner, with not getting far in DreamHack Tours, now his first big duel event. Like, this is his chance to prove everyone wrong, and this is his chance to really make a name for himself.
Yeah, and bear in mind, we actually have a pretty decent group for Sirius, I think. This is not the worst possible outcome for him.
All Europeans as well.
Group-wise, yeah. So nothing too crazy. No Americans throwing a wrench in the works and getting things all random.
Yeah. No, but we just have Raph and DeHague playing against each other in their match. So, so Flea, how do you feel? Let's just interview. How do you feel about drawing that? Oh man, that's rough. That really is rough.
Yeah, that's the American fans are not going to be too happy with that one. I don't doubt it.
Yeah,
but I mean, there is a chance that they both go through.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean,
it's not like you lose. It's not like you lose one and you're out, right? You have to win 2 to get through, or lose 2 and you're out. So Rafa can still, or DeHague, sorry, I'm jumping to conclusions, I guess. One of the players can still come through even if they do lose.
Yeah, absolutely. So everything's still possible.
Anything could happen.
Yeah, I feel like it was a knife that's just getting ready for me after saying that.
You know, that's how I felt at DreamHack last year, rooting for DeHague when he was playing up against Toxic. Like every time I went, woo, every Swedish player in the room just turned towards me, and I could hear their heads creaking and knives getting.
I think that's the snus.
Yeah,
that's snus they were using.
Either way, it was gonna hurt. Yeah.
But we've had a great day of games. Honestly,
yeah.
We've had a couple of surprises. We've had a couple of what we expected. We've had a couple of players really step up their game from what we've known them to be. Like Base, for instance. Wow, like he's broken beyond the ceiling that I thought he had. He's playing fantastic.
Now all you have to do is have some dinner, have a good night of sleep, hopefully, and come back just as strong as you were today.
Yeah,
not hard.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be for many of these players.
Yeah.
Well, any last words from you guys, because we are going to be getting into tomorrow here before we know it. But again, final thoughts on today, Flea.
I mean, it's been such an amazing day. The atmosphere has been incredible. The games have been amazing. I got to meet so many of the players. It's been an amazing day, and I think tomorrow is only going to be better. So I think we've got a great weekend ahead of us still.
Well, fantastic. And after that wave of positivity, what do you got, Jason?
Oh, come on. You paint me like that. I want to give a shout out to everyone who was not on stream and everyone who has already been knocked out of the tournament. You know, thanks for coming out. Thanks for participating. Thanks for giving it a go. And hopefully we'll see them come back stronger. Yeah. Now you get to relax the next 2 days, watch some great Quake action with some average casting, and have a good time. It's about myself, by the way. Don't worry. Not you guys.
Well, above average play tomorrow, and I think it'll be above average casting as well. So with that in mind, we're going to be turning our attention to the group stage tomorrow. It's going to be 16 players getting whittled down to 8 for day 3 in the playoffs. So more PGL Quake Champions Open action coming to you. Have a brief nap tonight.
Tasty. We'll find out how tasty soon.
The bigger the guns, the bigger the boom.
I'm gonna flip you like a table.
Это было несложно. Ты слаб.